absolutely perfect for motorcycle racing. Bikes are on track at the moment for the first qualifying session, being the Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500cc. Fastest bike on track at the moment is actually Mark Hemsley, which some of you may know. Mark has been absent from road racing here in Tassie for a couple of years. That's because Mark is actually now resident in Canada, but has come back for a holiday. Still has his BMW RS 1100 sitting in the garage, so he's dragged it out and is leading the field around. So obviously Mark's lost none of his touch around Baskerville. Quickest lap so far, 63.2. Second bike behind him is Rick Franken, I should say. So I think Rick is having his first ride here at Baskerville, or I should say race meeting. He's gone through at a 63.9 on a Honda CBR 250, so a very handy time there from a 250. Then we've got Harley Phipps riding a CBR 600. He's also in Formula Baskerville, 64.7. Harley still coming to terms with the 600, having stepped up from lights production last year. Then we've got Roy Turner, who's on a Kawasaki ER650, so a real mix of machinery in the top four. He's gone through 65.8. Then we've got Daniel Butterworth on a Honda CBR 250. He's the first of the Golden Era up to 500cc bikes, 66.0. Followed by Eleanor Renton on a Honda VFR, I think that's a 400, 66.3. So real mix at the top. Being joined now by Club President Sean Patwell. Morning, Sean.
Morning, mate. How are you? Morning, everybody.
Very well. I was just saying what a fantastic day it is here at Baskerville. Beautiful weather. Really couldn't get much better for motorcycle racing.
It's always like this.
It is. What, in the commentary box?
It's just looking at the times. I'm surprised that our Canadian ring-in Mark Hemsley, who hasn't ridden here in about 3 years, I think it is out there on a RS 1100 BMW on the top of the list at 103.27.
I was saying exactly the same thing. He's obviously lost none of his touch around Baskerville. In fact, I think Mark was probably best known for one of the only people to have done a faster lap in the wet than in the dry. He loved riding that Beamer in the wet around here, but clearly today the dry conditions he's loving.
Yes, there were some fantastic photos from a few years back with the cylinders and knee on the ground coming through the sweeper with water streaming off them.
Yeah, they're not your classic looking race bike, but they're certainly effective, particularly around a short, twisty track like Baskerville.
Yes, they did actually run a race series parallel to MotoGP a few years back where they had, I think it was called the BMW Cup, and they raced boxer twins as a support class for MotoGP.
It's a big class in Europe, I believe.
And Randy Mamela and a few of the other older stars were racing in that class.
Checkered flag just out now to conclude that first qualifying session of the day. So Mark Hemsley at the moment still on top with a 63.2. Then Rick Franken on that CBR 250. Great time there for Rick. I think it's his first race meeting here at Baskerville. Just need to make sure that is actually CBR 250. But that's 63.9. Harley Phipps getting up there on the 600. I was just saying he's fairly new to that machine. So 64.7 from Harley. Garth Newton, seasoned campaigner. Always goes well around Baskerville, although of late he's had a lot of breakdowns and a lot of little incidental crashes that have interrupted his season, but he's stuck at it. And a good time there on the VFR 400, a 65.5.
Yes, he was racing RGVs and RS25 Hondas, and he's had a lot of bad luck with blow-ups and crashes and stuff that you don't really need. And now he's on the VFR 400. It's a bit easier for him at the racetrack.
Yeah, well, two strokes are notoriously temperamental, particularly in a high state of tune. In fact, there is Rick there. That is no CBR 250. No. It's a Motor Guzzi.
I think it's a Motor Guzzi 850. I think he said it was based on an 850 Le Mans from 1972 or something. So we might just pop down to timing and get that one changed.
I think so, just to make people aware of what he's actually riding, but it certainly explains the lap time. I was going to say that's quite an impressive time, first time here at Baskerville on the CBR 250, and that, certainly the 800cc's does explain that lap time a little better. So the next group up, just starting to file out now onto the dummy grid, is the Supersport 600 class, which is always, well, so I shouldn't say always, of late has been absolutely spectacular here at Baskerville. The last few years, the 600 class has been a very high quality and a lot of depth in the field. Led most regularly by Mitch Hawksley from the Motorcycle City team, the Honda CBR 600. But hard on his heels typically is Matthew Long, who's unfortunately absent today. Marcus Delaney, Chip Sellers, who's graduated the Superbike class, so he's absent today. But a lot of other riders coming through. Jesse Woods in the 600 class for the first time this year too. So he's new to the 600, having been riding in the lights production class last year on a Ninja 400. And we know Jesse's a very, very capable rider. So it'll be interesting to see how Jesse goes. He's already had one race meeting on the R6 here at Baskerville. He's the sort of rider that will make sure he understands the bike and understands his setup before he pushes things very, very hard. But I think we'll probably see more from Jesse today than we did at round one. Not that round one was there was anything wrong with that. In fact, he was very competitive there. But I just think we're going to see Jesse get stronger and stronger as the season wears on. Interesting also to keep an eye on Lockie Curtis, who's new to the 600 class this year. Very competitive at Baskerville at round one. Unfortunately, had a little off up at the top of the S's, just had the front close on him. Very easy to do around here at Baskerville. The front's heavily loaded turning in there at the top of turn two, top of the S's. But everyone very impressed by the early speed of Lockie Curtis, so it's going to be great to see what he can do here today. John O'Hughes, another seasoned campaigner and always at the front end of the field, so he's going to be great to watch. He's on the Motorworks Triumph 675. Very competitive bike and very competitive rider, so that one's going to be very good to see. And making a return to the 600 class this round is Jason Spencer, the actual 600 lap record holder around Baskerville. Jason has been running in Superbike, but for this meeting, I don't know why. I haven't actually had a chance to speak to Jason yet, but he's reverted to the 600, and from what I hear, he was fastest in practice yesterday. So it's going to be great to see what Jason can do, and it's going to set the cat amongst the pigeons in the 600 class, because Jason is a very, very capable rider. Clearly, as he's the lap record holder around Baskerville. So I think there's a lot to come from our 600 class. Fastest on track at the moment, Jesse Woods. He goes through at a 56.95, so already a great time set there by Jesse. I'm sure there's going to be more to come. Right behind him is Marcus Delaney with a 57.7. Then we've got John O'Hughes, 57.9. David Bartels, 59.1. He was also going very well at Baskerville last round. So too at Simmons Plains, he's been setting good times, but unfortunately David lost the front over the skyline up there at Suckers at round one and did a bit of number on his bike. Fortunately, David was perfectly okay. So whether he recovers from that mentally, I expect he will. I don't think. I think he knew exactly what went wrong and didn't hurt himself, so he should be fine. As a rider, it's the crashes you don't understand that can set you back a little bit. So, it'll be interesting to see what David can do today. Chad Wiley too. He's a graduate in the 600 class. He's been very competitive he started in the junior class, very competitive there. Then in the lights production, straight to the front as far as the lead group, and now a Yamaha R6. So first time on the bike around Baskerville. There'll be a lot to learn, so you wouldn't be expecting too much from Chad, but we know he's a fast rider, so it's going to be really interesting to keep a close eye on him. Jesse Wood's just going through. He goes 56.8, just a tiny bit off his fastest, which is a 56.82. He just did 56.83. So pretty consistent. Mitch Hawksley just crosses the line. His transponder's actually not picking up at the moment. Jason Spencer, he goes top. No surprise there, 56.3. Now, apparently he was in the 55s yesterday, so you'd expect from that there's more to come. And as I've been saying, the conditions here would not be better at the moment. I can't speak to what the grip's like on the track, but I'd be thinking that it's not bad. It's been a warm, quite a warm evening here at Baskerville, so I think there's going to be good temperature in the track. The sun's out. There's hardly any wind to speak of, and from a rider's point of view, I just don't think things would get any better. The flags are hardly moving. It's nice and bright, so I think we could see some great lap times here this morning. Sam Delaney, he's there in 9th place. Just talking to Sam this morning. He's trialling a few new things on his GSXR. He put a new set of brake pads in yesterday at different compound and grade to what he's used previously, and he found that was fairly aggressive in the way the bike braked. Took a little bit of getting used to, so he's still trialling a few things out there, but his intention this weekend is to go out and have some fun. There are a couple of people absent from that sort of mid-pack area where Sam's been running that he thinks he might have a bit of a lonely ride, but you know, you never know. You never know what a race will bring. You get a good start, you tag onto the back of the guy in front of you and they can tow you along. You see that in motorcycle racing all the time. MotoGP qualifying. It's people always looking for a tow from somebody else. It can actually bring your lap times down without you realising it. You just you sort of use the bike in front as a bit of a guide. You might choose a slightly different cornering line or brake a little bit later. It's hard to say what actually it is that does it, but it can work following a slightly faster rider in front. So look, you never know how your race may play out. But look back to the times at the front. Jason Spencer, 55.0 is the quickest time so far, but right behind him, Mitch Hawksley, 55.1. So that's an absolutely fantastic time from Mitch Hawksley early on. Now, Mitch was saying this morning that he's running used tyres this weekend. A few budget constraints. He's got other race meetings coming up, so he thinks it's going to be a bit of a stretch to try and run with Jason Spencer, who is on new tyres, but we know Mitch is competitive. He doesn't like to throw in the towel too early, and there'll be nothing like getting one up on the boss. So it'd be interesting to see. There's only a tenth of a second between them. Then back to Jesse Woods, 56.5. So as I was saying, Jesse is certainly improving pretty quickly on that R6, which is great to see. And I must say, not surprising at all, given what we know about Jesse. He's a very, very capable rider. David Bartel's up there in 4th, 56.9. So obviously David's taken no harm from that off he had at round 1. Just watching Marcus Delaney cross the line. He's gone through in 6th. Quickest time so far, 57.4. John O'Hugh's off a little bit, 57.4 as well. He's in 7th. We know John O''s probably, I think he's been in the high 5s. I'm not sure what John O''s best time is, but he's certainly capable of running with the lead group around here. Josh Rees, 57.5. Good time there from Josh. Yeah, not far off for 56. So I think that we might see that from Josh today. He's he's certainly in striking distance, so that'd be a very good time to see Josh get around here in a 56. Chad Wiley, best time yesterday on riding the R6 for the first time was a flat 59. He's just gone through 58.8. So, I think you could probably see, if Chad got a low 58 today, I think he'd have to be really happy with that. First time on the bike, first time in this class. And that would be a very, very solid start to the Supersport class for Chad Wiley. Sam Delaney, he's done a flat minute. And John Allen on a CBR 600, 64.5. So John probably still finding his way around Baskerville. It is a very technical racetrack. There are parts of it that appear reasonably easy, but getting the best out of them is something quite different. And just about every rider who ever comes here talks about how difficult the Suckers Corner is up there at Skyline. It's completely blind. You're approaching it on these 600s or the thousands at probably something in the order of 160, 180 kilometres an hour. You've got no idea, certainly the first time you ride around here, what's on the other side of the crest, because, as I say, it's completely blind. It's not until you ride on the corner that you see the other side of the racetrack. For mine, I think it's probably one of the best corners at Baskerville, and certainly probably one of the best corners I've ridden at any racetrack around Australia. So it tests people, and I've had senior riders in Australia at ASBK level say that they can be riding here for half a day and still not get that corner right. It is it's a very tricky corner, but when it is right, it feels absolutely fantastic. So checkered flag is out. That brings that session to a conclusion, and no one is going to better that time of Jason Spencer at 55.0, but right behind him, Mitch Hawksley, 55.1. So that's going to be fantastic to watch the battle between those two. Jesse Woods, 56.3, not that far behind, only 1.2 seconds. You'd want to be very happy with that. Then we've got Lockie Curtis, 56.9, good time there from Lockie. David Bartels, 56.9. Marcus Delaney, 57.1. John O'Hughes, 57.1. Josh Rees, 57.5. Chad Wiley, 58.8. Sam Delaney, flat minute. And John Allen, 64.5. So it's certainly looking like there's going to be some great battles within that class, and one very good one at the front between Jason Spencer and Mitch Hawksley. So just while we're waiting for the next group to come out, I might just have a very quick break, just check on some details with timing, and be back with you very shortly. So bikes now on track, the Tassie Juniors. Always a fun class to watch. Unfortunately, feels a little depleted this weekend. There's only 4 bikes out there, but nevertheless, it's still a lot of fun watching the kids go around. We've got Ollie Skinner out there on a 2018 KTM SX85. The only, I guess, dirt bike styled machine going around. And we've got Gus O'Halloran. Now, he's entered as a KO MR150, but I actually think he's on a Yamaha R15 by the looks of it. Well, I think that's actually the ex-Tom Turner machine, which also holds the lap record around here. So I think Gus is probably going to be better off riding that. Not sure what happened to his KO. I think it was getting some modifications. They might not have actually been completed. We've also got Ava Connell. She's on a Yamaha R15. Bit of a season campaigner now in the junior class, Ava. She's been circulating for a while. Obviously enjoys it. And then Isaac Simmons, who's been going very well. He's on the only GP-based bike in the field, and that's a Honda RS85. So the battle, certainly round 1, was between Ollie Skinner and Isaac Simmons at the front, both lapping in very similar lap time. But as I say, Gus O'Halloran, he's on a competitive bike and has been improving every time he goes out. So it'll be interesting to see how Gus goes. At the moment, though, Ollie Skinner, he set the fastest time at a 1:07.99. Isaac Simmons 1:09.64. So there's going to be a fair bit of time to come from these two at the front yet, or in fact from all riders. Early days, so I think next flying lap through, you're going to see a little bit come off that. But I think the two to watch in particular, Ollie Skinner on the KTM and Isaac Simmons on the Honda RS85. That'll be where the battle is within this group. Ollie just coming through the sweeper at the moment, about to cross the start-finish line, so let's see if he does improve that time. He makes a lower of me. He actually goes a fraction slower. Does a 68.48. Isaac Simmons, does he go faster? No, he makes a lower of me as well. So I know nothing about this class, obviously. I would have thought second flying lap they would have taken a bit off that. But anyway, it is what it is. All bikes are a little separated on track as well, which won't necessarily help anyone getting a tow. At least Gus O'Halloran went faster on that lap. He's done a 73.1. Ava Connell a 1:23.18. So Ava just coming through the sweeper at the moment, about to cross the finish or the start-finish line. She goes through at a 1:20.85, so knocks 3 seconds off that previous lap. And 3 seconds in one lap is an absolute mountain. So obviously just feeling a way around that lap before. I guess to those who haven't done a lot of road racing, 3 seconds might not sound like a lot, but it comes down to a game of tenths of a second in the end. So 3 seconds is the difference between what feels like a fast lap and a ride down to the shop to get milk. Isaac Simmons just re-entering the pits, so not sure what's going on there. Maybe the bike's not running as he would expect or want. So I'll just see if he's actually going back into the pits proper. He is. So Ollie Skinner, he's just gone through 68.43, still not as fast as his best, which is a 67.99. Still 4.5 minutes remaining, so time for Isaac Simmons to go back out if it's only a small adjustment he's going to make. He certainly is close enough to go out and put down a lap time that will give him pole position. He's only 1.6 seconds off. But without knowing the reason he's gone back to the pits, it's hard to know what will happen there. Ollie Skinner just goes through 69.0, so he's actually going a little slower each lap. Some riders will do their fastest laps early. Some riders want to build up to it. Everyone's a little different in how they approach a qualifying session. Certainly not an issue trying to find track space at the moment because there's only 3 bikes out there and they're largely separated. Although Ollie Skinner's just coming up on the back of Ava Connell at the moment, up over Suckers. He'll probably overtake Ava down the back straight, I'd say. Gus O'Halloran, he's just gone through fastest lap for him, a 72.0. So he's getting closer to Isaac Simmons in front. He's 2 seconds off. It's still a fair bit, but he was quite, like I say, Gus was quite competitive on this bike round 1. So as he becomes more comfortable with it, he may close down that gap to the lead 2 a little more. Ollie Skinner just goes through 69.55. So again, a little bit slower. But look, he's probably done enough, particularly without Isaac on track. So Ollie Skinner's quickest time, 67.99. Isaac Simmons, 69.64. So 1.6 seconds difference. Gus O'Halloran has been going faster each lap. He's about to cross the line. He goes through 72.75. So that one's a tiny bit slower than his previous lap. Two minutes 20 remaining. There's really unlikely to be much change from here on in. I think they're probably using it more as a race practice session now. Ollie would appear to have pole position pretty much in the bag. Interesting talking to Isaac Simmons' grandfather this morning, Eric, saying how his son Brett and Isaac's dad, who most people are very familiar with, Brett being the outright circuit lap record holder around here, very commenting on how much Brett's enjoying helping watch Isaac go around, taking a bit of a back seat from racing himself to helping Isaac along on his career, and I can see that in Brett. Just you can pick up the enjoyment of seeing his boy out there, which is absolutely great to see. And the way Isaac's going, I think there's every chance that he's also going to be a very successful road racer like his dad. So winding down now, only about a minute left, a lap or 2 for the riders left on track. As I said, I don't think any of the positions are going to change because most riders are actually starting to slow up a little rather than go faster. Ollie Skinner about to cross the line. What does he do? He goes a little quicker than the previous lap. He goes 69.1, but still a fair way off his pole position time of 67.99. Of course, the junior class, very affordable and easy class to get into for kids. So anyone out here today who has children who may be interested in getting involved, by all means, contact the club. You can jump on our website for contact details, or simply walk down here to the pits and ask anyone. There are bikes available for to have a ride around, just as a try. There are no end of people who are willing to lend a hand and help you get involved. So if you have kids who may be interested, come along and talk to us, because it's a great class, and without fail, these kids have a ball. They connect socially away from the racetrack. It's a really good community to be involved in. So that concludes the qualifying session for our Tassie Juniors. As I said, Ollie Skinner will maintain P1 there at a 67.99. Then we've got Isaac Simmons in P2, Gus O'Halloran P3, and Ava Connell in position 4. Last few bikes just about to cross the line. Being Gus O'Halloran and Ava Connell. I don't think they're going to change the lap times. No, neither of them go any faster. So those positions will hold. And for a quite a contrast and change of pace, the next group out will be the Tassie Superbikes, which you wouldn't get much more of a contrast from a 150cc machine up to a 1000cc machine. Certainly a class we always enjoy watching. Nothing like watching 200 horsepower bikes go around a short circuit like Baskerville. They're a handful. They make you work very hard and they make you focus very hard because they don't give you a second chance if things go wrong. But spectacular to watch, and particularly in the hands of some of the expert riders who we have piloting them around Baskerville today. So they can't be far off. Again, until they're back on track, I might just take a quick breather, and long day ahead, so I'll try and save my voice where I can. I'll be back with you very shortly. Okay, Superbike's on track, and welcomed in the commentary box by long-time co-commentator Rod Garrett. Morning, Rod.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm just getting my microphone twisted and adjusted here.
I can hear you okay. I don't know if anyone else can.
Yeah, we're also joined by a special guest commentator for the first time, which is young Seren. She's 13 months old, so if you hear some funny noises through the mic, it's not Chris or me. Just putting it out there, aren't we, darling?
And probably have more valuable comment than you and I have. But
she's pretty keen on the earmuffs already, but she's pretty good.
Well, to the business at hand, first bike about to cross the start-finish line. First time through, I was about to say, is Jeremy Huddleston, but Scott Honeychurch rounds him up, passes over the start-finish line.
Looks like it must be Don Fenton in behind there.
Don Fenton's the bike just going through the top of the S's
Oh, he's
now.
on the red bike,
the
yep.
orangey red bike, yep.
Yep, so that must be Bob Sellers.
That's Bob Sellers on the Yamaha R1 right behind Jeremy Huddleston. I've also got Trevor Renton in there on a KTM Super Duke.
Fantastic machine they are, Chris.
They are, but he's in there for a bit of fun. He knows it's probably not going to be as competitive as some of these dedicated sports bikes, but
they've certainly got a lot of horsepower, just judging by Trevor going up the hill there with a large power wheelie from top to bottom, and also down into Calvin's there, another big power wheelie there. So certainly no shortage of horsepower. It looks like Scott Honeychurch here just coming across to put some times down. Looks like a 57 there, a low 57. Can't quite see the...
It is a low 57. Quickest lap of the day so far has been from Jason Spencer, who's running in the 600 class. So he did a flat 55. So the time is there in the racetrack. And I was just saying earlier, Rod, you really wouldn't get much better conditions for riding a race motorcycle at the moment. Don't know what Clark, of course, is going to think of that, Trevor, pulling wheelies on a racetrack.
No, not really supposed to be doing that, but anyway, I'm sure they'll have a look at it.
It's not the reason the bikes are out there. They're out there to post a qualifying time, not to pull wheel stands. as
fun as
good as
it
it looks.
And as good as it looks, and as we'll see up the hill here, probably see another one. Is that just excessive horsepower, do you reckon, Chris? Or
no, I think it's excessive use of the right hand.
Maybe so.
Anyway, Scott Honeychurch about to cross the start-finish line, goes through 56.17, so a little faster. The issue we have is that Trevor's daughter is Clark, of course, so daughter might have to tell Dad
well, that's
what appropriate behaviour at a racetrack is.
Okay.
Now, two fast bikes coming through behind Trevor. That's where that is not appropriate.
No, I'd say they probably need to put a flag out and bring him in and have a bit of a chat. But you've got people here trying to qualify.
Yeah, and that's where it goes wrong.
And, there's no point. It's all right to have fun, but not in a qualifying session, just getting in people's way. So, anyway, looks like we've got still Scott Honeychurch top of the table. Jeremy Huddleston has slotted into second. Don Fenton in third. Wade Schrader in fourth. Bob Sellers fifth. Daniel Briggs. What's Daniel out there?
Yeah, CBR 1000.
CBR 1000. And of course, Trevor Renton bringing up the rear of the field.
So Bob Sellers, he's re-entering the pits. He's probably done enough for the day. He's 3 laps of qualifying. Don Fenton re-entering the pits as well. But so far, Don Fenton's back on the dummy grid. I don't know what he's pulled in for. Maybe just to check lap times. These riders don't know necessarily what lap times they're doing while they're out there. Just excuse me for a second, Rod. I'll be just one moment.
Yeah, no problem, Chris. We'll keep Sarah and I'll keep watching the rest of the qualifying session. So we've got Jeremy Huddleston coming around the start-finish line here. Just check the times of Jeremy. It's like a mid-56 at this point. Looks like Scott Honeychurch is he's coming back in through pit lane. Looks like actually entering the pit, so Scott's decided that's enough for him for the morning session. He's happy with his low 56 there, so comfortably so far in P1. So into the straight, we've got, looks like Daniel Briggs and Wade Schrader there, coming around together. Looks like Wade Schrader's got a little bit more pace than Daniel there through the sweeper. He's just got to find a way past, and it may be hindering his lap times at this point. Welcome back, Chris. I'm assuming that you probably maybe made a comment about what was going on track.
Just checked in with race control. We don't want to see accidents, so they were certainly aware of it, as I expected. So, as I say, it's fun to do, it's fun to watch, but at the end of the day, safety matters, and there's guys out there who are focused on putting in a competitive lap, and they don't want guys just pulling wheel stands next to them.
Jeremy Huddleston entering pits again, having a look at his time. 56.8. Scott Honeychurch has already entered the pit, Chris. Not sure whether you saw Scott come in, but he's obviously happy with where he's sitting on the timesheet.
Yeah, had a good chat with Scott over the weekend. He's got 2 bikes here today. The one he's on is the one he's set the best time on so far. I think it's the low 54. I can't remember what he said, but he said one bike has better engine, the other bike has better suspension. So if you get the best of both,
yeah,
he reckons he'd be unbeatable. But he's struggling to find the best of both. But he's on the one he prefers today. And I think he's going to be a really good, strong chance at taking the wins today.
Yeah.
Very experienced racer.
He's certainly been doing it a long time. Having a brief chat with him yesterday, he was commenting about getting older and what happens to your eyes and how difficult that is trying to read a screen on a modern superbike, as they have different traction settings and other things that you can adjust. And he said he's got no idea where they're at on track, so he's got to set it before he goes, and that's it. Down to the final 2.5 minutes of the session. I don't think that we're going to see too many changes at the top.
No, I don't think so. Jeremy Huddleston, we know, is capable of running quicker than that qualifying time, but I think in P2 he'd be quite comfortable with that. 56.8 for Jeremy. It's still not a bad time, but I think we're going to see those times drop come race 1.
Yeah, I believe Jeremy's now. I think he's got into the 55s on that bike now, I think, Chris.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has.
Yeah.
Don Fenton really improving quickly as well. Wasn't that long ago he was doing high 59s around here. Now he's qualified at 57.8.
Yep.
And as you and I both know, it's even for a 1,000cc bike, it's still a pretty handy time.
It certainly is. He's still got to work.
Bob Sellers did a 58.8 in his 2 laps. Daniel Briggs still taking a little bit to come to terms with the CBR 1000. Daniel, you never know what he's going to roll up on.
No, he seems to have a plethora of different bikes.
And Trevor Renton on the Super Duke, 65.4. Now, I think Trevor's probably capable of going quite a bit faster than that. In fact, I think he's done probably quicker on a SB650.
I believe so, low 60s, 61s, definitely on the SB.
Yeah, so probably a little less wheel standing and more focus on lap time. You'd probably see that come down, and we may be about to see that because I saw Steward, Sean Patmore, have a word with Trevor.
Yeah, is he still out there on track?
Just went back out,
okay.
So hopefully we'll see a more competitive time from Trevor Renton now.
Wade Schrader just across the line. Wade's sitting in a 56.8, I think it is.
Wade is a 57.9.
57.9, sorry.
Just went through.
My eyes don't work very well at the best of times, especially even worse in the morning.
So Wade thinks his best time is around a high 56, so he's about second off that at the moment. That's not bad for qualifying. As we've said multiple times, Rod, some people qualify well, other people really need a race to bring best out of them.
Yeah, I always found the qualifying session first thing of the morning difficult for myself. From memory, Chris, I've never posted a quicker qualifying time than a race time, so on the day, so just the way that it rolls.
Yeah, look, I'm in the same boat there, Rod. You know, I could tell myself I had to put my head down and try and put in a quick qualifying lap, but there is nothing like the adrenaline of a start to really light a fire under you.
Yeah, no, definitely. And as you know, Chris, you get in a bit of a groove with some other bikes and get dragged along in the race, and you tend to do your quickest times then. Saren's very interested in the microphone at the moment. Aren't you, darling?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I think there's nothing like the start, lining up with a whole lot of other bikes and accelerating away together to really get the adrenaline flowing, and that's what'll for a lot of people get out there, bring out the best lap time. But That's a club level. It's it always impresses me at MotoGP level, or world level, I should say, how some of these riders can just create a fast lap out of a free practice session. I don't know if you had a look at qualifying this morning for MotoGP, Rod?
Yes, certainly did. Lots of very unhappy riders. A lot of people coasting, trying to get a tow.
What's your opinion on that?
I think it should be. They should do something to stop it. I think it's then riders are crashing because their tyres are cooling down. So it's a double-edged sword. I don't think it's in the spirit of the sport at that level. Those guys are all capable of riding without any assistance. So they're the best of the best. So they should be heads down and bum up and going for it. I don't think those tactics are very, very sportsmanlike or very good.
Yeah, look, I'd have to agree with you on that, and I don't think it's a good look for the sport either. A whole lot of people just waiting around in groups to get a tow from somebody. Like you say, people are capable of doing fast laps. I know that if you're fortunate enough to find yourself behind another fast rider, then you might do a faster lap, but for me, I think that's luck of the draw. You shouldn't do it by design. And we see the frustration boil over. In fact, this morning it possibly happened with Aleix Espargaro, where he was clearly furious with bikes trying to tag him, and shortly after he lost the front and crashed.
We've got to say, I didn't realise Jack Miller's only ever had one pole position in MotoGP, and he missed it by 0.03 of a second. So you can't get much closer than that.
No, it was a very strong qualifying from Jack, and it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in the race.
Not sure, talking racing, World Superbikes was also on the opening round of the 2022 season, and got to say, Jonathan Rea, 35 years of age, absolutely stonking ride. That was a fantastic win, and he rode the wheels off that ZX10, and clearly has a horsepower deficiency at Aragon against the Ducati with Bautista. But he just showed his true class, and that was a fantastic race if anyone saw it.
No, I didn't, and I've always been very impressed by Jonathan Rea. But interestingly, horsepower is not always what you need, and you see that with the Yamaha in MotoGP. Quartararo, has won a world championship, and at times he's up to 20 kilometres an hour down on straight line speed.
Yeah, at the Austin GP, 17 kilometres an hour slower than the Ducatis down that long straight, and so the strengths of the bike, as they say, he has to work the strengths, which is the corner speed and the corner entry. Unfortunately, it did catch him out in qualifying this morning. There was a bit of a bump that he caught, and down he went. So he lost his hot lap and ended up 6th on the grid. So definitely Ducati. The Ducatis worked really well there, first 5 positions, Chris. So
yeah, well, it sounds like every bike but the Ducati are having problems with front end feel and grip.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what's behind that? Who knows? But the Ducatis do appear to be in the best position there for looking after their front tyres. Anyway, back here at Baskerville, we have the next group out on track, being the Lights GP and Lights production class. Yes, that's right. Sorry, I do had to double check there for a moment. But certainly one of the race groups we look forward to, Rod. Hugely well subscribed, and it's a very competitive racing. In fact, last time here at Baskerville, we saw some outstanding racing at the front of the Lights GP class between Josh Vandervoort and Taron Ocean and Brett Simmons, who's out on track at the moment. Now, just see Chad Wiley going around there on his Ninja 400. Word from the pit this morning was that he may not actually be running that because he's carrying a cold today.
Okay.
And
that's not good.
Between that and the R6 that he's racing in the Supersport class, didn't know if he'd be up for riding both. But good to see him out there on the Ninja because he's very competitive in this field.
Yes, always a category we enjoy watching, the Lights. It's got a bit of a mixed bag of the GP bikes and the production bikes.
Top of the list at the moment, Brendan Mazecki, who is new to racing here at Baskerville. He'd like to take a snapshot of that, I think. Nothing like seeing your name at the top of the list.
No, fantastic.
a 1:30.37. So I think that will probably be topped fairly soon.
I dare say so. Just a signing lap there for sure. Won't be long, and we'll start seeing some competitive times tumbling down.
Yeah, indeed we do. Brody Curtis, he goes through with a 63.39, and he's got half a dozen riders behind him. I think that could be... Is that Ollie Skinner behind him? Is Ollie in both classes? Ollie was there in the junior class. Bit hard to tell from here.
Yes, I'm just having a quick look at what's going on down here. Chris, if we end up getting hot, it could be the someone's worked out how to touch the power board for the AC system down here.
Well, it is quite a warm day here.
It's going to be a warm day.
It's already quite mild. In fact, here in the commentary box, the sun coming in.
Okay, this is not working very well, Sarah. I'm just going to have a break, Chris, and sort out this air conditioning system.
Yeah, it's pretty warm. In fact, just checking the temperature. What are we? 23 degrees here. Sorry about for anyone who's living outside Tasmania. They probably think 23 is pretty cold, but 23 at this time of year for Hobart is pretty good. And with a bit of sun coming through the glass and no air conditioning, it's tough. Anyway, I'm not going to complain because the guys on track are doing it harder than I am. So back to times on track. Brett Simmons, no surprise, he's gone fastest. He's gone through at a 60.2. Now, Brett at round 1, I think, did a high 57, so there's going to be a lot more to come from Brett. He's about to cross the line again now. Doesn't actually go any faster, so he might have been held up in traffic there. Dane Griggs, first at the production bikes and second place outright. So he's gone through 62.59. Then we've got Larry Eaton, who's been very, very competitive of late on the KTM 350 XCF. Chad Wiley goes, he was in fourth, just goes through and elevates himself to third, so knocks Larry Eaton down a position. So Chad Wiley, quick slap for him so far, 62.61. So that cold of that he's carrying is obviously not hurting him too much. Now, Chloe Honeychurch was outstanding here in round 1 at Baskerville. She's currently 5th place outright, and that would be 4th place in lights production. 62.88, so right on the heels of Larry Eaton and only 0.2 off Chad Wiley. So great time there from Chloe. She really does ride that Ninja 400 well. Brody Curtis not far behind, 63.3. And Graham Cunningham, he's been racing here for a few years. Been a little less regular of late, but he's on the Aprilia RS250, 63.79. And then yes, we do have Ollie Skinner in the field. He's gone through 64.73. So Ollie, the pole man in junior class, currently running 8th outright in this class and 7th in the lights production. So Chloe Honeychurch, does she improve? No, she held up in traffic there, I think. That was a flat 65 last time through.
Just trying to check the time of Brett Simmons there, Chris.
Yeah, that's a 58.75. But the rider who's impressed at the moment, Chad Wiley. So he's gone up into P2 outright and head of the lights production. I did see him getting pretty loose through the sweeper, and he's gone through a 60.63. So
okay, fantastic.
Just coming through now again, the bike looking pretty squirrely. The drive through the sweeper. In fact, it looks a bit soft in the back end potentially, but he's certainly riding it hard.
Yeah, so, was a bit of movement there through the rear suspension.
I think it was rear suspension, yeah. But look, for taller riders, and Chad is a taller rider, just grabbing another gear through there can unsettle bikes, because you do have to change your change how you're putting the load through the foot pegs in the seat.
Yes, it can upset the bike as well. You know, that extra movement if you're not well set in your position through that corner, and it's a fast corner too, Chris. So, smoothness is the key to a fast lap time on any race bike. Sometimes, that movement of changing gear through there can upset the bike.
Yeah, it certainly does. I know. Well, you'd know as well, being a taller rider. In fact, sorry, there's Chad coming through right now doing exactly the same thing. Getting your foot under the gear lever or on top of the gear lever to pick up another gear through the sweeper, it can be difficult.
It certainly can be. No.
Chloe Honeychurch goes faster again, 62.5. Fantastic riding there from Chloe. She continues to impress.
Certainly does. Just ahead of Larry Eaton, who's always good to watch on that motard on the little KTM.
And has the time from Reece Tan as well. Reece is another rider that always impresses me.
So
Honda NSF 250, a 60.96. So he's second in Lights GP, third outright on track.
Just picking up Chad Wiley here, Chris, coming around the sweeper here, seeing what the bike's doing. There's definitely some movement there.
I think it is as he grabs another gear.
It looks like a pogo stick there through the sweeper.
It does, doesn't it? It's certainly not not as composed as it could be.
No, definitely not.
Now on the larger bikes, it is possible to change gearing around so you can carry the same gear all the way through there, but these little bikes wouldn't have the torque to carry a taller gear.
No, you'd have probably three gear changes at least on the smaller bikes.
Yeah,
just trying to remember, I have ridden a Ninja 300 around here. They are certainly a lot of fun. Not down the back straight's boring, obviously, because when you're used to riding a big bike, but they're a lot of fun in the corners, and there's a lot of gear changes.
I don't think that's taking anything off Chad's lap time, but you'd think there might be some adjustments they can make just to make the ride a bit more comfortable for him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what rear shock's in the bike and how it's set. It definitely appears to be either a too soft spring or a rebound issue there. She's definitely moving around a fair bit.
Yeah, they have Bill Newton in their corner. He's well versed in setting up race bikes, so I'm sure any feedback that Chad has will be heard and some spanners turned if that's required. Chloe Honeychurch is crossing the line again. She doesn't go any faster, but very close to her best. 62.79 last time through. So only a few seconds remaining. In fact, the starter, Danny Moss, pulls out the checkered flag as we speak. So unlikely anyone's going to top Brett Simmons today. 58.75.
No, there's a clear gap there through the rest of the field. Might just take Sarah a bit of a walk, Chris. She's getting a bit...
Yeah, well, certainly that concludes our qualifying. So racing up next, I'll have a break as well. Quick pit stop and
we'll back soon.
Get back for some racing. Okay, I was actually wrong in saying that was the last qualifying session. In fact, the last group are out right now. That's Golden Era over 500, Pre-Modern Superbike, Pre-Modern Supersport, and Formula 3. I'm also delighted to say we've got a change in commentary, not because I don't like Rod, I love Rod, but welcome to the commentary box for the first time, Damien Faulds.
Thanks for having me up here, Chris.
Great to have you here, mate. It'd be good to get your insight as an experienced racer yourself in the Superbike class. A lot of these guys out there haven't really graduated to Superbike yet. Where did you start your racing?
My first race was actually the 2 hour on my old Suzuki GSXR.
Is that right?
Yeah, back in maybe in 2015 with Errol, teamed up with Errol Hamilton.
On your old 6000?
Yeah,
so
old 05 GSXR 1000.
That's straight into the deep end then, isn't it?
Well, the reason I actually ended up doing that is because we felt like it was more of a track day being so long and just a bit of could work my way into it, and it wasn't so short and sharp like some of our sprint races because they tend to get quite aggressive real quick.
Yeah, they certainly do, and look, that's exactly what the 2 hour is there for, to allow riders to relax a little bit and to churn out some times that aren't necessarily going to be sprint race winning times, but in fact 2 hour winner yourself. So not only was it a good place to start, but it's
continued on. Yeah,
continued on.
It's an event that even at the end of it, as hard as it can be, it just keeps drawing you back in every year.
Yeah, look, it does that. It's I think it's a great event. People seem to enjoy it, and certainly a lot of our interstate visitors say the same thing. They love coming down here to Baskerville, and I think it's a great weekend. And not only is it a great race meeting, but they always talk about what a great club we have and great community. So that's always good to hear. But at the moment, look who's leading. Bob Sellers.
Bob with a 58.9.
That's on a 2004 Yamaha R1, so he's in the pre-modern open class. It's actually a pretty quick bike, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a lot of stick, especially down the straight and as it pulls out up the hill. And I believe Bob was just in the last Superbike session. Yeah,
he only did 2 laps, so
yeah, that's enough to get him warmed up.
Well, more than warmed up. I think 1 lap warms him up and 2 laps wears him out. But look, no, take nothing away from Bob. He's doing a great job. I'm not actually sure of Bob's age, but I think he's probably the oldest guy on track at the moment.
I think his times nearly match his age, to be honest.
So, look, credit to him.
And he's dropped again to a 58.5.
And it's pretty warm out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know Rod and I often talk about what it's like to ride 1,000 around here. For people who haven't, we always say how physical it is. You don't get much of a rest on them, do you?
No. Even people say, you get your rest down your back straight, when in reality the rest is probably between Calvin's and the hump and then the front wheel's up. If the wind's up, it's blowing you sideways and moving the bike around. And then your hard under brakes back down into the sweeper. So I think that's what brings us well with a lot of the mainland riders coming down. The track is so physical consistently. That's what's got a bit of an allure to it. Yeah,
that's right. And like when you say have a rest, it's not really a rest, is it? On 1,000, they're still trying to throw you off the back.
Yeah, there's no way of just relaxing completely. It's still, you've still got the grip on, you're still holding with your knees, and it's still just consistently trying to kick you off in some degrees.
So Bob Sellers is about to cross the line. Does he go faster?
Faster again, yeah. 58.4.
Wow.
And Joseph Brown down at 59.75. I'm not sure if he's done a sub 60 before or not.
I think he has. In fact, I know there's a bit of contest between himself and Sam Delaney.
Yes.
Because Joe Browning jumped on Sam's bike for 2 hours, I think, and went faster, which is not what you want. You never want your mate to go faster on your bike. Don Fenton as well, continuing to impress. He's really starting to come to terms with Baskerville.
And he's another one double stinting, just come off the Superbike class and onto his pre-modern bike.
Yeah, so he was 57s in Superbike class and done a flat minute here at the moment. Dale Madden, not bad for the SV650. I know Dale had a massive stack here through the sweeper at a ride day a little while back. Knocked himself around pretty badly, so he's bounced back very well from that.
And that can be hard to do at times, having an off and then coming back into it and trying to get back to where you were.
Absolutely. We were saying before that if you know what you did wrong, it's not as bad.
Yeah.
But when you don't understand why you fell off, it can be really hard to make that commitment that you need to put in a fast lap.
It gets real mentally, more of a mental challenge than a physical being challenge.
I know you had a pretty nasty accident here a few years ago where you broke your leg. How did you go first few laps back out after recovering from that?
Very hesitant up to the top of the hill where obviously the accident was. The nerves was probably the highest I've ever had being on any bike before. But yeah, I was lucky enough that Errol gave me his SP2 to come back on. So knowing it was a little less powerful and it was someone else's bike, so I wasn't going to go as hard as I could. But yeah, the first couple times around that corner, it was mentally hard to go up to that corner. I was lucky enough that we had young Chip up there taking photos, so it kind of took my mind away from the fact of what had happened. But I was pushing myself to come back out here because I knew the longer I don't get on the bike, the harder it's going to be for myself. So
it's funny, you get people say, oh, look, just go out and hold the throttle flat and it should be right. But they obviously don't know what racing's about because we're human beings and there is a part in your brain that says, I don't really want to leave here in an ambulance. And look, to get the best out of yourself, you're pushing hard. You're taking a few chances. And if there's any question in your mind that you might get hurt, it takes that little edge off you. That's where I said to Rod before that I just have so much respect for guys at the top level who are, they'll jump off a bike at 200 kilometres an hour, sprint back to the pits and jump on another one and go faster.
Yep.
How do you do that?
And even to the extent of like Marquez recently having his vision impaired again.
Yeah.
And all he wanted to do was get back to the next round and come out when a lot of people, just general public, would go, why would you want to risk essentially your eyesight? But
yeah, well, just go to show how hungry he is. It's not about money. It's not about status. He just loves racing. But back to qualifying here. Bob Sellers still holds out P1, 58.42. Not a bad qualifying session for Bob. Is he still on track or is he...
No, you can see him. He's just down there putting his tyre warmers back on. So that's... How many laps did he do? Yeah, 3 laps. There you go.
We've got 2 minutes 30 left. Don Fenton in P2 with a 58.5, so only just a tiny bit off. In fact, Don... Yeah, he's still on track, so there's still a chance for him to pick up pole position there in Pre-Modern Open. Quickest Formula 3 bike, no surprise. Brett Simmons, he's gone through a 59 flat. Joe Browning in the Pre-Modern Supersport, 59.1, and we were just saying how he's really progressing. I think he's another rider to watch. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised to see him jump onto
There you go. Now he's gone to a solid 59 flat and jumped himself up to 3rd overall.
Yep.
It's very impressive.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him get onto a more current 600 before long and get into the Supersport class because he's clearly a talented rider. Good to see James Avey and brother in there somewhere. No. I thought,
yep.
Yes,
yep,
Ben.
Just a couple down.
2 spots down. Both on their SV650s. We're saying this morning probably wouldn't get a much more enjoyable bike to ride around Baskerville than an SV650.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Great engine for a tight, twisty track.
And they are light, nimble, flickable.
We look at that one that Bob Sellers owns, and I don't know who has bragging rights over the fastest lap now. I think it's Chip, isn't it, out of the family?
I think Chip's still got the bragging rights on that bike.
At low 58, is it?
Potentially.
Something like that. But look, the point is, everyone who jumps on it says they love it. And I think that's, well, for me, certainly, if you don't love your motorsport or your bike racing, you won't keep doing it. And if anyone's finding they're not sure about how much they're loving racing, maybe you should get an SV650 because everyone who rides them seems to love them.
Well, I even purchased one for on the road just thinking it'll be a little bike, underpowered, no fun. And as soon as I got it home, and I actually went through Grass Tree Hill on it, and I even contemplated trying to bring it to the track.
At the speed limit, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well under the speed limit, being respectable. But no, I then contemplated bringing it to the track as well because they are just such a light little... They're relatively powerful for what they actually are, so... They're a good entry-level bike, but then also Bob's been lending that bike out to multiple riders to get their progression on through their corner speed, because that sort of bike you do need to hold your corner speed on, so then once they get back onto their larger bikes, it's definitely helping people improve from there.
It's actually why I asked you where you started racing, because I've never really been a big fan of people starting riding 1000cc bikes because I think they can often forget about corner speed and start to lean more on the throttle as they go to.
Definitely.
So you've done very well with it, but I think something like an SV650 does teach riders corner speed and not too worried about controlling horsepower.
Yeah, and that's also the same as I remember Chris McGrath was riding Errol Hamilton's old 1999 R6, and for the exact same purpose, because it was 91 horsepower I think that thing had at it. But it was all corner speed, entry speed, everything that you had to consistently build on to get the lap times out of it.
So Chris McGrath, I'd completely forgotten about him. Is he retired?
Semi-retired. He actually come to the track yesterday to pick up some parts because he's coming out of semi-retirement, I'd say you'd call, because he's looking at doing the ASBK round up at Simmons.
Yeah, right.
So I think he thinks throwing himself in the deep end will get his brain back to focusing on it.
Well, you carved him up last time out here, didn't you?
Yeah, and I'm still letting him know about it too. So, but
it looked like he did it pretty easily too, I thought.
Yeah, we did. And I think even Jezza was considerably faster than him as well. But to his credit, he did have his first decent-sized crash himself and his first broken bone, bit of time off with the child, so he was mentally backwards a little bit. But I reckon if he's the sort of bloke that once he starts focusing on solely that, I reckon he'll come to again.
Yeah, look, we know what he's capable of. He's one of the few riders in Tasmania who's actually posted a 53-second lap around Baskerville. It was short-lived.
He got there and then left. I think it just got there and done, one and done.
I think there's onboard footage of that lap, isn't there?
Yeah, and he'll keep showing you every time you raise him up that you beat him at one race. You go, oh, but look at this lap time.
Yeah, but you look at the lap after, and I think there's a lot of dirt on the.
Yeah, I think his fastest lap time, I think, when he was may have been a practice day. We all had a laugh because he's come around the start finish, looked down in his lap timer on his bike, and he's realised what lap time he did. By the time he looked up, he was actually cut straight through turn one and just threw it to the grass.
Yeah, well, look, as you say, he is a class rider. It would be great to see him back here riding to his potential. I always used to enjoy watching Chris go around. He's fun to have in the pits and part of our community, so it will be good to see him back. Should say, while I think of it as well, congratulations to you on taking up the B Grade Superbike Championship last year. It's no mean feat. I'm sure A Grade is knocking for you. So change your bike this year, going from the Kawasaki to a newer Suzuki GX1000. What's your early thoughts on that?
Definitely a different bike. The two bikes are definitely different in a lot of aspects. Early stages, I'm happy with the Suzuki at the moment. A few setups with the suspension and a couple of things just to get my head around and just work through, because I was lucky enough with the old Kawasaki that Kurt had spent many years setting that thing up, so I jumped on a setup bike.
Yeah.
So now also the other thing with the new Suzuki, I get to go through all that myself and find where I need it set up and continue on from there. So hopefully I'll be able to get my lap times back down to where they were relatively quick and by the next state round, which is the plan, because I've got essentially my competitions Jezza down there, and he's even stepped up a bit this year as well, up from the C to the B grade, and we're definitely pushing each other every lap, each race, be it here or even at Simmons. So hoping the bike can give me a little bit of an edge, because it's got some power through the mid range compared to what the Kawasaki did. Like Kawasaki is a perfect bike anyway, but the Suzuki just seems to have that nice mid-range off the corner power that you can just get that drive. So it's just getting used to kind of the different style of how the bikes are with the engines.
It's a critical part of what you want in a bike, particularly a powerful bike, to have that feel off the corner, because it's where 1000 will bite you very quickly if you don't have nice power delivery.
Yeah, well, that is one thing I've noticed, and the bike that I've just purchased has a real short, quick action throttle on it, which is soon to be getting changed, because I'm finding as soon as I breathe on the throttle, it's just wanting to arc up and light up and go. So it is making it a bit more of a handful. So in some ways, I've got to mellow it back a little bit to what I'm more common with, and then progress myself back through with it. So,
well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how you go with it. Do you need to head off, Dana?
Yeah, I better. Yeah. So
all right. Look, absolutely fantastic having you up here. Maybe
Nice.
if you're a bit bored in the pits during the day, you can come back up.
Yep.
But look, welcome up here anytime. Great getting your insight. Thanks,
Cheers for
Damo.
having me up here. See ya.
Bike's now on track for race 1. Formula Baskerville, golden era up to 500. Sean Patmore rejoins me in commentary. Welcome back, Sean.
Thanks, Chris.
You're doubling as commentator and steward today.
And everything else.
And everything else.
And I'll get coffees as well. So, what a fantastic day it is. Looks like we may get a little bit of weather later on in the day. But it's warm, it's sunny. Looks like everyone's having fun. We've got the first race out on track with our Canadian ring-in, ex-Tasmanian Mark Hemsley on a BMW 1100.
Yeah, super impressive to not have been here for a few years, not have done a race lap, and then come out and put it on pole. So
pretty impressed with the motor guzzi of Rick Frankham as well.
Me too.
That's so fast for a 1972 replica. It's actually a replica of Jack Finlay's bike.
Is that
He
so?
was telling me, yeah.
It's great to see it out there. In fact, we'll be eligible for Golden Era Open as well and probably be quite competitive.
I reckon. Oh, he's missed his spot. All the bikes are lining up now. There's last 2 bikes are just getting into place. Matt Allen's got the red flag out there. He's about to hand it over to Danny at the start line.
What a mix of bikes. This is going to be very interesting, Sean.
Yes. There's some CBR 250s and
There's everything.
everything.
But we're racing, and Mark Hemsley gets away probably best on the Beamer. The Guzzi, yeah, actually will pip Mark. Oh, I tell you what, Mark actually just goes across in front into turn 1, and will actually pick up the lead. So first time down through the S's, it is Mark Hemsley. Rick Franken in second on the Guzzi. Big group of riders coming through the S's at the moment. There's a lot of action out there, Sean.
Yes, there is. Some of the CBR 250s are right up there as well, which is surprising.
Yeah, they're in the part of the track that probably favours them. Come the back straight, it might sort a few of them out. But at the moment, Mark Hemsley on the Beamer is showing the field the way around.
Yes, we've got Roy Turner out there on a ER650 and Tom Turner, his son, out there on a CB180.
Of course, I'll hold that thought for a moment. As I come down the straight for the first time, I thought Mark Hemsley was going to be challenged coming over the hump, but he manages to outbrake Rick Franken. So a bit of experience showing there, perhaps. I don't know how much racing Rick has done. I think he may have done some racing on the mainland, Sean. Do you know?
No, I'm not sure, mate.
But he's certainly having a great time here. The Guzzi working beautifully for him.
Having ridden that bike that Mark's on at the moment, it has got the biggest set of brakes you've ever had on a motorcycle. Considering it weighs, I don't know, 250 kilos. That's probably an exaggeration, but it pulls up so well.
Yeah, look, it looks very composed and well balanced on track, and it could be the way Mark's riding it, but certainly from here, it looks very planted. So his lap times reflect that.
Yeah, it's got sort of a leading link front end in it. I'm not sure what the BMW guys call it, but it doesn't dive at all under brakes.
Certainly not having it his own way, though. He's got Rick Franken all over the back of him coming down the straight. In fact, I think the Guzzi's got a little bit of horsepower advantage, but maybe, as you say, those brakes on the Beamer are... Oh, look out, Rick Franken is in the dirt on the edge of the sweeper. Keep it upright. I think he's going to, and that's no mean feat. He said a lot of bikes fall over in that loose dirt. In fact, he's not out of trouble yet. He's just trying to cross. That's a...
sensational effort.
A sensational effort and a heart-stopping moment.
That's given Mark a fair old gap at the front there to the next bike.
Yeah, next bike is actually Roy Turner, who's having a great ride on that ER650 Kawasaki, and then back to Harley Phipps on the CBR 600. Good to see Harley having a good ride. He's had a pretty rough old start to the season with having a bike stolen.
Yes,
And
and Garth Newton's behind him on that very nicely prepared VFR 400.
yeah, always good to see Garth going round. We were saying before about how he's had troubles with his RGB 250. And I think just before you left earlier in the day, Sean was saying how two-strokes, finely tuned two-strokes can be a little bit temperamental at times.
Absolutely. They living on the edge of the precipice most of the time. They either run really, really, really well, and then that's about close to breaking if they're running really well.
Fly before they die.
That's it.
So, as you say, Mark Hemsley now with a comfortable lead, 2.7 seconds over Roy Turner. Then back to Harley Phipps, who's not that much further behind. Oh, yes, he is. He's about 4 seconds off Roy Turner. Then we're Garth Newton behind Harley. David Burden having his first race meeting here at Baskerville. 2006 GSR 600. He's lapping nicely, 66. Now, Formula Baskerville, Sean, it's been a class that our club has run for a long time. It's good entry level, not a championship round, so it's designed to take the pressure off riders and just be comfortable circulating and learning their craft.
Absolutely. It's over the years it's changed a bit. It used to be if I remember correctly, way back in the olden days, it used to be a 15-year rule, so a motorcycle had to be 15 years old to qualify, and in the late 90s, we changed the rule to basically include everybody with a minimum lap time. So if you went under 65 seconds, you got a 10-second penalty. So that opened it up to all sorts of motorbikes and made it more of an entry-level class where people could just bring whatever they had and race it, whether it was a 125 or 1,000. And as long as they didn't break out of that time, they were okay. And a couple of years ago, we changed the class rules again to make it fairer on people who are coming through. So if you win a round of the Formula Basket, then you're encouraged to move into another class that you can be competitive in as well, and that seems to be working quite well.
Yeah, look, that's right. I think it was important to make it a learning class and not a class that some riders would run around in just to pick up trophies at the expense of learners. And not to say that was the intent, but sometimes that would play out, and people actually started sandbagging the minimum time so they could stay in the class, and that's certainly was not the spirit of racing. So I think the change was a good one, and what we're seeing now is exactly what we said, where riders can go around they're mixed with riders of likability or speed, and as you said, once they win a race or they're showing enough speed, they're encouraged to move to the championship classes, of which there generally is a place for all bikes. So anyone wanting to start racing, that's the place to look, Formula Baskerville. There's no requirement on type of machine. Anything goes, as we see at the moment. We've got all sorts of bikes out there.
With 3 laps to go, Mark Hemsley on the BMW is extending his lead on Roy Turner. It's out to a bit over 7.5 seconds now.
Good battle there between Dave Burden and I think it must be Daniel Butterworth. Just going through turn 1 at the moment.
I think Eleanor Renton's closing up on them as well.
Yeah, just seeing the difference between a small bike and a big bike. The big bike getting the better of the little one down the straight, and then the little one gets back through the corners. But they're having a lot of fun. Something we've been talking about a fair bit today. The importance of having fun in your racing, and a class like this certainly is exactly that. People don't have to take it too seriously. Get out there, and it's just one step up from your from ride day.
That's it. A lot of people don't realise that, Chris, that you can get your ride day bike, not spend an awful lot of money on it, and come racing in Formula Baskerville and have an absolute ball.
Last lap brought out, so I don't think positions are likely to change too much at the moment. But you're right, Sean. I do hear too many people saying that they want to hang around in the advanced class of ride days because they don't feel they're fast enough. And Formula Baskerville doesn't have that requirement about being too fast.
In reality, if you look at most people from the intermediate class upwards at the ride days, I would say 90% of those people would be running in the middle of the pack at least, if not further forward on a race meeting.
Absolutely. And without a doubt, the best way to improve your riding is to start racing, not stay in a ride group like advanced.
Absolutely.
Checkered flag for Mark Hemsley. Delighted with that, as you should be. So second place, Roy Turner crosses the line now on the R650 with Harley Phipps right behind, actually. He was starting to close down, so good ride there from Harley. Now Garth Newton was the next bike over the line, but Rick Franken on the Guzzi, he's recovered well to pick up 5th place, and he's actually the 4th Formula Baskerville bike through. Garth Newton in P4 outright was the first of the golden era up to 500s. Daniel Butterworth gets the better of David Burden in the end. Eleanor Renton didn't manage to close the gap down. Tom Turner, what's Tom actually riding?
Tom's riding a bike of Dave Bell's.
Oh, that's Dave's bike, right.
It's Dave's bike. The 150 that Dave used to run expired yesterday. And so Dave did a quick run back to Launceston and picked up his other bike, which is actually a CBR 150 with some modifications, which makes it a CBR 180. So unfortunately, Tom couldn't ride that in the juniors because he's only allowed to ride up to 150s. So we had to move his entry over to Golden Era 500. He still did respectable times at 108s on.
Certainly did. Well, we know he's a very capable rider. In fact, the junior lap record holder here. Very happy Mark Hemsley making his way back. He's telling us yesterday that in Canada it's 5 hours drive to the nearest racetrack, which explains why he's not getting a lot of race laps in.
Yes. Although he did say yesterday he and his wife Michelle are actually moving when they get back to Canada, moving closer to a racetrack. And more further south so it's not so snowy.
Well, he's done very, very well there. I'm not sure if the decision was mutual or driven by Mark, was it?
I don't know.
All right, well, that concludes race 1. We've got our Tas Supersport 600s up next, which is one I'm definitely looking forward to because we have Jason Spencer and Mitch Hawksley separated by a tenth of a second pole position. Both very fast riders around Baskerville. In fact, Mitch of late, usually unbeaten, but the boss is on the grid, the lap record holder, Jason Spencer. So it's going to be great to see, as well as other improving riders such as Jesse Woods and experienced riders like Marcus Delaney and John O'Hughes that are always at the front. So there's a lot to look at. We're going to just have a very quick break, get a couple of things sorted here, and we'll be back with you in just a second.
Right, we've got the bikes coming out to the dummy grid now, and Danny is about to let them go out on track. We've got a good field with a few different brands represented.
Been one of the standout classes, I think, for a few years now, the 600s.
Yeah, a couple of years ago we struggled to get 600s on the grid, and we had lots of superbikes, and then for some reason superbikes quietened down, and we had lots of 600s, which was quite perplexing.
Hard to understand. It could be because the 600s were often grouped with the 1000s, and it took the limelight away from the 600 class, particularly the lead riders. Hard to say, but separating the classes, I know the Motorcycle City crew have put a lot of effort into pushing 600s. They've developed a few bikes that have been campaigned successfully. So Greg Davies there at Motorcycle Cities, I think he's been a part of it. But also, I think as people have tried them, they've realised what a great race bike they are. They're not as aggressive and hard to ride as a 1000. They lap almost as fast. And look, at the end of the day, if there's competitive racing in a class, it makes it fun.
Probably takes a little bit more finesse to ride one faster as well.
Quite possibly. First bike on to line up, Jesse Woods in P3. I'm just saying he's continuing to improve on the Yamaha R6.
Well prepared by Bob Sellers.
Very well prepared. Mitch Hawksley P2 and Jason Spencer P1. So this is going to be interesting. Lockie Curtis heads the second row, another improving rider. Very good to see what Lockie can do.
Got a bit of an issue here on the grid. Marcus Delaney's just pointed out something on the track that Matt Allen's just racing back to see what it is.
Yeah, don't want to hold them for too long. No. So hopefully Matt's going to be onto it pretty quickly. But if it can be cleared, then that's great.
Matt's jogging back now.
Yeah, riders are conscious of losing heat in their tyres. Bikes getting particularly warm as well, but at the same time, that was the racetrack to be safe. So a bit of a balancing act. Chad Wiley was pointing something out, but Matt Allen seems to be happy enough with it, Sean.
Yeah, I think so. He is heading back up to Danny the starter. Just a bit of a delay. I'm not sure what. Okay. Okay, Danny's sending him out for one more warm-up lap because they sat there for a bit too long. Oh, actually, he's sending him into the pits, I think.
Yeah, into the pits, I think. So I think that's a good call. They've been sitting there long enough. If tyres hadn't cooled off, it's enough to put doubt in the riders' minds.
Yep. I think they may have identified a little bit of oil on the exit of the sweeper there. I think I see Matt's heading for the broom.
Look, it could even be a bit of debris. I wonder if whether Rick Franken with the Guzzi, he came back on the track further up though, so maybe not. I'm just wondering if there's just a bit of debris on the track.
Yes.
Don't know, but look, it was pointed out, and I think the right decision's been made. It's not a nice place to come to grief, so if there's anything on the track that could cause a problem. Sean just going into his other job for the moment, which is steward. He needs to be involved in this, so he's just left commentary for a moment. So bikes are actually heading back onto the dummy grid, and Sean is right that Matt Allen is up there on the sweeper with a broom. So whether it be a bit of oil or just a bit of debris on the track, good thing it's being checked out. Because without a doubt, with where Matt's standing, you do not want to come to grief because the bikes are carrying a lot of speed through there. But on the dummy grid, so they'll need to be careful because the tyres are continuing to cool. So I think our starter, Matt Allen, has now inspected the track. Looks like he feels it's okay. So bikes have been waved back out, so that's great. Sean, you may be able to provide an update.
Yes, a little bit of gossip there. There was debris on the inside of the sweeper. I'm not sure where it came from, but a few of the riders pointed it out, and the clerk of course, Leah, did exactly the right thing and held them up until it was clear, and now they're being sent back out for their warm-up lap again.
Well, that's good, because I was just saying about how riders get a little concerned about tyres cooling off. They'll get that extra lap in just to build a little bit more heat back in the tyres. Very different the old days where pre-tyre warmers, people would go out there on cold tyres and have to race for the first few laps with very wooden, rubbery, well, not rubbery, hard wooden tyres that didn't really have a lot of feel. Wasn't a lot of fun, but then again, different to the compounds of today's tyres where they don't really work at all when they're cold. Tyres of yesteryear were more sports road tyres that would work. They just get better as they heat it up. But still, they were pretty easy to start with.
Yeah, one of the concerns some of the riders might have is they may not have enough fuel because they've done an extra 2 laps now.
Yeah, true. It is a lot of the competitive riders measure it down to the last half litre. But look, red flag is finally in, red light's on, so ready for start, and away. Mitch Hawksley gets the whole shot. So too Jesse Woods actually edges out Jason Spencer. So Jason's got a little bit of work to do. He's got 4 bikes in front of him, in fact. Jason settles into 5th place, but Mitch Hawksley, first bike away, already got a little bit of a gap on Jesse Woods. Now for Mitch Hawksley, he won't know where Jason Spencer is, so it'll be head down, turn the throttle as hard as he can for the first few laps to try and hold that P1.
Because he'll be expecting Jason to come past him, I think, at the end of the first lap.
He will. There will be adrenaline coursing through his veins at the moment. That feeling is quite euphoric, really, at the moment. He's absolutely determined, full of energy and, adrenaline, and he's just going to be putting everything into these opening laps to hold that P1. He knows he's got a chasing pack of 600s behind him, and there's no other feeling like it. Jesse Woods with Lockie Curtis right behind him, but at the moment, Mitch Hawksley heads the way. In fact, Jason Spencer really just coasting. I don't know what's up with Jace. He's just been overtaken, I think, by... I can't pick who that is. Could be David Bartels, actually. I'm not sure. But don't know what's up with Jace. He's certainly not riding to his ability. But back at the front, Mitch Hawksley getting out a sizable gap now over P2. It'll probably be a few laps before he dares look over his shoulder to see where his competitors are.
Lockie Curtis has closed right up on Jesse Woods.
Yeah, good battle between these two. Spinning up a little bit there for Lockie, but no issue. Just getting on the gas a little bit enthusiastically. Marcus Delaney right behind him, then Jono Hughes. David Bartels, and then we've got Josh Rees who's just overtaken Jason Spencer. So I really don't know what Jace is up to. Whether he's got some bike issues or no idea. We might find out during the break.
Yeah, Jason's rolling around at 59s. So it's a fair bit slower than what he's capable of.
Well, he's just taken Josh back. So whatever goes on, it appears that he's not just going to be content just rolling back through the field. But over the hump, the bikes come, and Jesse Wood still holds off Lockie Curtis from Marcus Delaney and Jono Hughes. Of course, Mitch Hawksley at the front. He's now got probably a 3 to 4 second gap over Jesse Woods. Jesse really riding beautifully. As I said, he's progressing quickly on this bike, as you would have expected. And starting to look more and more comfortable on it, Sean.
Yes, he is. He's getting quicker and quicker every time he gets on it, which is a good thing.
And a proven competitive bike, campaigned last year by Hamish Sellers, or Chip as everyone knows him by. He was often up there going head-to-head with Mitch Hawksley at the front of the field. So we know it's capable. And as you said, beautifully prepared by Bob Sellers. Bob must get quite sick of painting those fairings, though, particularly his own. I think he's got one of chips to paint now, isn't he?
I think so.
After Simmons Plains, there was a little off. But Mitch Hawksley crosses the line, still eking that gap out, 3.6 seconds. Jesse Wood still holding off Lockie Curtis, Marcus Delaney and Jono Hughes. Now, Jason Spencer is actually now onto the back of David Bartel. So he's improving. Last lap time through, 56.3. So that's more like it for Spence. But given he qualified 55.1, really don't know what happened there in the first few laps or what's happening now. He's capable of even riding faster than he is at the moment. Maybe Mitch Hawksley had to pay him off.
So, Mitch has extended his lead dramatically, I think, over Jesse and Lockie now.
Yeah, Mitch probably he was brave enough to have a look over his shoulder a few laps in and then thought, where is everyone? I actually had that feeling myself where you get the whole shot and you put your head down for a few laps, you look over your shoulder coming on the straight and you don't see anyone. You think, was there a red flag that I missed? It doesn't happen very often, but occasionally, because you don't get much of an opportunity to look over your shoulder, and a bike might only be 2 or 3 seconds behind you, but suddenly you feel like you're the only bike on circuit. Good time there from Jesse Woods, 56.79. 56.70 is fastest, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
Yes, definitely in a battle with Lockie as well, so he doesn't want to do anything silly and let him past. So
55.8, quickest lap from Mitch Hawksley. A little off his qualifying time, so he must know that he's got a nice safe margin there, just circulating, but still circulating in the 55s. He's not messing around. Status quo in the following group, though. I would have thought Jono Hughes and Marcus Delaney might be interested in having a go at the riders in front. 2 established campaigners in this class.
Last lap board's coming out. Here comes Mitch down the end of the back straight.
Yeah, not under threat at all now, Sean.
No. It looks like Jesse Woods has pulled away from Lockie Curtis as well.
Braking move from Jono Hughes under Marcus Delaney at the end of the back straight. Not much room between the two of them. In fact, he gets it done, I think. He does manage to dive underneath Marcus, so 1 lap left for Marcus to do something about it. Last lap through for Jason Spencer, 56.96. So still nothing like what he's capable of. No idea at all what's going on there.
No, he must have a bike issue.
Yes, it certainly would appear that way because we know what he's capable of. Sam Delaney just crossing the line. He's gone through 59.74 in P10. And John Allen, last bike on to round out the field. But checkered flag time is for Mitch Hawksley, who's coming through the chute right now. Pick up a very convincing win. Great ride there from Mitch. Jesse Woods manages to hold on for P2 from Lockie Curtis. Jono Hughes also manages to keep Marcus Delaney at bay. And then we've got David Bartels, who will hold off Jason Spencer. Josh Rees, nice ride there from Josh. And then good to see Chad Wiley graduating the 600 class. He puts in a good ride, and 58.5 is exactly where we said this morning. If he achieved that today, getting into the low to mid 58s, that would be a great day for Chad. So clearly he's already feeling more and more comfortable in the R6.
Yes, it's good to see the younger guys progressing out of the junior class. Wasn't that long ago Chad was in it.
Exactly right.
And now he's on a fairly quick 600 and doing exceptionally well. Unfortunately,
his dad Jason an omission today. Had a bit of an off at Simmons and ended in a nasty injury. But good to see Jason here and getting around with a smile on his face. So he'll be back before we know it. But great ride there from Mitch. And so too Jesse Woods. Very, very impressive. Missing Matt Long, of course, today, who's a regular 600cc competitor and always at the pointy end. Always good to see Matthew going around.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see both Matthew and Martin not entered for this weekend.
Family wedding on the mainland, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that it was necessarily something Martin was enthusiastic about, particularly when he could have been here riding his bike around Baskerville, but sometimes these things need to be done.
Yes. Yes. So that was a very good race, Chris. So we really enjoyed that. And we've got the juniors coming up next. Is that right? Yep.
The juniors are up next, yes. Yep. Slightly depleted field, but as I said in qualifying, the kids love getting out there. It's always good watching them go around. It'd be really good to see this class build because it's a great entry-level class. And as you were just alluding to, Sean, there have been some graduates come out of the junior class that have gone on to the bigger classes very competitively. We just saw Lockie Curtis and Chad Wiley.
Absolutely.
Going around very well in 600 class who came out of juniors.
And it's a good thing to get the kids into. You know, all the parents seem to enjoy their children having fun on motorcycles in a fairly safe environment. And it keeps them off the streets, which is even better.
It is good, and so far, I don't think we have too many parent arguments either.
No.
Unlike the soccer dad. It seems that our junior group all get on very well. They love the sport and they love the community.
Yes, and they all help each other out, which is really good.
So, just an update. Thank you to Stuart Bugg, who advises that Jason Spencer Superbike is still in Victoria. Boat issues getting them back, so that's why he's riding the 600.
Right.
So, thanks, Stuart. But can you tell me why Spence was off the pace in that last race?
He might have let Mitch have the good bike.
Well, I don't know. We'll see what Buggy can come up with. Certainly still very warm here at Baskerville.
Yes, we've got a bit of a cloud build up over the back in the northwest, so I'm just a bit concerned we might end up with a bit of rain. I'm sure that's concerning a few of the competitors.
Well, it is forecast for later in the day. We're just going to have to hope we get through our racing before it comes in. Guys and girls have had a lot of experience in the wet lately. We've had 2 years of quite wet weather, so they're not afraid of going out in the wet. The problem for bikes, of course, is they have to change wheels and tyres. So it's a lot of messing around.
Yes, it's good to see we've got Gus O'Halloran out there on the R15 in the junior class this year. He's moved up from his KO.
Yeah, that's I think that's Tom Turner's bike, or is that even Martin Long's bike that was lent to Tom? I don't know. These bikes do get traded around a little, but he's not on his KO. We love seeing him riding the KO because it's so small and
he looks full size.
He looks full size on it, but he is riding this R15 very well. I think the contest here today is going to be between our pole sitter, Ollie Skinner, and Isaac Simmons. Wouldn't get two more different bikes. A motocross / enduro style dirt bike versus a GP road racing machine.
Okay, Matt's coming off the start line. Red lights on, red lights off, and they're away.
So I think Isaac Simmons probably got the worst start there. It looks like Ollie Skinner will actually head the field in turn 1, yeah, from Gus O'Halloran. Isaac Simmons not far behind. In fact, he's right on Gus's back wheel now, and then a little way back to Eva Connell, who was starting off the second row. But Ollie Skinner away well, Sean. Actually got a few bike lengths lead already.
He has. I think maybe when they get onto the back straight, Isaac Simmons' little 80cc GP bike will start catching up the motocross bike.
Yeah, well, look, it outdragged the R15 with Gus O'Halloran on it up the hill. So, and we know that R15's no slouch, because if it is the bike that Tom was riding, we know that's the lap record holding bike around here.
Absolutely.
It goes to show that bike that Isaac Simmons is on is a rocket.
Yeah, so he did a fair bit of work on it yesterday to get it up to scratch, and I think that might have paid off.
I know with round 1, Brett was telling me that the cylinder porting in it, I think it's from a dirt bike, and it has a lot of mid-range and not much top end.
Yeah.
And Brett was a bit sceptical of what he was being told until he rode it. But with a dirt bike in front of him, that power delivery is not going to hurt too much. But at the moment, Ollie Skinner out to a comfortable, probably 2 to 3 second gap. So challenge is being set for Isaac Simmons to see what he can do about it. Only a reduced number of laps for the juniors, so he's only got 3 laps left to pull Ollie in. So this is going to be interesting.
So I know yesterday Isaac was complaining the gearing was too short, and he was getting passed by 400s down the back straight, which he didn't think was appropriate.
I would have thought that was fairly much to be expected. Or didn't he think being passed was appropriate? Was appropriate. I can relate to that.
Yep.
I remember years and years ago, somebody who did a lot of laps racing around here, Bob Young.
Yes.
Used to have a sign on the back of his bike, which in quite bold letters said "No passing." So he's offering instruction to following bikes, so back off.
The field's spreading out a little bit now. I think Ollie's actually pulling a gap on Isaac, who's pulling a bit of a gap on Gus as well. And Ava's still out there behind Gus. She got a sensational start on that one, Chris. That's the best start I think Ava's had at a race meeting I've seen this year at least.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult circulating around by herself there. It's hard to improve your lap times when you don't have anyone to chase. And we often see, particularly in our handicap races, that riders who have often riding at the rear without riders around them, suddenly at the front, they have a lot more motivation to push, and they often post their personal best lap times.
Yes, absolutely.
We saw something similar at the last 2-hour meeting where we had a handicap race, and we had both, I think, Jet Pryor win the junior handicap and Karen Webb win the other handicap race, both doing their best lap times. So I'm not sure if it was Karen's all-time best around here, but she said she didn't know where it came from, but she was delighted and scared that she was about to be caught and overtaken. But point being, it'd be nice to see Ava have some company. Usually Jet Pryor is thereabouts for her to be leading or chasing. But I think Jet's on a mission this weekend because his dad, I think, was positive to COVID, which is unfortunate.
Yes. Yes, so looking forward to getting their Racing with Seniors endorsement.
Checkered flag, though. While we're talking, Ollie Skinner takes a very convincing win from Isaac Simmons. So the margin there, 5.2 seconds. So
that was Gus standing up on the foot pegs, shaking the motorcycle. He's pretty happy as well, I think.
Yeah, become a bit of a hallmark for Gus. He likes the celebrations at the end of the race. Also pretty handy on the barbecue as well, we found out.
Absolutely, and he's lined up there again for this afternoon.
Is that
as well.
right?
Yep. He actually asked me yesterday why we weren't having a barbecue yesterday as well. He thought it would be a good idea.
Well, can't complain with that. Can't disagree with it.
No. So just a reminder for everyone, at the end of the day, we've got trophy presentations for the club championships, and there's also, as we said, a barbecue and refreshments. They'll be at the base of the tower.
Yeah, it's immediately after conclusion of racing. It's always a good opportunity for anyone who has come out to spectate to drop down, grab something to eat and drink, and also have a chat to any of the riders. So after a good day's racing, you'll find that most riders are very, very enthusiastic about telling you how the day went.
And never ever letting the truth get in the way of a good story.
No, but you do have to pick your rider. Pretty easy, really. The long face versus the smiling face. But yeah, look. Anyway, it's always a nice way to round out the day, and everyone's welcome to come along to be part of the presentation and barbecue.
Now, coming up next, we've got Tas Superbikes, which should be very entertaining.
Yeah, we always look forward to watching the big bikes out there. We go on about how aggressive they are and difficult they are to ride, and that's true. They are. They're spectacular. They wheel stand most of the way down the back straight. And as Damien Folds and I were discussing earlier, you've got to be very, very careful with how you get on the throttle, because they have so much power they will spin up quickly. Not to say the other bikes don't as well. In fact, sometimes, Sean, the more power gives you more control, because you can spin the wheel more easily.
And do a bit of steering with the back wheel.
If you're at that level. But it's also very easy to give it a little bit too much. And as most of you who are familiar with our commentary will know, I often talk about following these bikes around. You see big lines of black lines being left on the track. They do turn the tyre, and they do leave black rubber marks on the track, which is always pretty impressive to see.
Absolutely. So we've got the bikes starting to line up in pit lane. Jez is out there on the green Yamaha. Always looks a bit funny seeing a green Yamaha. We've got Wade Schrader there on next to him.
The white Yamaha?
Oh, the white Yamaha.
Yeah, that's the Yamaha one as well.
Yeah, they're very hard to pick sometimes.
Scott Honeychurch on the Kawasaki ZX10, and then we've got Don Fenton on the Honda CBR 1000, and Trevor Renton
on the KTM Super Duke. Is that a Super Duke?
It is, yes,
yeah.
It is indeed. Good thing about the 600 and the Superbike class is they now have grading for riders, so you don't have to be first bike over the finish line to be in the contest for awards or trophies. There is B and C grade grading, so there is a race within the race. The bike's just being waved out now for their combined warm-up and sighting lap. Of course, with tyre warmers these days, it's not as critical to get extra heat or any heat into the tyres. In fact, slower laps can actually cool the tyres off a little from when they come off the warmer. But it's important for riders just to get that one lap in, settle them down a little bit, allow them to focus on what's about to happen. Next time through is going to be at race pace. Just have a look at the track, make sure there's no rubbish lying around on it.
Yes, get their brakes warm as well. That's a very good thing to do. Did I see Bob Sellers go there? I didn't see.
No, he didn't go out. He might be focusing on his pre-modern open. In fact, I can see him standing down there, so I think that's what he's elected to do. Okay. given that he's the pole position man in that class, he's probably going to save his energy for that. Brand new tyre on the front of Wade Schrader's bike, I can see. See the sticker rolling around. Nothing like new tyres. They do just bite when you open the throttle. Scott Honeychurch, probably the man to beat. Capable of running in the 54s on that ZX10. Jeremy Huddleston in P2. He's been in the 5s, I believe, and Don Fenton probably the 6s, low 7. So I think Scott's the man to beat. Ready for start, and Jeremy Huddleston gets away the best. I think he will actually lead the field, will he? Yes, just from Scott Honeychurch. Daniel Briggs got a good start too from further back in the field, so he's back through into third place. Then Wade Schrader, then Don Fenton, and then Trevor Renton. But Jeremy Huddleston, it'll be interesting to see how long Jeremy can hold off Scott Honeychurch.
Yeah, Scott's a charger, so I think he'll have a go at Jez at the end of the back straight the first time round.
He certainly is, but Jeremy Huddleston is a very handy rider. We saw him in the Lights GP race, Lights feature race at the 2 hour a few years back, setting PB lap times for the whole 20 laps and beat some very notable riders, including, I think, Joel Kelso.
Yes.
But Scott Honeychurch still being held back in second place, all over the back wheel of Jeremy Huddleston, looking for a way up the inside into turn 1, and will actually sneak through there. So he does actually get through on Jeremy. Jeremy maybe considering to run up the inside and do 2, but no. So it is Scott Honeychurch that will pick up the lead. Good ride too from Wade Schrader, right on the back of Jeremy Huddleston. He was telling me this morning that his PB round here is a high 6, so he'd be delighted if he can better that today. Conditions are perfect for it, and he's in with a group of fast riders, so I think there's every chance. I did notice the fresh rubber on the front of Wade's bike. I don't know if he's got one on the rear, but like I was saying, they do make a difference. They just where a worn tyre can just start to spin up and slide a little, the fresh rubber will just bite. But Scott Honeychurch leads the field over the start-finish line. First flying lap, flat 7 from Scott, mid-7 from Jeremy Huddleston, and a 57.1 from Wade Schrader. Then we're back to Daniel Briggs at a 59.9, and a 59.9 also from Don Fenton. So the two of them having a great battle just as they come through the top of the S's at the moment. Daniel Briggs just in front of Don Fenton, but looks like a good battle there, Sean.
It does. Yeah, Daniel's been improving every race on that on the larger bikes. He also races a Moriwaki in the lights class as well. Does quite well on that also.
Scott Honeychurch not really getting away from Jeremy Huddleston too much yet. We know Scott's capable of dropping his lap times into the 4s potentially, so it'll be interesting to see what this next flying lap is. Just coming through the chute at the moment. I'll let you know as Scott Honeychurch crosses the line. Goes through 56.4 and a 56.2 from Jeremy Huddleston. So great lap time from Jezza. Certainly digging deep and using the toe from Scott Honeychurch to his effect. In fact, it looks like at the moment he's looking for a way through on Scott Honeychurch. So great riding there from Jezza. We did say that Jeremy's been in the 5s. So hopefully he's feeling quite comfortable at that, and he's going to make a contest of this. Another big wheel stand there from Trevor Renton over the start-finish line. But back at the front, Scott Honeychurch still just holding off Jeremy Huddleston. This will be interesting to see what the lap times do. So Scott Honeychurch last time was a 56.4, now a 55.7, and a 56.1 from Jeremy Huddleston, 57.2 from Wade Schrader. So maybe now Scott Honeychurch is starting to put the pressure on. But Jeremy Huddleston certainly hasn't lost touch, but there's probably half a second in it. And it's just looking like Scott Honeychurch may be starting to to pull away a fraction.
And Don Fenton's got ahead of Daniel Briggs now, and he's pulled a couple of seconds on him fairly quickly.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Interesting to see the lap times from Don Fenton. He seems to be gradually improving, particularly now he's past Briggsy. Scott Honeychurch about across the line, goes through at a 56.0 and a 56.0 for Jeremy Huddleston. So Jeremy Huddleston still in with a chance here. Needs to close down a tiny gap, but nothing to speak of. Great riding from both these guys. So Wade Schrader's certainly lost touch with them. He's in a bit of a lonely third place. Don Fenton last time through, 57.8. And Daniel Briggs' best time, 59.4. So, yeah, Don certainly, once he got past Briggsy, was able to put the hammer down. Now we've got lap traffic coming up. Trevor Renton about to cross the start-finish line. And Scott Honeychurch is coming up behind him. So it looks like Trevor's seen the blue flag, which is great. Stays out of the way because these guys are hard at it at the front. Gap's pretty much the same. 55.9 last time through for Scott Honeychurch, 56.1 for Jeremy Huddleston. So both doing those flat sixes.
Both Scott and Jeremy got through past Trevor quite easily. They weren't held up at all. So
no, it's good to see. It's always a worry when you have a hot battle at the front and there's lap traffic. It can be difficult to navigate, but fortunately the flag marshals did a great job there.
I think Scotty Honeychurch is just pulling a small gap here. Let's see when they come across the line.
Little by little, 56 flat, 56.3 from Jezza. I think it's only a tenth or two here or there, but it's enough to not necessarily broken Jeremy Huddleston, but certainly keep a nice little margin there. And Jeremy's not able to do enough about it. So a bit of a gap.
Last lap board's out, so unless anything underboards happens, I think Scott may be getting the trophy for this one.
Yeah, nice ride. You know, you might be a favourite on paper going into a race, but you need to execute that as well. And he has come under pressure from Jeremy Huddleston, so good to see.
He's also a veteran rider, Chris.
Well, I don't know that he would agree with you on that one. He's certainly aware of his age, but he says that should be no barrier. He just needs to talk himself into doing it, and he's done it very, very well, and absolutely rapt to see Scott Honeychurch take the victory.
Absolutely.
And so too Jeremy Huddleston. Top ride from him. Continues to improve in the Superbike class. Good to see Wade Schrader come through and pick up a third place.
Don Fenton just crossing the line.
Now, Don will be the first C-grade rider through. Scott is the only A-grade rider in the field. Both Jeremy Huddleston and Wade Schrader are both B-grade. So, concludes our first Superbike race of the day. Shortly up is going to be the Lights GP and Lights Production, which is always great to watch. But how about you and I have a quick break, Sean? We'll be back very, very soon.
No worries.
So bikes on the grid now for Lights GP, Lights Production. Still being held by starter Matt Allen with the red flag. Poleman Brett Simmons, not at all unaccustomed to starting out of P1. I expect he's going to be the man to beat in this race. The red flag is in and the light is on. Racing, Chad Wiley away beautifully on the Ninja 400, not surprisingly being the 4-stroke. They do drive well off the line, but Chad's also been riding very well, so he's away to an absolute flyer. Looks like Chloe Honeychurch there in second. Brett Simmons a little further back, typically not getting a great start on the 2-stroke GP bike. They don't drive as well off the line as the large capacity 4-strokes, but Chad Wiley off an absolute flyer. He's already got quite a few bike lengths lead as they go up over Suckers. Big field of bikes behind him. But Chloe Honeychurch doing a great job there in second place too. Maybe trying to take a leaf out of her dad's book, who just won the last race. But Chad tucked down hard under the fairing down the straight. Has probably a 4 or 5 bike length lead at the moment. Brett Simmons coming through from 6th or 7th up into 3rd, just taking multiple bikes under brakes. So Brett now in 3rd, going through round the outside of Chloe Honeychurch, up the inside into 1, so already Brett into 2nd place. Now he's got to chase down Chad Wiley in front. Running separate classes, of course. Chad in production, Brett in GP, so it's not a fair contest. But just goes to show that the production bikes do still get around here very, very well. So behind Chloe, Reece Tan, he also qualified well and got away to a good start. Brodie Curtis behind Reece, and then we've got Larry Eaton, Dane Griggs, Ollie Skinner, Mark de Jong, Graham Cunningham. But at the front, still Chad Wiley, just as he comes over the hump. Brett Simmons fairly quickly now, closing that down to about a 1 second gap. And I don't know that Chad's going to lead the field for another lap. He crosses the line now in the lead, but Brett's quickly closing in on him. So Chad Wiley's lap time 60.54, Brett's 58.77. And I know from the last race meeting here, Brett did a high 7 on that bike, so I think it's only a matter of time before he gets past Chad, as he should, given he's on a much more competitive bike, but also because we know what Brett's capable of as a rider around here. The outright circuit lap record holder on a Superbike. Just biding his time, waiting for the right moment now, not running to rush anything, and that shows Brett's experience as well, that there's no point creating a dangerous situation. And quite comfortably passes on the straight. So now it is Brett Simmons who will lead the field through the sweeper. This time through for Brett, 59.13. So a little slower, and that probably is because he actually sat on the back wheel of Chad for a little bit of that lap. So it's going to be interesting to see what the next lap brings from Brett. Brett's not the sort of rider who rolls off just because he's in the lead. In fact, he's quite the opposite. He likes to see what he can win by. So, as I say, it's going to be interesting to see what this next lap brings. But further back in the field, Chad Wiley now with a big gap over Reece Tan. Then back to Chloe Honeychurch, Larry Eaton. It's Dane Griggs, Brodie Curtis, Graham Cunningham, Mark de Jong, Ollie Skinner, Daniel Butterworth, Doug Watson, John Kranz, Brendan Mazecki and Wade McGrath. So bikes everywhere at the moment. Brett Simmons just coming off the end of the back straight at the moment, entering the sweeper. So it's going to be interesting to see what this lap time is. 59.22. It's actually not that fast. So whether he's only doing what he needs to do, which, as I said, I don't think that's true to Brett's way of racing. Maybe things aren't quite to his liking, and as we're saying with Sean this morning, the 2-strokes are notoriously finicky when they're getting to tuning to a knife edge. So maybe that bike's not quite right. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings. But Even so, he's still got a comfortable margin over Chad Wiley, and Chad's got a comfortable margin over Reece Tan. I was saying this morning in qualifying that Chad apparently has a cold, so he was of two minds as to whether or not he should go out on the Lights production bike, because he's also running in the 600 class. But I think it's a good thing he did, because he's showing what he's capable of. He's got a very nice margin now over the next bike back, the next production bike back, which is Chloe Honeychurch. So she's almost 6 seconds behind him. So great effort there from Chad, and a great effort too from Chloe Honeychurch, heading up some very experienced riders in both Lights GP and Lights production class. Good contest just coming through the S's at the moment. Larry Eaton from Brodie Curtis and Dane Griggs. Nothing at all between the three of them. And Larry on his KTM 350 EXF, motard style bike. He's campaigned that style of bike around here at Baskerville for a number of years now, and has had a lot of fun doing it. And it's competitive as well, which is absolutely great to see, that you don't necessarily need a modern road-based sports bike to be competitive. Oh, Brett Simmons going around the outside of, I don't know who that was, maybe Wade McGrath, is it? Can't quite pick it, but not a lot of room, just threaded the needle. Brett's last lap 59.1, so really not a lot faster. His quickest lap to date, 58.7, was on lap 5. So I don't know if he's going to go any faster than that. It'll be interesting to have a chat to him later and see how his day's going, and might be able to give you a bit of an insight. But like I said, even though there's not a lot of reason for Brett to go faster, it's not the way he's wired. He likes to get the best out of himself on every lap. It's certainly Chad Wiley doing it comfortably, heading up the Lights production class as well, so he's having a great ride. So Brett just about to cross the start-finish line now. A 60.07, so again just a little bit slower. Chad Wiley goes through a 61.3, and his best time for the race is 60.5, so he's backed it off a little as well, and can afford to, because he's had a bit of a lonely ride there in second place. Last lap board is out, so I can't see a lot of change at the front, but there's some great battles going on throughout the field. In fact, Reece Tan in third place. He's in the GP class. He's got Chloe Honeychurch right behind him, and Chloe's actually threatening. He looks to drive up the inside for the run up the hill, so this is going to be a very interesting lap to watch, given it is the last lap. Chloe's all over the back of Reece. I don't know what the straight line speed difference is down the back straight, but this one's going to be worth watching. We've got Brett Simmons coming through the chute at the moment, so no risk at all for Brett to take the win. He'll be happy about that. So too Chad Wiley riding by himself, but Reece Tan is managing to hold off Chloe Honeychurch at the moment. There's lap traffic. It's going to not help Chloe at all. No, she's got that at the wrong time, so no chance at all she's going to threaten Reece, but a great ride too from Reece Tan. So Brodie Curtis, Dane Griggs, Larry Eaton finished their race. Graham Cunningham, then back to Mark de Jong and Ollie Skinner. A bit of a lonely ride there for Ollie. And so too Doug Watson. A little bit of space between him and Daniel Butterworth. Then we've got Brendan Mazecki, seasoned campaigner John Kranz, and then back to Wade McGrath, who may not get to complete his last lap. So Sean Patmore just rejoining me in commentary. Sean in and out, as I've explained. He's trying to run steward duties, which involves he's the man in charge of the safe running of the event today. Sean, you've done a few laps up and down those stairs today.
I'm just taking a deep breath.
Yes.
It's all right.
I've been caught out with that one before. You do a run up the stairs and then you're not really ready to start talking with that gasping.
Well, that was a good race.
It was. Did you get to see any of it?
I saw bits of it from downstairs. Brett Simmons did exceptionally well on that 125 that he hasn't raced properly in anger properly for a fair few years.
So is that different to the one he ran in round one?
No, same motorcycle, but now it's actually running.
Well, he actually went faster at round one.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Ah.
Sorry to...
well, maybe my help wasn't that needed after all.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
No. That's actually an Australian Championship winning 125 in the hands of Brian Starring.
Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
2004 or 5, I can't remember what year it was.
Well, that's interesting.
It's a very trick piece of machinery.
Yeah, we know Brett did a high 7 at round 1 when he was battling with Taron Ocean and Josh Vanderputten. And I know that he felt there was more in himself in the bike, so I was expecting in that race to see him do as well or potentially better that, because I know that he doesn't need competitors around him to get the best out of himself. So I'm interested to know what's going on.
Yeah, it's very windy out there, Chris.
Is it?
Well. Oh, yeah. It's actually calmed down a bit right now, but when I was out there before, you couldn't keep a hat on your head. It was blowing that hard.
Oh, wow. Well, that's changed from this morning where it was so calm.
Yep. We're going to, after this next race, which is the Golden Arrow over 500 and pre-modern Superbike and Supersport and Formula 3, directly after that we're going to call lunch, do a quick lunch break, and then be back on track around about 12:30 to finish the day off.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because my stomach was saying it must be lunchtime. What is that time? 10 to 12. Well, There you go. I think that makes perfect sense.
Yep. We're only running a couple of minutes behind today, which is good. And we'll pick that up later this afternoon, I think.
I was about to say, I don't want to speak too soon, but great to see so far. There have been very few issues. In fact, I don't know if I've had one bike collection, have we?
No, not one.
Which is great.
Which is perfect. It's the way it should be.
And as I hope that's not the commentator's curse, because it's great to see people out there completing and enjoying their day, and it means we stay on time as well.
I'm just looking down here, Chris. I'm seeing 2 new potential future motorcycle racers walking down with Law.
I'd say 3.
3.
Because Law needs to start racing again as well.
Absolutely.
She's in total agreement. So there we go. We've got the new team of 3.
The little guys do look very cute with their earmuffs on and little shorts and little short wobbly legs. It's very funny.
Only a few years off juniors, so
yep.
You'll be right. So bikes filing out now onto the dummy grid for the start of race 1 for these guys. And as Sean said, it's Golden Era over 500, which are over 500cc bikes built up to the end of 97. Then Pre-Modern Open, which is bikes from the end of 2007 through to 2005. Sorry, 97 through to 2005. Too many numbers, Sean. And also the Pre-Modern Supersport bikes, which are the 600cc classes for that same age bracket. And then Formula 3 bikes in there as well, which usually run with the Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500. So they've ended up in this class today. As I said earlier, there are some really good bikes in that class, like the SV650, which are fantastic race bikes. They're reasonably economical to run. They're much easier on tyres and easier on the body, and they're a lot of fun.
Yep. And there's a big diversity in types of motorcycles out there. We've got 125 GP bikes with Brett Simmons, all the way through to Larry Eaton on, I think it's a 250 motocross bike.
Yeah, but what we see is they're all quite competitive.
They are.
That's what's great. You don't, as I keep saying, you don't need to go out and buy a modern, expensive sports bike to come out and have fun. Bob Sellers, the pole man, very impressive pole position from Bob this morning, only just edging out Don Fenton, I think it was. So it's going to be a great contest between the two of them. Am I mistaken? Bob's pulling up in P2. I thought he was pole.
Yes.
Oh, no, Brett Simmons. Completely, no, he's on P3. I think, well, no, the time he's got Don is P1. So I might have missed a late fast lap from Don Fenton. I thought Bob Sellers was on pole, but there you go. Got that one wrong. Even so, I think it's going to be a great battle between these two. They're both running similar lap times. Bob's a very experienced campaigner. Joe Browning's one to watch as well. P3. Red lights on.
Oh, big jump start from Shane O'Donovan.
Yeah, big issue there. But at the front, Don Fenton's away the best. He'll actually lead Bob Sellers, yes. Joe Browning sneaks through into third. There's a bit of a shuffle there. Back further, I think that might be Jim Abey, is it? On the SV650, got pushed into the dirt, but he's back on track. Brett Simmons looking to find his way through. Typically not getting a great start, but he'll find his pace in a moment. But now, unlike the Lights GP class, he's up with or against some larger capacity machines, so not as easy to pass bikes down the back straight. In fact, he might find he's getting past. But look at the front. Missed that. Bob Sellers has managed to get past Don Fenton, so certainly on between these two. And these will be the laps that Bob's at his best before a little bit of fatigue sets in. But at the moment, looking pretty comfortable there. So too Don Fenton right behind him. So I think there's going to be a good battle between the two of them. Joe Browning not far behind on the 600.
There's a good battle going on there between Brett Simmons and Shane O'Donovan as well. Shane wasn't going to give Brett any room.
No, look at Brett Simmons up there inside of Dale Madden into the top of the S's. So he's finding his way through now on that smaller capacity GP bike.
He will be enjoying himself. He doesn't get to battle with people that often. So,
no, that's right. It's nice to be leading a race, but you're absolutely right in saying that it's good to be challenged like that and have to pick your way through a field. And look, let's be honest as well, the pressure's off. He's out there just having a bit of fun. He'll always try and get the best out of himself, but I don't think he's going to take it that seriously.
No.
It's a nice way to go racing sometimes. But back at the front, Bob Sellers still holding off Don Fenton, so holding station there. There's only 0.7 of a second between them. They both go through at pretty much a flat 58. Joe Browning 59.4. And then Brett Simmons 58.6. So the Brett should get past Joe Browning, but might find it a little harder because he's up against a fairly recent 600, which should outdrag him on the straights. And there's not too much difference in their lap time.
Yeah, there's probably close to 20 kilometres an hour difference in the top speed by the time they get to the end of the back straight. But the 125 stops exceptionally well.
Well, they're about to come through Calvin's onto the back straight at the moment, so it will be interesting. Joe Browning has a little lead over Brett Simmons, and look at that, 600 pulls out a few more bike lengths, but under brakes, this is where it's going to tell, as you said, Sean. Brett Simmons closes up a lot under brakes. But at the front, Bob Sellers still holding off Don Fenton.
Yeah, that mid-corner speed of the 125s as well is way higher than what the 600s are. You can see
absolutely. So now the top of the S's is where Brett's got an opportunity to get through on Joe Browning. Maybe between... oh, no, there's no room. I thought he might try and get a pass on before the bottom of the hill. Looks to drive it up the inside, but the big 600 pulls away. So Brett will probably find it a little harder to get past that bike, as I said, but I'm sure he will somewhere. You're right about the jump start, Sean. Just saw the 10-second penalty come up for Oscar O'Donovan. I think Oscar knows full well.
Shane. That's not Oscar.
Oh, is it Shane?
That's Shane. So it was fully expected, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure he was cursing originally and probably smiling to himself now.
Look, Don's closed up on Bob, as you said. Bob's tired a little bit, I think.
Look, it is hard, and it's not that. It's still pretty warm out there, and you said it's the wind's up, but it's still pretty warm, and these guys are working hard. It might be pre-modern, not Superbike, but they are still 1000cc bikes, and they're doing good lap times. Yeah, both still doing flat 8s. And Joe Browning still holding off Brett Simmons.
Brett gets right beside him at the bottom of the hill, and then Joe Browning just opens the throttle and pulls a couple of bike lengths, just like that.
Yeah, Brett's got the opportunity to pass down into Calvin's, but it's probably not going to amount to much because he'll just be passed back. Yeah, Don Fenton just got him past Bob Sellers down the straight. I don't know where Brett's going to put a move on. It's going to have to be somewhere where he's got a few corners, needs a few corners to extend his lead before the straight. Don Fenton, though, does actually lead Bob Sellers through for the first time, so will Bob be able to respond? Looking for a run up the inside. No, there's no room there for Bob, but he's still all over the back wheel of Don Fenton, so a great race here at the front. Last time through, still flat 8s for both of them. Joe Browning 58.8, so nice time there from from Joe, still trying to hold off Brett Simmons. It makes you wonder if Brett's having a laugh to himself or he's a little frustrated at the moment. I'm sure once he gets past, he'll think, gee, that was fun. But he's going to have to think very hard as to where he gets this done, because the faster bike is going to retake him down the straight.
Yes.
In fact, I think Joe Browning's pulled out a little bit there. I'm not sure if Brett lost a bit of momentum through one corner. He might have lost Mr. Gear. Excuse me, Mr. Gear or something.
I hope it's not the quick shift I fixed for him.
Don Fenton maybe pulled out a little bit on Bob Sellers, but Bob's closed it straight back up again. They're at the top of the S's. That's Derek Singline, I think. They just have overtaken there through the S's. And now Joe Browning about to come up on the back of Derek. So Joe has pulled out there on Brett. I'm not sure what's happened. Brett's certainly dropped off a little. So looks like Don Fenton has just run off track, has he? Is that Don at the end of turn 1?
No, Don's down the back here.
Okay, got the wrong orange bike.
Yep.
It might be Michael Webb then. I think it is. No, you're right. Don Fenton is still holding off Bob Sellers as the last lap board comes out. So can Bob Sellers do anything about this? It's he's very strong into the top of 2. And I know that bike that Bob is on is quick, but Don Fenton's is not slow either.
Yes. Brett's caught back up a little bit to Joe.
Bob Sellers drags Don Fenton up the hill, and I think Bob Sellers refers to that as the Brett Simmons line. It seems to have worked for him.
Do you think he was foxing?
Well, I don't know. He certainly dug deep though, and he's retaken Don. And Don's going to have to find something because Bob's actually pulled out a couple of bike lengths. Now, if Don closes back up under brakes, but I don't know he's going to be close enough. It's going to take a fair effort. No, I don't think he is. Bob's got a nice run through the chute. It's going to be enough to hold on for first place, and that's a very, very well-deserved win there from Bob Sellers. Joe Browning will hold off Brett Simmons. Not running in the same class, of course, but that doesn't matter. They still like to beat the guy next to them. And then we've got Dale Madden, who will pick up 5th place. Nice ride there from Dale. And Shane O'Donovan, good ride, but obviously that 10-second penalty. And then we've got James Abbey and Ben Abbey. So bragging rights in Team Abbey go to James. Yeah, so that was Michael Webb who ran off between 1 and 2. No harm done, just got out in the grass a little.
Garth Newton just coming across the line.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a permanent change back to the VFR 400 for Garth.
I think it is.
It is?
I think. He's actually enjoying racing now. He was getting very despondent
Yeah.
Flying motorcycles up every time we got on them.
So Bob Sellers really deserves to be very happy with that ride. I think he will be. It's one thing to win a race, but to be overtaken and then pin that, or take that position back and claim victory. And Don Fenton's no slouch, so that was a very, very high class win there for Bob Sellers. It's good to see.
Absolutely. And not to harp on, but Bob's not a spring chicken either. And he's doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, so I maybe get sick of people harping on. But
well, he had a goal a couple of years ago of doing a 60-second lap before he turned 60. And look where he's going now. Comfortably doing 58s.
Well, that's right. I know it's still a little way off his PB, but look, you only need to do what you need to do to win, and he won it. So it was a good effort. So that must bring up lunch, does it, John?
It does. It brings us up to lunch.
Well, if that's the case, I might run to the shop.
Sounds like a plan.
Get something to eat. We'll be back here in half an hour for second set of races.
No worries.
So bike's back on track after our lunch break. Hopefully now we're going to have a nice clean run through to into racing this afternoon. But next group out at the moment being our Formula Baskerville Golden Era up to 500cc class. So some great racing in race 1. Mark Hemsley on the BMW 1100. First time back to Tassie for Mark in a couple of years. Certainly doesn't appear to have lost anything, so he's managed to claim the win from Don Fenton, but it was a pretty close contest, so it's going to be great to see what happens this time between the front two. Roy Turner wasn't far away either. He's just pulling up on the grid, bike number 81. And so too Harley Phipps put in a good ride. We were saying earlier that this Formula Basketball class, there's no limit at all on the style of bike. So you do get a big mix, and it can be really competitive. I think the other surprise here in race 1 was the Motor Guzzi of Rick Franken. He had a fantastic ride. He's all over the back of Mark Hemsley. In fact, that's who I was thinking of when I said Don Fenton. Don's not actually in this one. It was actually Rick, but managed to run off into the dirt through the sweeper and lost a bit of ground. So it's going to be great to see what happens in this one. So red flag is in. The light's on, ready for start and racing. Mark Hemsley gets away the best. Oh, I tell you what, terrible start on the Guzzi. Almost put it down. Wheel standard and came down, crossed up, and almost hit another bike. So that was very dangerous. But Mark Hemsley's the man. He's away to head the field down through turn 2 for the first time. It looks like Harley Phipps will pick up position 2 from Roy Turner. And I think that's Garth Newton, is it? Yes, it is, in the Golden Era up to 500. So he's on the VFR 400. Gets dragged off a little now by the CBR 600 of Harley Phipps. But it's certainly Mark Hemsley who's showing a clean set of heels at the moment. Down through Calvin's, run onto the back straight for the first time. Sean Patmore was saying earlier how good this bike is under brakes. For a bike that's it's not a dedicated sports bike, it certainly does look very composed around this track, and quite an easy bike to ride. And Mark's doing that very nicely. It's actually Harley Phipps now up into second place on the CBR 600, and he's got Roy Turner right behind him. Then it's Garth Newton, and then it's Rick Franken, who's recovered from that terrible start to be up into 5th position. So it's a shame he didn't get away with Mark Hemsley. I was looking forward to seeing if he was going to be able to contest the lead. So just behind Rick Franken is Eleanor Renton. Then we've got John Allen, Daniel Butterworth, David Burden, Tom Turner, Jason Brown, Jared Tassie and Hans Stadson all round out the field. We've got a bike run off at the bottom of the hill, not crashed, just run off into the dirt, and it looks like they're resuming again. Don't know who it is at the moment. They're back on track, so maybe just run a bit wide. But back to the front, Mark Hemsley now has Harley Phipps not far behind at all. In fact, I think Harley's closing him down. There's only a 0.8 of a second gap between the two. Another guest commentator, Sean Patmore, was attending to other duties, but welcome to commentary, Matt Allen.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's actually really nice to be back up here.
It's good to have you here. Seen some great racing here today. You've been out in the flag point.
Yeah, really enjoying actually this group, watching my old bike get round.
Which one's that?
Number 39.
Daniel Butterworth, is he riding that one?
Yeah.
38.
38, yes. Yep. MC 19.
Yeah, just saying it's great to see Mark Hemsley back out there. Certainly one of the long-standing volunteers and helpers of the Sports Riders Club. But look at the battle behind. Now we've got Harley Phipps, Roy Turner and John Allen in that mix. it's really starting to close up, and Rick Franken on the Guzzi starting to come through as well. So this is going to get very interesting, Matt.
Yeah, certainly Mark's not going to have that clean run he's had earlier from the previous 2 rounds. So,
what have we got? 5 laps left, and they're closing him down. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
He's got 2 CBR 600 Hondas, both late-ish model, behind him. So he's going to have his work cut out.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be pushing, but I'm not sure his best lap time on that bike is actually in the wet.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. It's amazing.
He's starting to put a little bit of a gap there down the hill.
Speaking of lap times, that's a 64.1 from Mark. I'm not sure what his qualifying time was. We don't have that information here, I don't think. No. But it doesn't really matter. The main thing is he's still in P1. And look at that. CBR 600 flies past the BMW 11 down the back straight. So that's Harley Phipps, I believe, has gone through to the lead.
Yeah, but Mark won't let him have a free run through the sweeper.
No, he's got another CBR 600 right behind him. It's rubbing shoulders almost through the sweeper. You're right, Matt. Mark Hemsley back into the lead. Look at this for a race.
Yeah. And
the Roy Turner up the inside. Is there going to be any room there? Yep, he backs out at the last minute. She's on for young and old. And then we've got Rick Franken on the Guzzi in P5. So it's nothing between the leading 5 riders.
Yeah, and certainly he's not leaving anything in the tank with that motor. Because I was watching him yesterday, and it's bucking and weaving on the ripple strip out of Calvin's.
Yeah, well, he's certainly enthusiastic. He's, I think he's missed his racing.
Well, you know, they do say it's never too late.
No, he's obviously got some experience, but having been out of it for a while, he's doing a great job. But look at this, back down the straight. He's probably going to get those 600s go past him again. Sure enough, there goes Harley Phipps. So Harley maybe, is that Harley or is that John Allen now? It's hard to tell because they're both red and white CBR 600s. I think it might be John Allen has picked up the lead, is it? We're about to find out. Yes, it is. So Harley Phipps has been relegated to 4th out of that battle. He led last time over the line. So now what can John Allen do? He's got the better of Mark Hemsley. He leads the field down through 2 from Roy Turner. Then it's Harley Phipps. Then it's Rick Franken on the Guzzi. Still anybody's race, Matt.
Yeah, she's although Mr. Allen's starting to pull a little bit of a lead out there in front. The gap's increasing. But Roy seems to be sniffing at the heels of Mark Hemsley there, coming down the hill. Yeah,
I think right on the back wheel of Mark Hemsley now, so this will be a bit of a drag. And look at that.
Out of the draft.
So that's the ER650 Kawasaki has just gone past the BMW down the back straight. So Mark really under pressure. In fact, you're right, John Allen is starting to pull out a bit of gap at the front.
Yeah, we'll see what Mark can do coming into turn 1. But that gap has increased in front.
Yeah, probably out to a bit over a second now. Yeah, 1.7 seconds. But I don't think Mark's going to give it away just yet. Maybe the lead's starting to look a bit out of touch.
Yeah. Certainly, the BMW should have the legs up the hill.
Yeah, I don't know. Certainly down the back straight, it had the Kawasaki go past it.
Yeah, the gap didn't close up the hill there, so it was definitely not the right call there.
So down through Calvin's onto the back straight. John Allen now out to what looks like probably a 2 second or more. A little bit over 2, I'd say. So he's still pulling away at the front. But Roy Turner now holds down P2. What can he do about John Allen in front and holding Mark Hemsley at bay?
Yeah, well, I think at the moment Roy's not going to make much inroads into catching up with first, but we're going to have a fine battle here for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, and 4th and 5th. We've got Rick Franken all over the back of Harley Phipps. The CBR 600 versus the Guzzi 800.
Mark Hemsley having a little bit of look around the outside through turn 2 into turn 3, but the gap too big.
So it's John Allen's race to lose. He's out to a bit over a 2 second gap. But as you said, Matt, 2nd and 3rd, Mark Hemsley and Roy Turner, with Roy leading Mark. A good battle here further back too. Who's in this group? Coming through the chute at the moment. It's I think it's Eleanor Renton.
Yeah.
But yeah, back at the front anyway. John Allen will actually pick up the win. Very nice win too. And it's Roy Turner from Mark Hemsley. And Harley Phipps will hold out Rick Franken. And then we're back to Garth Newton. Then we've got your old bike coming through, Daniel Butterworth.
Yeah, and I've got to take my hat off to him. My best time around here on that bike is a 64.2, and he's been doing mid-65s on his first race outing on it.
Good effort.
And he's carrying 20 kilos more than I was on it. So.
Got David Burden, who comes through in P8. Of course, this class is mixed up within these positions. And then it's Tom Turner on the little CB180 from Jared Tassie. And that other group I was referring to was actually Eleanor Renton, who will get the better of Jason Brown and Hans Dadson. Not a bad race there at all, Matt.
No, and certainly as a feeder class, these people coming through, certainly Harley Phipps would be expecting him sort of moving up into the 600 class.
Well, Harley is actually, it's probably in his third season by now, is he? He's a graduate from the junior class, and then he spent some time in lights production.
Yeah, so certainly it can be a big step up from the smaller bikes to the 600, and I certainly noticed a difference it made to my riding, stepping back from the 600s to the lighter bike. It made me a much better rider, not that that would have been too hard at that point in time. And certainly anyone that is starting their racing career on the bigger bike, it doesn't always have to be the bigger bike. The smaller bike will teach you a lot more about racecraft than what the larger bikes will.
Yeah, we had that conversation earlier this morning, actually, Matt, that sometimes the bigger bikes will teach you bad habits. And it wouldn't be the first time for a superbike rider to jump back onto a small bike to refocus them on corner speed.
Yeah, well, it certainly taught me to trust the tyres and leaning. My little stint on the small bike was worth the better part of 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all by that, because the big bikes are hard to get the best of, and I was saying earlier this morning that the horsepower of these bikes can easily take your focus away from just riding them for corner speed and nice deep braking. But heading out on track right now are our Supersport bikes, which are always something to look forward to. We saw Mitch Hawksley take a comfortable win in race 1. We're expecting to see our pole man, Jason Spencer, who usually runs in the Superbike class, probably take it up to Mitch, but for some reason he was running midfield, running 2 or 3 seconds off his times he's capable of, so not at all sure what happened there.
Yeah. And certainly from my point of view, great to see Mitch Hawksley back on a bike. Last time I saw him on a bike was your bike, in fact, Chris.
Well, that was off a bike.
Yes.
Well, he was back here at round 1 on his 600 that he won. But you're right. That was not what anyone wanted to see from Mitch at the 2 hour. Unfortunately, had an off up there at Calvin's, and bit of a shame. But look, that's racing, and main thing is that Mitch was largely all right after a little bit of a stay in hospital, but back to his best, and we saw that at race 1 today. So this will be interesting. He said after having been at Broadford recently, which is a very physical and demanding track, that this feels really comfortable around here. He feels a bit more relaxed, and he knows basketball well, and he really feels like he's riding well. So this will be interesting. Hopefully Jason Spencer's up to the task and up to the challenge. We also saw Jesse Woods on in P3 riding really well in race 1. But ready for a start now. The red flag's in, lights on, and racing. Mitch Hawksley gets away best. Jason Spencer, I think, will pick up P2. Jesse Wood's looking for a run up the inside of Spence, but no. Jesse Wood slots into third. I think that's Marcus Delaney there into fourth. John O'Hughes in the mix as well.
Yep, it's going to be tight through turn 2 and 3. They all get through successfully.
But it's Mitch Hawksley out in the lead. But this time, Jason Spencer, head down and right on Mitch's back wheel. So this is what we're looking for in race 1. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to come out on top in this race.
The front 2 seem to be pulling a bit of a gap on the rest of the field there. So head down to Calvin's, exit down the back straight over the hump.
So everyone talks about the speed of Jason Spencer's bike. Well, there you go. It's no faster at all than Mitch Hawksley's. So this is going to be interesting. Now, Mitch did say in race 1 he only looked over his shoulder after the second lap. So at the moment he may not know if anyone's behind him. He's just head down, riding as hard as he can at the moment.
Yeah, certainly the screaming inline 4 600s can be a bit hard to hear the bikes behind you if you're not paying attention and just concentrating on what you're doing.
No, that's right. I'll tell you what, at the moment, Mitch doing a great job there in front. He actually put a tiny gap on Jason Spencer driving up the hill. So Mitch is really in good form at the moment, riding the CBR 600 around Baskerville. Of course, the man behind him is the 600cc lap record, outright lap record holder here. So if Mitch holds him off, it's going to be a great effort. Having said which, Jason Spencer has been riding Superbike, so he's not as in touch with the 600. Looking for a run around the outside of Mitch Hawksley now. Run up the inside into 1. No, there's not enough room, but certainly on now for the race lead.
And nice little battle there between John O'Hughes and Lockie Curtis there in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, good job too from Jesse Wood, still holding down a comfortable 3rd position. Quickest lap, 56.25. So Jesse certainly come to terms with that Yamaha R6.
Yeah, and Marcus Delaney further back in the field than I think we're used to seeing. He said he's a little bit off pace today, but...
Back to the lead, Matt, down the back straight, over the hump. Mitch Hawksley's still just holding off Jason Spencer, so Jason's going to have a good hard think about where he's going to put a move on, but he's certainly capable of it. He's had plenty of hard battles around here with other riders. He'll be sizing Mitch up and looking for an opportunity, and it looks to me at this stage like Mitch Hawksley's holding up Jason Spencer, so expect to see a move potentially coming in the next lap or 2.
Yeah, certainly there's just a couple of tenths in it between Mitch and Jason Spencer through the sweeper. You see them close up on the entry, and there's nothing in it on the exit.
What's interesting there, Matt, is that you're right. I think Jason does look quicker through the chute and into 1, but Mitch actually gaps Jason a little bit down through 2, 3 and 4. So it looks like they have different areas of the track where they're both strong and weak, which makes this battle absolutely fascinating. But still, Mitch Hawksley heads Jason Spencer under brakes at the end of the straight. Now, this is where we're saying Spencer's fast. He's and there he goes. He certainly does close up over the start-finish line.
Certainly a bigger gap there than the previous lap. But yeah, and where you mentioned the word weaknesses, I think that's relative.
That's relative, absolutely. Now, Marcus Delaney got David Bartels all over the back of him, and then that is Josh Rees right on the back of David Bartels as well. So great battle there between the 3 of them, just going down through the S's as we speak. And as you say, Lockie Curtis and John O'Hughes having a great battle for, what are they, in 4th and 5th. It's really hard to take your eyes away from this battle at the front, though.
Yeah, that gap's opened up, though, now, which seems to have settled in.
Quickest lap, flat 55 so far, so it's still off the lap record. But as I say, Jason Spencer has not been riding 600s regularly, so don't think that he's holding back. I think Spencer's putting everything into this. It's just that the guy in front of him is up to the challenge at the moment.
Yeah, John Hughes sniffing at Lockie Curtis's heels
Oh,
here.
very wide there from Mitch Hawksley. Precious maybe starting to tell. He would probably be able to hear Jason Spencer behind him. Sorry, mate, I cut you off there.
No, you're right. Certainly the front of the field, that gap has closed up a little bit.
Look, I still think Jason's probably thinking about an overtaking opportunity. I don't think he's being left behind by any stretch of the imagination, but I just don't think it's going to be that easy for him. In fact, here we go. Mitch just looks over his shoulder as Jason Spencer's right on his back wheel looking for a slipstream. And still not enough room under brakes.
But they will close up through this sweeper.
Well, Spence certainly does look strong through here. Whether or not it's close enough to put a move on the last lap, I doubt it. I think it's going to have to be a move into turn one, but I know that Mitch Hawks is very strong through there.
Further back, John O'Hughes having another sniff at Lockie Curtis. A little bit of a look up the inside, but not quite enough room.
No, it's a pretty brave move in there. The track can close up on you very quickly into one. So if you're going to put a move on, it needs to be a confident one.
Yeah. Further back, David Bartels has got the better of Marcus Delaney.
Yes, and Josh Ree's still right on the heels of those two. Back to our leaders, coming down the back straight, about to come over the hump. And Jason Spencer pulls right alongside Mitch Hawksley. Is he going to be enough for a lunge under brakes? No, Mitch deep under brakes. It's going to have to be a big, big move. Jason Spencer, in the part of the track where he's strongest and looking for a run around the outside, potentially this lap, past Mitch Hawksley, to run up the inside. It's going to be a brave move if he does it. Last lap borders out. So this is... it's time for Jason to do something if he can do it.
I think really he's going to be left with trying to get him through the sweep at the end.
Yeah, look where they are at the moment, down around the bottom of the S's. Mitch is strong there. He actually gaps Jason a little. So it's a big ask from here for Jason Spencer to come back. Or at least come back and put a move on. Running down to Calvin's at the moment. Battle still continue further back in the field, but got to look at these leaders coming down over the hump.
And last lunges under brakes into the sweeper will be...
I don't think... Well, he certainly can't do it under brakes. The question is, can he do it through the sweeper? He's looking for a run around the outside. He's got a good drive.
Is he going to run out of track?
That's certainly the place to do it, but it's not close enough. Absolutely fantastic ride there from both riders, but Mitch Hawksley just edges out Jason Spencer.
Just over a bike length there.
55.0, the quickest lap. Great ride from Jesse Woods, picking up a P3 there with a 56.25.
John O'Hughes not quite quick enough to get Lockie Curtis across the finish line.
And it's Marcus Loney from David Bartels and Josh Rees. A great battle between the three of them. And we're back to Sam Delaney. He's just crossing the hump at the moment. Sam really struggling with a bit of fatigue here today. Had a very demanding work week. He's struggling for upper body strength at the moment, so he said he's going to circulate and see how it goes, but he's finding it pretty hard. Wow, another great 600cc race there, Matt.
Yes, and looking forward to the rest of the season. Hopefully we can increase the numbers of the 600 field. But they're not cheap bikes to run.
Well, certainly a lot cheaper than the Superbikes. And it's a very competitive class, so really always entertaining to watch. And these guys put on a great show for us.
Yeah, and certainly pretty much everyone in this class at the moment investing a bit of money in their bikes. They're not bog standard off the showroom floor bikes, but neither are they blueprinted and anything crazy thrown at them. But
yeah, look, I think what's important is that they're not highly modified. They're largely stock engines with some good bits and a good setup.
Yeah, some valuable bolt-ons, some upgrades to the suspension from the stock equipment. But yeah, certainly the level of equipment is not beyond putting someone out on a stock bike from having a competitive run.
Not at all. No, it's still a very affordable way to get into some very high quality racing. 600s are reasonably available, and as we say, with a basic setup, they can be ridden to be mixing it up with these guys we just saw on track.
Just looking forward to into the future, Chris. With the demise, I don't like saying it, the reduction in the inline 4 600s, they've sort of dropped off from the marketplace. Are we expecting to see changes over the next couple of years then to the Superbike or Supersports class?
Well, look, I don't really have an answer to that. I was part of a conversation this morning. They're talking about ASPK rules. 600 is going to be extended to include other bikes. Where that ends up from a manufacturer's point of view, I don't know. And at world level, I don't know where the manufacturing is heading. But I mean, look, Moto 2 has ended up with running Triumph engines. Who knows from a production point of view where 600s will end up. From a personal point of view, I'd be very, very sad to see the end of them, because I think they've produced some extremely high quality racing and high quality riders over many years.
Yeah, and I certainly have a soft spot for the 600, as much as unloved my R6 is in the garage. Yes, I'm rather attached to that bike, and it has certainly brought me into the racing world, so it's not something I'd like to see disappear.
And look, to think that you need a superbike to go fast, the quickest lap of the day came from the two guys at the front you just saw doing flat 55, so lapping quicker than the superbikes today. So it goes to show how capable they are, particularly at a circuit like Baskerville. So Tassie Junior's on track at the moment.
Certainly an eclectic mix of bikes lining up here on the grid.
Absolutely. You wouldn't get... there's only two that are similar. There's two R15s, but then we have the RS85, which is a GP-based bike of Isaac Simmons, and then you've got... I'm assuming that's a motocross-based KTM that Ollie Skinner's riding.
Yeah, no information coming up here on the screen, and...
Isaac Simmons already in the racer's crouch with the red flag still out. He's you're going to see him fired up, ready to go, and he will need a good start as well to keep with Ollie Skinner. Red flag is in, red light's on, racing, and it is Ollie Skinner who gets away best. And actually, Gus O'Halloran on the Yamaha R15, I think, is going to edge out Isaac Simmons. No, Isaac does round up Gus into turn one, so I think Isaac's got the start he wanted. He's close enough to Ollie Skinner this time to maybe make a contest of it.
Yeah, well, I was down in the pits earlier on and just spreading salacious gossip there. There was rumours of perhaps Gus moving onto Isaac's bike next year, possibly, and Isaac moving on to another bike. But we'll see how the year pans out.
So it's contract time already, is it?
The contracts are being signed. The pens are hot.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit early in the season for that, but maybe not.
No, I mean, Angus has just moved up from the KO. The bike was becoming physically too small for him, and
well, hopefully somebody else can jump onto that, because it's great to see it going around. But I guess back on track, what we're seeing is Isaac Simmons is now close enough to Ollie Skinner to make a contest of this. So I think the best man's going to win here. It hasn't come down to the start. It's come down to who's the quicker man on track.
Yeah, so Isaac might have the slightly better aerodynamic package, but certainly the KTM's not a slow bike either.
No, and as we see with Larry Eaton in the lights production class, the fact that it's a dirt-based machine is certainly does not appear to hold them back. They're still very competitive. So at the moment, I'd be guessing that gap might have actually pulled out a little bit.
Yeah, I believe it has there.
So last time through, they're only 0.4 of a second between them. I'd be guessing it's a little bit over a second at the moment. Mind you, Isaac does seem to have the speed down the straight, but this time, no, there's trouble with the RS85. I think he's put his hand up.
Yeah, he has. Got a mechanical.
Well, that might be enough for Isaac to look for a change in contract. Had enough of the factory Simmons RS85.
Oh, he's pulling in. Eric's there ready for advice.
It certainly made life easy for Ollie Skinner at the front. I don't think anyone's going to be putting pressure on Ollie other than Ollie now. Ava Connell in third, just running down through the S's. She's having a bit of a lonely ride.
It can be, but Ava's also coming along as a developing rider.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. And I think that's just sticking at it, like anything in life. You know, if you're prepared to get in and have a go, the results will come.
Yeah, and certainly she'll be like the others in the junior class, learning that racecraft that will hold them steady as they get older and are able to ride the larger machinery.
Okay, last lap board out, so Ollie Skinner just starting his last lap.
You know, Ollie Skinner might be lining up a contract with Larry Eaton.
Oh, maybe. In fact, Larry's seat might be under pressure.
Well, at least the second rider.
Potentially, yeah. Gus O'Halloran still holding down a comfortable second place. Just at the bottom of the hill at the moment, and Ava Connell just crossing the line to start her last lap.
And they don't seem to be able to get the Simmons vehicle going again. I think Isaac was keen to get out and maintain some points, but
yeah, but Dad Brett's on the scene, so this might shed some light on the issue.
Quick change in rider, no one will notice.
Yeah, I don't know if Brett would fit into Isaac's leathers. That's a problem.
Yep, and they have got the bike started again, and Isaac's going to finish in the points.
But the race has actually concluded, so unfortunately, just a little bit too late for Isaac. But Ollie Skinner will actually pick up the win from Gus O'Halloran.
Gus seems happy with his ride there. Little dance across the line.
Doing the big celebration.
Ava Connell coming down the back straight, heading into the sweeper.
Coming around to got the checkered flag for third place for Ava Connell. It'll be interesting to see if they can sort out that bike of Isaac's. It'd be great to see him get onto the back of Ollie later in the day.
Yeah, well, certainly lap 2 there, though, there was a diminishing gap there for a while, and it was good to see.
Yeah, we know he's capable of it, so what's going on with the bike, we don't know, but it looks like there is a bit of a problem for him. Anyway, we'll find out come race 3. But the main thing for you and I, Matt, is that the Superbikes are up next, which is always something to look forward to.
Yes, certainly the power that's available there with the Superbikes makes a big difference. And then controlling it, the wrist becomes very important.
That's for sure. And we saw a great demonstration of that by Scott Honeychurch in the last race, who managed to hold out Jeremy Huddleston over the 8 laps. Pick up a very nice win. So it was a very, very good ride from both riders, but Scott Honeychurch is probably the man with the most experience, particularly riding 1000cc bikes, and he's the only A-grader in the field, so that ultimately did show out, but I think Jeremy Huddleston also put in a fantastic effort to stay right on the back wheel of Scott the entire race, and the lap times were pretty good, so interesting to see if the same thing happens in this race. I think Jeremy's probably going out there pretty determined to make sure he can stick with Scott.
Yeah, and Jeremy's certainly may not be in the same grade as Scott, but he's certainly not a slow rider, and seems to give it his all every race.
Yeah, without a doubt. I was saying before that he won the lights feature race at the Baskerville 2 Hour a few years back, and got the better of some very, very well-established national riders. It just goes to show the quality of Jeremy Huddleston. So as he becomes more familiar with this Yamaha R1, we expect to see more of him. But beyond that, you wouldn't meet a nice guy in the paddock. He's always only too ready to stop and have a chat and offer help where he can. He really is a great asset to our community.
Yeah, actually, something I was going to bring up at the 600s started out on grid a little bit earlier was my finger's been off the pulse a little bit, but this year we seem to have had a lot more of our riders travelling to the mainland to race. Well, certainly this has come to my attention anyway.
Yeah, well, look, we have had a few go over in the past, but I think last race meet we had about 7 Tassie riders over there, which is great. It'd be especially nice if we had it reciprocated. We saw a few of our counterparts in Victoria come down and enjoy some Tassie racing, but I'm sure that's been discussed and that's possible. So that'd be great because I think they'd thoroughly enjoy racing down here.
Yes, well, certainly the COVID situation hasn't helped things last couple of years, but those restrictions have eased somewhat, and yeah, there's a lot more opportunity for the mainlanders to come down. Not forgetting that the Superbike's coming to Simmons Plains later in the year.
Yes, that's right. Certainly something to look forward to. So Wade Schrader's the man who will lead the field round on their sighting lap from Jeremy Huddleston, Don Fenton, Daniel Briggs, Trevor Renton, and Scott Honeychurch was the last man to leave dummy grid. Maybe wanting to arrive with the most heat in his tyres. That's often what some riders do. They want to be last out to get a bit of speed up and spend the least amount of time on the dummy grid. But also saw that he was chatting with somebody before he went out. So not sure of the actual reason, but he's out on track now and quickly caught up and passed.
And certainly both Jezza and Mr. Briggs, Daniel Briggs, riding both large and small capacity bikes. A bit of a change between the two. Not today, I mean, but
yes,
usually they're both riding in the lights.
I was saying before, Daniel Briggs, you don't know what he's going to rock up with. He does like changing them around, but anyway, Trevor Renton's the last man to grid up. Scott Honeychurch on pole position. The red flag's coming in. Red lights on, ready for start and racing. I think Jeremy Huddleston might actually get the run in turn 1. It looks like he will. I think Scott Honeychurch just edges out Jeremy Huddleston from Don Fenton, from Daniel Briggs, from Wade Schrader and Trevor Renton. So it's a bit of a replay of race 1. Jeremy Huddleston right on the back wheel of Scott Honeychurch. So it's going to be interesting to see if Jezza can stick with him. Don Fenton got away to a flyer as well. He's right on the back wheel of Jeremy Huddleston. And that's Briggsy from Wade Schrader. So down through Calvin's first time to open up these big leader bikes. And as you'd expect, wheel standing over the hump. Scott Honeychurch leads the way from Jeremy Huddleston. Still Don Fenton in third. Daniel Briggs just holding out Wade Schrader. Wade looking for a way through on Briggsy.
Yeah, I can't see Briggsy holding Wade back for too long, but yeah.
In fact, Wade Schrader looking to go up the inside of Daniel Briggs now into 1 and gets that done nice and cleanly. Briggsy going to go back down the inside. He's looking for it, but hasn't got the speed. So you're right, Matt. Wade's got that done quite nicely.
Back at the front, Jeremy seems to have closed up on the back of Scott.
Yeah, as I say, a bit of a replay of race 1 where Jeremy did manage to hold on to the back wheel of Scott, but just as the race wore on, Scott's times were just a fraction quicker and managed to pull out, well, it was probably a second or so at the flag. At the moment, there's only about 0.3 of a second between them. It's interesting to see this first flying lap.
Yeah, certainly watching Scott coming over after the hump there, still front wheel launching into the air under it with acceleration.
So first flying lap through is a 56.66, absolutely identical times. You very rarely see that, 56.66 from both the lead riders. No surprise, of course, because they're both lapping together, but usually there's at least a thousandth of a second between them, or hundredth, I should say.
Interesting to see whether we see that gap pull away a little bit up the hill, but very marginal.
Still a little bit off what they were doing in race one, so that probably would help Jeremy in sticking with Scott Honeychurch. So question is Scott going to start to dial it up? Of course, you comment about wheeling over the hump. Both these bikes should have anti-wheelie, which does help keep the front wheel down. But without that, you hold a 1000cc bike open over that hump and, yeah, big wheel stands. So Scott Honeychurch still holding off Jeremy Huddleston, 56.8 last time through for Scott and 56.6 for Jeremy. So still nothing at all between them, but still a little bit slower than what they were doing in race one.
Yeah. Jeremy continuing to run a slightly wider line through turn 2 into turn 3 than Scott.
Didn't look like there's a lot of difference in straight line speed between the two bikes. So if Jeremy was to have a go, I don't know it's going to be that easy for him under brakes. I'm just going to have to keep a close eye and see if there is an opportunity open up for him. He certainly did lap faster in race one. I just wonder if, I don't know if Scott Honeychurch has a small issue or he's just controlling the race, but it looks to me like Jeremy Huddleston may have a little extra speed at the moment.
Yeah, certainly at the back end of the track there and into turn 1. But the gap has opened fractionally into turn 1 there. But as we head up into turn 2, that gap closes up again.
Interesting to see Wade Schrader's caught up to Don Fenton as well. So Wade may be looking for a way through.
Yeah, he certainly has made up a lot of ground there from the earlier laps.
He's lapping it over a second a lap faster than Don, so he should find his way through pretty soon. Wade in the low 7s, Don in the low 58s. But still at the front, Scott Honeychurch just managing to keep Jeremy Huddleston at bay. Coming through Calvin's onto the back straight, so this will be interesting. Scott's actually pretty quick through there. He looks like he gaps Jezza a little bit, but nothing at all between the acceleration of the two bikes. Just coming through the chute, I think the gap is still that 0.3 of a second. Yep, sure enough, 0.38. It's not changing, so it's just I think Jeremy's just sitting there waiting for maybe an opportunity to open up, or as I say, Scott's thinking he can control it running at that pace. Not that slow, running that pace is still pretty demanding, but we just know that Scott's capable of going faster if he needs to.
Yeah, I'm not personally aware of what kind of times Jezza is capable of, or PBs, but
he's been in the 5s, I believe. So he's well, there you go. He did a 55.7 last lap, so he's absolutely capable of 5s. I don't know if he's been in the 4s, but it's still status quo though.
Yep, that gap's not changing. Fairly static between two, or perhaps egging out a slightly bigger gap there, maybe a bike length or so.
So both doing high 5s that last time around, so that's more like the race 1 pace they're running, but this time Jeremy Huddleston is up for it. He's not being dropped off at all, but there's a difference between following and getting past. And Don Fenton, to his credit, is still managing to hold off Wade Schrader. So they've both dropped now into, well, they're both doing high 7s. I think Wade still probably has the extra speed, but he's got to find a way through.
Yeah, not always easy. He has a bit of a look up the hill. Again, that gap, similar at front.
Bit of lap traffic coming up with Trevor Renton, so that may upset things. It can balk one rider and give another rider a bit of an easy run through, so can change positions. But
Bottom of the hill.
I think you're probably right, Matt. It's going to be very close to the bottom of the hill. But last lap, it's going to be interesting because Jeremy Huddleston certainly looking very hungry behind Scott Honeychurch.
Oh, it's going to be in just after Suckers on the run down the hill.
Down into Calvin's, I think.
They should both accelerate past Trevor.
Oh, and Scott Honeychurch does not get past Trevor, so they're both going to have to accelerating down the straight. So this should be interesting. In fact, Scott Honeychurch did actually get a bit of a gap coming through Calvin's.
Yes.
So I think that's secured the win potentially for Scott. But I tell you what, great ride from both riders. Jeremy Huddleston certainly did not get dropped off at all. Great win from Scott Honeychurch.
Yes, well done. Both Scott and Jezza. Jezza didn't back off at all. Kept it pinned across the line.
Yeah, I think they both enjoyed that. And see,
Wade in front of Don.
Both riders exchanging waves and smiles, no doubt. And you're right, Wade Schrader just getting through on Don Fenton.
And even so, like the lap time, only a second between Wade Schrader and Don Fenton. Just under a second, I should say.
Yeah, I think Wade had the pace throughout the race, but as I said, it's one thing to be lapping faster; it's another thing to get past. And for some riders who run a tight defensive line, that can be difficult if you don't have a lot of extra acceleration. So, unfortunately, a little bit of a depleted field in Superbike, but still some good racing. And speaking of good racing, is Lights Production and Lights GP just been called up.
Yeah, certainly it's a field that's become one of my favourites, simply with the large numbers that are amongst the pack, and just allows for, with those numbers, a lot of little personal battles to take fold across the spread of talent.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you see that regularly through some of these deeper fields, that there are a lot of battles throughout, and it's a bit hard to keep across them all. But the man to beat in the Lights GP Lights production class has been Brett Simmons on the. Sean Patmore was telling us before, the ex-Australian Championship winning 125. I'm sure Brett's campaigned that one very successfully himself as well, but apparently in the hands of Brian Starring, he took out the Australian title, which is very interesting.
Yeah, and great to see a bike like that back out. You don't see it happen that often these days.
No, absolutely. But other standouts, Chad Wiley, just in front of us in the commentary box. What a fantastic ride he's put in so far in the Lights production class, but also taking out, I think, P2 outright in this field. And so too Chloe Honeychurch, not far behind Chad Wiley. She continues to impress on that Ninja 400. Something I meant to mention before is the wind. Certainly at lunchtime, it certainly picked up. Did you notice that during the morning, Matt?
Yeah, definitely. And even looking out here at the couple of the enclosed trailers, we can see the whirly birds spinning frantically. But it's not a constant breeze either. It's quite gusty at times. So on these lighter bikes, can tend to play a little bit of havoc down the back straight and out of Calvin's.
Yeah, I was talking to Mark de Jong about that very thing at lunchtime. He's out there in this Lights GP class, and he was saying they're mainly feeling it as they tip into Suckers, right up there on the crest of the hill, which is where you do typically feel it when that wind is coming across the back straight. It picks up the fairing and loads up the front wheel, which is not a very nice feeling, but at least if it's consistent, it's more predictable. It's when it's gusty it becomes very dangerous.
Yeah, we've certainly been fortunate to have very few incidences today. So,
I don't think we've had any so far, have we?
well, no complete sort of failures. We did have the Motor Guzzi do a bit of ploughing through the field out there at the potato field around the sweeper.
We're wondering at the start of the I think the first Tas Supersport race, you were the grid marshal, Matt, and you had to inspect the track up there. What were we looking for?
Well, I got informed by a couple of the riders that there was some large bits of gravel on the track, so I had to send them back to the dummy grid and went up there and I found around 5 large bits of gravel, 3 of them as large as a 50-cent piece in diameter.
That can be enough to upset the motorbike. Anyway, ready for start. Lights off, and again, Chad Wiley off to a beautiful start, and even a wheel stand on the Ninja 400. Brett Simmons again got a bit of a shocker on the 125 GP bike, but Chad Wiley, he's the man, and so too Chloe Honeychurch. Great start there from Chloe. Now behind her is who I can't pick up who that is. I think that could be Brodie Curtis, is it? It looks like it could be Brodie from Larry Eaton. Probably Reece Tan, maybe Dane Griggs, Mark de Jong up there as well. Bit hard to pick up from this distance, but I do know it's Chad Wiley who's going to head the field down to the Calvins, onto the back straight for the first time, and Chloe Honeychurch not that far behind. That's to say, she continues to impress.
And both on the Ninja 400s?
That's right, so pretty evenly matched. And that is Brodie Curtis who's in third, Reece Tan. And it was Larry Eaton, Dane Griggs, Graham Cunningham, Mark de Jong. So the field is pretty well condensed at the moment. Where is Brett Simmons?
Brett Simmons is nowhere to be seen.
There's a yellow flag showing at the bottom of the hill.
Brett's on the infield. Up behind the test
okay.
drive
So, who knows what happened? I don't know if he's fallen off or had a breakdown, but he's certainly not in the race.
No,
so we missed that, unfortunately.
Yeah, hopefully, with Brett where he is there, we may get that yellow flag brought in. But
yep, as your speaker comes
first.
in. And look, that's certainly a sensible decision. There's no risk at all where Brett's parked, and that's probably Brett's experience showing through as well. He knows what's required.
Back at the front, Chad Wiley continues to egg out a bigger gap over
Chloe Honeychurch coming under pressure now from Brodie Curtis. But gee, I tell you what, it's so good to see this young talent coming through, Matt.
Yeah, it's sort of we've ended up with a slightly depleted field in our juniors, but certainly they've fed through into these larger classes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what we need to have that feeder class for kids to come through. But, Chad Wiley, he's doing this quite comfortably at the moment. Quickest lap time so far, 61.56. Not messing around at all. I think that's probably quicker than his race 1 time. Is that right? 61.55 is his quickest.
Yeah. But certainly the front 8 bikes or so sort of sitting under 63.
Brodie Curtis has just got past Chloe Honeychurch as they come down the straight under brakes. And then back to Reece Tan.
Reece under a bit of pressure from Larry.
Yep. And they've got Dane Griggs, Graham Cunningham, and Mark de Jong. Mark looking more fired up than he was in race 1, so all over the back of Graham Cunningham. But very hard to see anyone getting near Chad Wiley at the moment.
It seems a very clear ride for that. Maybe the allure of Dad's Ducati is the carrot in front of him.
Oh, look, who knows? It just sounds to me like he's enjoying his racing, which is great to see.
And he's certainly maintaining that nice tuck down the back straight for maximum speed.
Brodie Curtis still holding off Chloe Honeychurch, but not by much.
And Reece Tan having a little bit of a look at Chloe.
60.97. Chad Wiley goes faster again.
Reese Tan has a look up the inside into turn 1,
Whoa.
can't quite make it.
That was pretty tight. Good battle there, Matt, for second place. Brody Curtis, Chloe Honeychurch and Reese Tan.
Yeah, I don't think there's any clear dominant rider out of those three at this point in time. Reese Tan closes up the hill.
Reese Tan on the GP bike, of course. The two in front of him both being production based. And just looking at the battle further back, Mark de Jong looks like he may be just being dropped off by Graham Cunningham. So he looked pretty determined to try and stick with him, but the tiny gap starting to eke out.
Reese Tan, hard under brakes, looking up the inside of Chloe Honeychurch. He's perhaps had to over brake and pulled out again.
Great ride from Brody Curtis. He's got past Chloe Honeychurch. He's not getting away, but he's certainly managing those two bikes behind him. But hey, the race isn't over yet. Reese Tan probably on the more competitive of the three bikes, so it's going to be interesting to see what Reese can do about it.
Yeah, Reese is going to be very reliant on that corner entry speed into the sweeper in that last lap. He was held up on the entry by Chloe, and that took away his run through the sweeper.
Look at the times that the three of them are doing, all mid 61s, 61.6, 61.4, 61.4, absolutely fantastic. It's only Chad Wiley who's dropped into the 60s with a 60.96, so absolutely superb racing at the front. Scott Honeychurch will be looking for some tips from Chloe before long.
Reese Tan was in the lead. He's trying to hold it around the outside, so under brakes he's obviously got up the inside of the two production bikes.
So Chloe Honeychurch now picks up the lead of that group. She's now in second place outright from Reese Tan, and Brody Curtis relegated to fourth.
I don't think Brody's going to take it lying down either, though.
No, but look at Chloe. She's actually starting to pull out on Reese Tan.
Yeah, she certainly has got a couple extra bike lengths there.
Now, surely she wasn't foxing, not running those sort of lap times, but I'll be very keen to see what time she posts, because she's actually starting to extend the lead out of or gap over these two.
So we can't be far away from the last lap board being shown.
No, our starter Danny Moss has it in his hand. He's about to show it, I'm sure, to Chad Wiley.
And Wade McGrath, our back runner, not too far away from.
Sure enough, Chad Wiley crosses the line now to pick up the last lap. Now, who's going to pick up second place? It's Chloe Honeychurch from Reese Tan from Brody Curtis. Reese looking very hungry there behind Chloe Honeychurch.
Yeah, Brody seems to have dropped off fractionally from that group.
Yeah, he's still close enough if he's good enough, but last lap through was a 61.7, 61.8 and 62.2 for the three riders. Oh, Chloe Honeychurch wide at the bottom of the hill and stayed on track, but it's costed that position, unfortunately.
And it seems to have given Reese Tan a nice clear run, and he should, all things being even, be able to hold this through across the line.
Chloe Honeychurch all over the back of Brody Curtis. That position's still going to be contested. Although Brody does seem to have a bit of straight line speed down the back straight, so may be able to hold off Chloe. Some black traffic there.
Yep. Oh, Brody Curtis coming around. But,
it's not over yet.
Less than a bike length between Reese Tan and Brody Curtis across the line.
Yeah, got some lap traffic at the wrong time, but heart goes out to Chloe Honeychurch. A little error on the last lap cost her those positions, but what a great ride.
Oh, fantastic racing, Chris.
See Brett Simmons making his way back. So it'd be interesting to know what happened there, whether it was a mechanical or if had a little off. Certainly no harm done.
Yeah, certainly not the kind of motorbike you want to risk expiring. sure parts aren't readily available at your local motorcycle store.
It's wondering if it's your old bike there blowing a lot of blue smoke, Matt. I think it is. Was there a warranty given on that?
Oh no, that's it passed from me to Michael Regan and on to the current owner. Yes, it is blowing a bit of smoke.
Oh well, I'd be looking for warranty on that. Great ride from Chad Wiley. Absolutely sensational.
Yes, he certainly showing the depth of his talent out there today.
But good. So too, Reece Tan.
Oh, definitely.
And Brodie Curtis, Chloe Honeychurch. What an entertaining race from all of them.
Yeah, certainly can't quite say that. Sorry, Chloe was robbed. She unfortunately ran wide, and with how close those three were, that small mistake is always going to cost dearly.
And that's racing. That's what pressure does. But good on her for trying. And that'll bring up the last group in our set of second races, and that's our Golden Era over 500, pre-modern Superbike, pre-modern Supersport, and Formula 3. What a race one it was, with Bob Sellers getting away to the lead early, being challenged and passed by Don Fenton before Bob Sellers dug deep and got the position back to take the win.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't get to witness that race too closely. I was there at flag point 8, but certainly looking forward to it. I do enjoy watching Bob race, and also enjoy watching the ESV 650s get around as well.
Yeah, we've said a few times today what a great race bike they are. They certainly produce top quality racing. But the battle to watch here is certainly the one at the front between Don Fenton and Bob Sellers. Bob had entered to go in the Tas Superbike class as well, but clearly he's elected to sit that out in favour of the pre-modern Open, which is what's coming up. Save his energy for this race, so it shows that he's taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Isn't it great to see the quality of presentation of bikes these days, Matt?
Oh, it's been amazing. So certainly Don Fenton, CBR, and haven't quite got it up, but even the 650s have come up really nicely. Garth Newton's VFR 400.
Yeah, look, wind the clock back at 5 or 6 years. There are a lot of bikes out there held together with duct tape, so to speak. But this, at the moment, you walk through the pits and there are so many beautifully presented bikes, and it just goes to show that people really take a pride in their racing. They take it seriously.
Yeah, and I was having discussions in the infield earlier on today about the fact that I do believe our club has, over the last 5 years, really had a golden era in what the club as a whole has been able to achieve, both from a racing and I was just looking back where we did have for a short time there our sort of newsletter that was going. Unfortunately, that fell on the wayside, but that was sort of having those race reports was actually a great thing to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think racing statewide has been steadily growing. It's been great to see. Unfortunately, from the club's point of view, doing all these things takes helpers, and both clubs are always struggling for volunteers and help. And of course, very close to home, our club desperately needs more people to get involved in the committee and the running of the club, and senior positions on race days as well. We often say that the club can't continue to operate without them, and unfortunately, we don't want to find that we can't run race meetings because we don't have people. So we need to get that message out. We need to let people know what they can do to help, and we certainly need some more people to relieve those that have been doing it for a little too long.
Yeah, and I just leave that with to the club members out there, the future of the club is in your hands.
It absolutely is, but right now the future of this race is in the hands of our starter, who's about to get off the grid, ready for start. Red light's on. Bob Sellers lucky he did not jump. He moved before the red light went on. But is it Joe Browning who's going to get the whole shot? No, Don Fenton will manage to outdrag the 600. Bob Sellers looking to go around the outside of Joe Browning. I don't think Joe's going to be letting Bob through. No. So a bit of work to do now for Bob back there in third place, and Don Fenton out there in the lead. The 600cc bike between them, and somebody who's pretty handy on a 600 too, being Joe Browning. So Bob might have to wait for the back straight to get the better of Joe. Back there in fourth place, I think it's Dale Madden on the SV650.
Dale Madden no slouch on that 650 either.
He rides really, really well. I think I was saying earlier today, he had a nasty crash here on the side of the sweeper during a ride day a little while back. So it's really nice to see Dale back and riding well.
Yeah, and that crash is sort of indicative of how hard Dale is prepared to push that bike.
So Bob Sellers now is past Joe Browning, as we thought. He'd get the better of him down the back straight, and now he's looking to try and reel in Don Fenton. But of course, Don's got clear track. Being in the lead, he'll be putting everything into it. So the question's being asked of Bob Sellers, what can you do about it? Joe Browning being dropped off a little bit, but of course he's on the lower capacity machine. 600 versus 2 pretty quick thousands in front of him.
Yes.
So this is going to be interesting. Can Bob Sellers do anything about that 1000cc Honda in front of him? Not much difference in straight line speed, but Bob is pretty competitive under brakes. I was talking to Boyd Witzerman before, who's down there in flag point 7, and he was saying that Bob is getting very loose under brakes. He's committing heavily, so clearly taken seriously. And there you go. He's actually closed up a bit on Don Fenton. So which way is he going to go, Matt?
Well, I don't think you can rule Bob out. I mean, it's not going to be easy to get past Mr. Fenton, but Bob's been a bit of a wily old fox there, and he's been around the tracks. And as we speak, he's got him up the inside and power up the hill.
And that's actually where he took him in race 1. So beautiful move again there from Bob Sellers. He's using the so-called Simmons line to his advantage. And he's outfoxed Don Fenton.
He's put a slight gap too, and if he can keep doing what he does under brakes, you should see this gap just egg out a little bit further each lap.
So 57.4 from Bob Sellers last time round. What can he do this time? I don't know. 57.9. So I guess this is his first clear lap.
You would have to say that gap has opened up slightly there.
He really is riding very well. Looks, yeah, as you say, I think he's opened up that gap and he's looking quite comfortable with it.
Yeah, and you got to say that we are noticing that depleted Sellers field from the ranks at the moment. Both Harry and Chip missing from the grid.
Yeah, well, at least Bob's waving the flag for the family, and he's doing it very, very well.
Yeah, well, I think at this point in time, you would have to say that he's regained the fastest Sellers in the family.
Well, certainly today he has. But he's pulled out a bit of a gap there over Don Fenton. Joe Browning's not out of this for second place either. If Don Fenton doesn't, if he's not careful, he'll have Joe Browning with him. Just look at the lap times last time, this time through. So Bob Sellers goes through 57.7, Don Fenton 59.2, Joe Browning 59.3. So if Don Fenton blinks or backs off a bit, he's going to have Joe Browning right with him. He's only 2 seconds in arrears. Tell you what, Shane Brown doing a great job there on a Yamaha R1. He's in 4th place, and that's 3rd pre-modern open. He's done a flat 60.
Further back, we've got Larry Eaton leading. I can't quite tell who it is from here.
That's Michael Webb, I think. It's probably Ben Aby with him as well. Good that Ben and Jim Aby were just both saying that they're down here this weekend because they enjoyed round 1 so much. And we're really just talking about how lucky our community is to have 2 such good racetracks within an hour and a half of each other. It's a real luxury for our riders, and I think we always need to keep that perspective that sometimes we get a little bit too focused on this track's better than the other track, or this club's better than the other one. We're just very, very fortunate to have 2 great clubs, 2 great tracks, and a great race community.
Yeah, and certainly over the last couple of years, I believe there's been a lot more cooperation between the 2 clubs, and certainly the us versus them has dropped right off and being seen far more as a singular motorcycle community.
As it should. We're all Tasmanian. We all race motorbikes, and that's what we want to do. So let's get on and do it.
But looking ahead to our leaders, Bob really pulling out a lead.
Well, look, last time through he backed off a little bit, 58.1, but Don Fenton back to 59.6. So Don's going to need to be very careful here because he's got Joe Browning right behind him. In fact, Don's being held up by Derek Singline, not where he wanted lap traffic, but now Joe Browning right with 1,000 actually outdrags 1,000 up the hill, does he? Yes. So I'm not sure what happened with Don Fenton. I don't know if he's got an issue or he's fatiguing, but he's fallen back into the clutches of the 600, and Joe Browning said, "Thank you very much, I'll have that."
Yeah, well, certainly there was an impact there of lapped riders, but
the lap before, Don Fenton 59.66, so it dropped off his pace considerably.
Gapped the 600 down the back straight quite easily there.
Last lap board now for race leader Bob Sellers, who really is putting an outstanding ride here today. Don Fenton looks like he's woken up a little bit now. He's got Joe Browning for company.
And certainly the 600 not letting the 1,000 get away through the twisty part of the track.
No, hard work for Joe from here though, but look, he's going to give it a crack. Why wouldn't he? You can see he's got the pace, he's just lacking a little bit of horsepower. It will be hard for him though, because the straight is very near the finish line.
Yes, and the gap that Don pulled back and into the lead, certainly the last lap, was a rather large gap. So we'll see what happens down the straight here.
Bob Sellers just had to meet the checkered flag and
win.
Does take a very comfortable win. Really impressive.
So back into second and third. Don Fenton seems to have it covered.
That's right. We'll hold off Joe Browning for second place. Good battle further back there. Shane O'Donovan and Shane Brown. There'll be good stories swapped shortly in the pits with these 2. Shane O'Donovan will actually get the better of Shane Brown.
Yeah, great to see the 750s taking place on the circuit today.
With the ZX7R.
Certainly, I've only ever ridden one on the road, but even in that environment, I could feel the the mass that those bikes have beneath the seat.
The ZX7s.
Yes.
Very successful race bike in their day, though. The years of watching people like Anthony Gobert racing World Superbike on ZX7s and getting all crossed up, but absolutely riding the wheels off them for some brilliant racing. Well, Bob Sellers has got to be delighted with that. That was a class ride.
Yeah, Bob probably looking forward to getting off the bike, getting some cool air across him, because he would have been working hard for that race.
Yeah, I know we say it repeatedly, but riding these thousands round at sub 1 minute laps, it is hard work, and it takes away from your focus. As you fatigue, your mind starts to wander to how much your body's hurting. And as we keep saying, these big bikes are pretty happy to bite you if you don't pay them full attention.
Yeah, so we may have copped the breeze this afternoon, although it does seem to have just backed off a bit. I'm not seeing people's hair blow around as much, but we should be grateful for that cloud cover, because that will have taken a bit of the heat out of the day.
Well, the good thing too, Matt, is so far there's no sign of rain. It was forecast for late showers, and while there is cloud accumulating, none of it really looks threatening. It's all pretty light. So fingers crossed, we'll get through the day without a shower.
Yeah, I'm just checking out the bomb radar. I did earlier on in the day, and the only place there was any sign of rain was way out into the oceans.
Well, let's hope it stays there, because we don't want high quality racing that we're seeing today changed by that. So we're back to, well, we start the third set of races for the day. And the first group up is our Formula Baskerville and Golden Era 500, and what a race we saw in race 2 for this group. We had Mark Hemsley at the front. He was challenged by John Allen. Then we had Harley Phipps in the group. We had Rick Franken in there. And we had Roy Turner in there. There were 5 of them.
Yeah, so we'll see what these front runners do this time round. And we can't expect Mark Hemsley to have a clear run this race either.
Well, no, particularly as he didn't win the last one. So he does tend to, has been getting the starts. But in race 1, he came under serious pressure from Rick Franken on the Guzzi. Rick got a shocker of a start in race 2. Came down all crossed up from a wheel stand and almost took out the bike next to him. So if he gets away well, he's going to figure in this.
Yeah. Talking to Mark earlier on, he said he's raised that BMW up about an inch in height, which should help his ground clearance, because I've seen him scrape those engine cases through suckers many times.
Yeah, not what you want. So bikes making their way around. Mark Hemsley at the front of the field. Roy Turner, Rick Franken.
Yeah, look, I got to say, Chris, that I wouldn't put money on any rider in this race at this point in time. I think it's too close.
Yeah, I was impressed with John Allen in the last race. Not only did he manage to work his way through the field, but then extended the lead. So I think for me, that's where I'd be looking. But as you say, it's closely contested. The advantage John has, of course, is he's on one of the most competitive bikes in the field, being a fairly recent CBR 600. But it has to come from fairway back. He's on the 4th row, so there's a bit of work to do. I think it'll also come down to what sort of a start the Guzzi gets with Rick Franken on board. If he can get away well, we're about to find out. He gets away better, but it's Mark Hemsley from Roy Turner, and sure enough, Rick Franken does get away well, so that's what we wanted to see. So Mark Hemsley, Roy Turner, Rick Franken, I think that's Harley Phipps in 4th. Then we've got Garth Newton. Maybe is that... Oh, who's going around the outside there? I don't know. A bit hard to pick from here. But certainly... Mark Hemsley's the man at the moment. Leads the field up the hill, across suckers.
Further back, there's quite a few positions changing up the hill there.
Yeah, certainly is. All congested behind, I think it's Harley Phipps, and it also looks like John Allen's found his way through, made up a few positions, so that's going to be crucial to the outcome of this race. But at the front, Mark Hemsley down under the windscreen, down the back straight, he's got Roy Turner all over his back wheel.
Yeah.
Mark Hemsley still holding off the challengers behind in P1.
And certainly 3 very different types of machinery going on there in the first 3 places.
Wouldn't get more different, I don't think. But as we keep saying, it doesn't mean to say they can't be competitive. Interesting to see the 2 CBR 600s back there in 4th and 5th now, Harley Phipps and John Allen. Harley's out dragging John up the hill, but John Allen will outbrake Harley at the top. So now John Allen's got the chance to try and bridge that big gap out to the leaders.
There was a bit of a move being made into Calvin's there by Mr. Turner on Mark Hemsley, and he's actually got the better of him down the back straight.
Great move too. Just pulled out of the draft. Nice controlled braking move. So now is it Roy Turner's turn to take the win?
There's plenty laps left to go, so again, I won't be putting my money on any rider yet.
Oh, Mark Hemsley looking to go up the inside of Roy Turner. There's no room there. Maybe up the inside into 2, and he's going to do that. So what a great comeback from Mark Hemsley.
Yeah, I think Roy Turner runs slightly wide and was running out of track. But yeah, Mark hasn't really been doing any riding over the last couple of years while he's been in Canada. He's been doing a bit of dirt riding, but
well, it's obviously paying off because he's doing very well. Now, John Allen, I think, still managing to close down that gap. Let's have a look. Last time through, he was back 3.2 seconds, so it'll be interesting to see what he is after this lap. But, Mark Hemsley, he's still the man as they come onto the back straight. Now that Guzzie's got a bit of straight line speed too, so what can it do? Not enough. Roy Turner on the R650 manages to get past the BMW of Mark Hemsley.
And the Motor Guzzi is making a little bit of a show.
Doing more than that. It's putting a lot of pressure on these front runners.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be counting him out at all.
Yeah, certainly further back, John Allen is well and truly gapped Harley Phipps.
So
between the 2 600s.
John Allen pulled that lead back by a second on that lap, and with 5 laps to go, I think he's probably the man to beat. He's closing the gap down by a second a lap, so that puts him in a pretty comfortable position, providing he can get by cleanly. And he does have the straight line speed with that CBR 600. So
yeah, we can see that gap visibly closing down. Was he having a sniff on the back straight?
He's going to get past Mark Hemsley. Big lunge under brakes. It's going to be big from there, but it looks like he's going to get through on Mark.
Yeah, he's done the block pass.
Oh, getting a bit squirrely too on the Guzzi. So what can he do from here? He's got Roy Turner in front. Mark Hemsley still pretty anxious to get back into second place.
Yeah, and you would have to think that the BMW would have a slightly wider choice of tyres than the old Motor Guzzi.
Doesn't seem to be worrying it too much though. But the other issue for these guys at the front is they've now got John Allen almost onto the back of them. With 4 laps to go, John is still a very, very strong chance of taking the win.
Yeah, regardless of the battle for second and third there, first place is not getting away.
No, absolutely. It's a line of 4 as they go up over Suckers. Roy Turner still maintains that tiny margin at the front. I think it's the R650 is probably pretty well matched with the Guzzi down the back straight. This will be interesting as they come over the hump. There doesn't appear to be a lot of straight line speed difference, but I'll tell you what, talk about riding that bike well by Rick Franken. First time here racing the Guzzi at Baskerville.
And John Allen has got Mark Hemsley down the back straight. And
whoa, getting squirrely again on the Guzzi. Sorry, Matt.
Sure. Yeah, but Rick Franken certainly in the crosshairs of John Allen there.
Poor old Mark Hemsley, he started out leading, now he's back into 4th, looking to go through on John Allen. That's a tough move, and headed back out of that. Tried to go around the outside of John Allen through 2, and his nose cut off into 3.
But up the hill, the CBR closes up on the Motor Guzzi.
Yeah, I think the CBR is probably going to get past 1 or 2 at least coming down the straight this time, but the race is wearing down. Only 3 laps left. So John's not going to have this all his own way. It's still Roy Turner at the front. Really riding beautifully, but Yeah, John Allen now past the Guzzi, the later model CBR 600, doing it fairly comfortably.
Certainly should have fast superior brakes than the Motor Guzzi.
Roy Turner in deep there too, had to gather everything up and pull it back on track, and that cost him a bit of time. So now he's got John Allen breathing down his neck. I think he's going to find it very hard to hold off that CBR 600 down the straight this time around.
And Mark Hemsley has not been dropped off this pack at all.
No, not at all. And I think, all due respect to the bike he's riding, it's got a bit of Sherman tank heritage in it. So it's probably a little bit of a handful.
Yeah, the telelever front suspension.
So John Allen is past now on Roy Turner, out dragging him up the hill.
And expect that gap to open up down the back straight. Not sure whether the lap traffic will play a part. Probably.
It's a fair way off. I think John's probably going to put a bit of a gap on. But look, Roy Turner's not going to throw in the towel by any means. Last lap board coming out, so Roy's still going to have a crack here, I think. He's close enough, but the problem is he's got that long back straight to deal with just before the finish line. Roy's looking for a way through on John Allen. So too Mark Hemsley on Rick Franken. So still raging at the front.
Mark Hemsley again having that look with a wider line through turn 2.
Didn't see, I think Harley Phipps has fallen off to the bottom of the hill there.
Yeah, he's safely behind the tyre wall there.
Bit of a forlorn sight. Riders losing the front down there, sitting on the tyre wall to spectate the rest of the race. But the main thing is, he would appear to be perfectly okay. Assuming that is Harley, is it? Hope I haven't called that incorrectly. But John Allen leads the field down the straight for the last time. No, it's not. It's actually your old bike, Matt. I've called that incorrectly. I think that warranty's certainly going to be claimed. But look at this. Roy Turner all over the back of John Allen. John Allen will hold off Roy, but certainly an awful lack of trying from Roy Turner. Rick Franken will hold out Mark Hemsley as well. And sorry to Harley Phipps, I called that incorrectly. He'll actually come through now to pick up P5.
Yeah.
Garth Newton. I wonder if that dodgy engine you sold him is actually expired. That's the problem.
Well, I'll claim it was from the Regans.
Yeah, I'd be getting a bit nervous if I were you.
Anyway, certainly that race at the front, the first 4 was fantastic racing. We can only hope that closeness continues on through the rest of the fields for the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it, particularly in these starter classes. Yeah, something like Formula Baskerville. To put on racing like that, that's what will addict people to racing. You know, they come out here, they want to have a bit of fun, and that's exactly what they're getting. And you know, ride days don't offer that. You don't get the chance to actually, you know, run with the guy next to you for a race win. And as we said earlier, that yeah, they're running the pace that a lot of guys running around in advance can run the pace that we just saw from these people in Formula Baskerville.
Yeah, well, certainly looking, having had the chance to watch a lot of the ride days this year from the flag points, we certainly have at least 5 or 6 people that are riding in that advanced group that make you wonder about them. Take that step. Just you can be
definitely
racing and competitive.
I mean, of course, a lot of people don't want to do that, which is absolutely fine. That's what our ride days provide for. But I guess I'm more referring to the people who are holding back racing. They want to race, but they just don't think they're fast enough. And the reality is that a lot of people at their first race day will drop a second or two. It just happens by magic. And they just don't look back. They just love it.
So as the field comes in, the recovery vehicle's out, heading off to pick up the poor MC19.
Yeah, not looking impressed either. looking down at the engine, pulling out an invoice.
I think there may been a bit of a sound going on over there.
Well, she's done a few laps around here. Who knows what happened, but bit of a shame because he's certainly riding well. Wasn't far off your PB.
No, and that's why I was really impressed with the way that Daniel Butterworth had been riding that bike, because to jump straight on it and doing the times that he was doing, given the weight disadvantage that he had, certainly making that rear tyre work very hard. But I guess the information will flow through at some point in time on what's gone wrong. Anyway, Chris, I think we'll probably have a short break while we wait for the next bikes to be called up on the grid.
Good idea, Matt. Back shortly.
All right, welcome back, Chris. We've got the bikes coming round the sweeper any moment now to line up for the third race.
Tassie Supersport, certainly one we've been looking forward to. Race 2 was absolutely outstanding with Mitch Hawksley at the front, just managing to hold out Jason Spencer. So I'd be surprised if Jason's not looking to try and get one back. Yep, just I thought Jason was absent there for a moment, but he's finding his way through the field.
Yeah, and maybe Jesse Woods can make a little bit more of an ingress towards those front two.
Well, possibly, but I think he's already made some giant steps today. His pace has been outstandanding, and given he's got no one for company, I think Jesse's been riding really, really well. But battles further back have been great. But we're in the starter's hands. Start's going to be critical. Jason Spencer, I thought he got the jump, but look at Lockie Curtis launches through from the second row. Mitch Hawksley will lead the field, but Lockie Curtis got an absolute flyer and was right on the back of Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, he had a nice controlled small wheelie off the start, not getting too far up, so you would have to back off the power.
Then it's Jesse Woods, Jason Spencer, I think it's John O'Hughes or Marcus Delaney. It's John O'Hughes, Marcus Delaney, David Bartels, Josh Rees and Sam Delaney I think is out there as well. But again, Mitch Hawksley off to a flyer, and Jason Spencer, not what he needed.
No, he's going to have to do a bit of digging deep over the next few laps to rein back in that gap.
What was interesting is as he let out the clutch, he was looking, look at Jesse Woods up the inside of, who is that? Is that Marcus Delaney?
I can't quite see this point in time, but yeah.
No, sorry, Lockie Curtis. Great riding from Jesse Woods, but Lockie Curtis back up the inside. Gee, that's a big move.
Jesse's been pushed out a little bit wide there.
Jason Spencer just looking around going, what's going on around here? But still, Mitch Hawksley out in the front. So Jason Spencer with a bit of work to do. Oh, sparks off boots or pegs or something from Spencer's bike at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, he's digging in deep there, trying to regain this front couple of bikes.
So this time through Calvin's right on the back of Jesse Wood. So I think we're probably going to see Jason Spencer maybe get the better of Jesse down here.
Jesse seems to be holding him there. We'll see what happens under brakes.
Great ride from Lockie Curtis, holding off both Jesse Woods and Jason Spencer at the moment. Then it's back to John O'Hughes, Marcus Delaney, David Bartels, and a great ride too from Josh Rees, right on the back of David Bartels. So again, quality racing here in the 600 class, Matt.
Yeah, I'd love to make a comeback, but it's not going to be much of a comeback with the way these guys ride.
It's certainly Mitch Hawksley at the moment, still getting away a little bit at the front. More sparks off the Jason Spencer machine at the bottom of the hill there.
Yeah, hopefully it's just replaceable bits of metal on the bike.
It's funny, coming down the hill into Calvin's, Jason Spencer looks all over the back wheel of Jesse Woods, but then onto the back straight, looks like he loses ground to Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse's having a bit of a lunge up the inside now.
And does it. He gets through on Lockie Curtis. Great move from Jesse, and that was tight.
That
almost a touch of bikes between Jesse Woods and Lockie Curtis.
There would not have been much in that, Chris.
Great to see Jesse Woods getting his teeth into the 600 class now. He's given a bit of time to get used to it, but now he's not just out there circulating, he's out there racing and fighting hard for track position. Really good to see, and what we've come to expect from Jesse as well.
Jason still not able to get his way past Lockie Curtis.
No, and look, way off the pace. Jason Spencer doing 56.7. Not that that's slow, but flat 55 this morning in qualifying. So again, not really sure what Jason's up to. He's sitting there pretty comfortably, looking to go up the inside Lockie Curtis now, and he does. So he gets Lockie Curtis at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, but Jesse Woods seems to have pulled a slight gap between the third and fourth.
He certainly does. So last time through for Jesse Woods, 55.94. So absolutely outstanding. I'm sure that's a PB for Jesse around here, and that's a really good time. Now we saw Mitch Hawksley only get into a flat 5 this morning. I say only because that's an outstanding time. But Jesse Wood's only new to this class, only a second off what Mitch is doing. It's a sign of things to come, I think.
Yeah, and certainly Jesse receiving a lot of support from teammate Sellers.
So over the hump, Mitch Hawksley still holding off or holding down a comfortable gap, but now Jesse Woods with Jason Spencer all over the back of him. So how long can Jesse Woods hold that P2? Spencer's looking pretty hungry. I don't know what made him sit there for a bit, but right now up the inside of Jesse Woods into 1, and Spencer will go through nice and clean. So now, what can you do about the gap to Mitch Hawksley, if anything? We've got 3 laps remaining, so I think it's probably a bit of an ask.
Yeah, and it's always a bit hard to tell whether Spence that's picked up his pace or Jesse's just backed off slightly.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought Jesse'd back off. If anything, it would probably make him dig a bit deeper, having another bike just come past him. I'd be thinking Spencer's probably come past with a bit of extra speed.
Mitch looking very safe. Good couple of seconds ahead there.
Interesting to see the lap time from Jesse Woods this time through, if he manages to go a little quicker than his previous lap, having had the tow from Jason Spencer. The last time through, Jason Spencer 56.5 goes through 57.1. Wow, so maybe overtaking each other slowed them up a bit.
Yes.
Quickest lap of the race, 55.6 from Mitch Hawksley. Doing it very comfortably so far today. Has not even been challenged, to be honest. Jason Spencer had a bit of a go at him in race 2, but I don't know that he actually got the lead.
Yeah, a bit further back, we've got Jonathan Hughes and David Bartels heading up the hill, having a bit of a battle out, and certainly Marcus and Joshua Rees.
Yeah, somebody just retiring there, or pulling off the track at the top of the S's, rejoining now. I think that's Sam Delaney, is it? Yes. Last lap board out now. Mitch Hawksley coming through the chute, so not under pressure at all. But further back, we've still got Jason Spencer with Jesse Woods all over his back wheel.
Jesse, unfortunately, too far away to have a go, but well done to both those riders.
56.8 to both of them. But what's impressed me is a 55.9 from Jesse Woods on lap 4. Once again, a sign of things to come.
So we've got the last lap board out.
Certainly the standout today again has been Mitch Hawksley. He's done this with apparent ease. I know he wouldn't be feeling that sitting on the bike, but certainly no one has been able to get close to him.
Yeah, the gap between second and third has continued to just increase over this last lap, coming around for the checkered flag.
Another great win there from Mitch Hawksley. Jason Spencer will pick up second, and as you say, Matt, great ride from Jesse Woods there in third place. Jono Hughes getting through, get the better of Lockie Curtis from, I think that's,
Dave Bartels.
I think it is Dave Bartels who managed to get past Marcus Delaney in the end, yeah, and Josh Rees right on their heels, so great battle there. And I think that was Sam Delaney who did run off at the top of the S's, so whether or not he has already come back to the pits, I'm not sure. That's straight now, yeah.
I'd say he's just running a bit hot and run on, and he's coming around now for checkered flag. But certainly Jesse Woods and Jason Spencer giving each other the thumbs up as they pass each other on the back straight.
Fantastic racing.
Yeah, Jesse Woods certainly showed perhaps a bit of the future to come on.
Hope so.
Where he's going to be competitive going into this season. Jono Hughes also, I think, was reasonably happy with his race then.
Look, it's I think most of the riders coming back in look pretty happy with their race. That was there's some pretty intense racing in there. They again have all come through it without issue. I'm still. Am I right in saying, Matt, we haven't had a crash yet?
I believe that, yeah, we've had runoff, no crashes, and one warranty job.
Warranty job, that's right.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm really hoping that it is a fairly minor failure down there on the MC19.
Yes, that's right. I think you want that for anyone. You don't want to go home with an expensive mechanical to fix.
No, and I personally love seeing that bike back out on the track. Sat for too long in my garage there.
Yeah, not the best place for them. They prefer to be on the racetrack.
Speaking of that, no future plans to come out of retirement for yourself?
Oh, for me? No, not at this stage. It's funny. I still get asked the question occasionally. Scott Honeychurch was giving me grief before. Good on Scott. But oh, look, I still love motorbike racing. I still like getting the leg over one to do a few laps. But you know, I think I was having a conversation with Eric Simmons earlier, actually, and we were agreeing that there comes a time when you've sort of been there and done that, and the passion doesn't burn as strong as it once did. And if, like I've said repeatedly, unless you're really loving your racing, then you've got to question what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I really still enjoy being part of the community and being able to come up here and commentate. So I'm pretty content doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, we could. I don't think it's about to happen, but dare I call Len the comeback king?
Could well be.
But yeah, I think we've missed Len Bester from the track for the last season or so.
Yeah, I only caught up with Len last night. There were some murmurings of trying to get back out here one day. In what capacity, I don't know, but it was good watching Len go around.
Yeah, so I do believe have the Tassie Juniors been released from the starting grid? Yes, they have. They're making their
Looks like
way
they're on
around.
the way out. Quick change of commentary. I'm just going to have a quick break. Sean Patmore's going to step in for me. Thanks, Sean, and I'll be back soon.
So
No worries, Chris. Oh,
So Sean, seeing you've joined us back up here, will we be seeing the that lovely yellow 125 of yours coming back out? 250. Sorry, my apologies.
yeah, it'll get it back out here one day.
Oh,
I'm not quite sure when. It's works out at about I think $30 a lap to run.
it's cheap.
Not quite, nearly. So a bit conservative with it.
Yes, but anyway, we've got the Here Safe Tassie Juniors on the grid. Red flag has come in. They're in the starters' hands.
Red lights on, red lights off. Both Ollie Skinner and Gus Halloran got good starts, with Isaac Simmons in third, right behind Gus.
But Oliver Skinner, as usual, leading the field, getting away on the KTM.
It's good to see Gus on the R15 this time round. It's a bit bigger for him, suits him a bit more.
Yeah, got to say though, the presentation of his KO, it's a lovely looking machine. I'm missing it out here today, but he seems to be adapting to the larger bike today quite nicely.
As I said to Chris earlier, Matt, the Gus on the KO actually looks like proper proportion full-size motorbike.
That it does, and yeah, that he punts it round here very successfully. But certainly moving on to this different bike, I don't believe he's any less competitive on it.
No, I think if anything, he's a bit quicker. This time round, Isaac Simmons is right up there with Oliver Skinner.
they seem to have fixed that mechanical issue that Isaac was suffering from the last race.
Yeah. I know yesterday, though, Isaac was complaining about the gearing not being right. He didn't think he was getting, it wasn't fast enough at the end of the back straight for him. It looks like they might have solved that problem.
Yes. And Ava coming down through the S's. The rest of the field heading up over the hill at Suckers, heading down towards Calvin's. I don't think Ollie Skinner's really pulling away from Isaac Simmons there, and we'll see how the two-stroke ends up down the back straight here.
Yeah, their lap times are very, very similar, and you can see how much Isaac closes up as they get to the end of the back straight.
But, yeah, Gus O'Halloran certainly not being dropped at this point in time. He's still hanging in there, a bit further back, but certainly going to struggle against the machinery in front of him.
Yeah. There's only 0.4 of a second between Ollie Skinner and Isaac.
If anything, yeah, Isaac closing up fractionally through the twistier part of the course. But, who knows, up the hill, difference in the torque between the two bikes might show, but hardly anything in it.
I think Isaac might have a go at the end of the back straight this time round. I think he might be close enough.
Yeah, that gap did close up a little bit heading down the hill towards Calvin's. Exit the ripple strip.
Yep, Isaac's definitely quicker. Pulled out of the slipstream and just cruised on by. We'll see how it goes under brakes, because Ollie is quite a demon on brakes.
Yeah, Isaac seems to have held on to it through the sweeper.
Last lap board's out, so Gus just comes across the line in third. Ollie is closed up again on Isaac, so it could be a titanic battle at the end of the back straight this time round.
And unfortunately, Isaac won't have the bike in front of him for that slipstream, that extra drive down the main straight. But they'll be sitting a bike and a half length apart from each other as we go up over the hill through Suckers. Down.
Coming onto the back straight now, and Ollie's right behind him. I don't know if he'll have enough. Oh, he's going to have a go. He's trying to pull out.
I don't think he can quite get in the slipstream of that tiny little bike in front of him.
No. He's having a go under brakes though. No, he's not going to do that.
But it's
close.
He's
He's gone underneath him.
I think he's done it.
I think he has too. Oh, no.
Isaac's coming back though.
It's going to be yep. Ollie Skinner wins by half a wheel. The margin is 0.0002. So it was fairly close. And Gus comes across the line in third. And we have Ava coming down the back straight now. And another great race.
But certainly from the front two riders there, no difference really over the course of the race. They kept it tight, and Gus not too far adrift in third place.
It's always good to see the juniors out there. Again, it's a class that we've had many young people go through in the last couple of years who've gone on to race larger motorbikes quite successfully. And it's a class I think the club supports, puts as much effort into it as it can, because it's where the future of the sport is. If you get the kids involved, means they can't end up out in the streets because they don't have time because they're racing motorbikes.
And as any motorcyclist can attest, there's no time or money for drugs if you're into motorcycles.
That's right. So coming up next, we've got Golden Era over 500. Is that right? Am I reading the right one?
I think we're down here at Tassie.
Oh, sorry,
Superbike.
reading the wrong one. Yeah, Tas Superbikes coming up next, which is Going to be another exciting race, as always. I can see everyone down there in the pits getting ready to come out. The last of the junior bikes is almost off the track.
Yeah, just a slight shame that we haven't had Bob continue in the Superbikes this afternoon. Obviously, conserving all his energy for the pre-modern.
Yes.
Which has been paying off. There's no arguments about that.
No, he's been doing very well. That move he pulled on the last lap in that last race was sensational. Superbikes have just been called now, so we've got 2 minutes till they get out into pit lane. We've got Danny Moss down there, our Chief Marshal. He's waiting for them to turn up to send them out on the racetrack.
And if there's, although there are many people that deserve a shout out, I think Danny Moss' effort in contributing to the club, well and truly, I've been coming at it for 11, 12 years now. I know that Danny is probably closer to 21.
Yeah, Danny was certainly around in the club when I first started. Maybe at the same time, which is, I don't know, I've lost count, 28 years or something, 26 years or something, I can't remember now. Oh, Superbike's coming out into pit lane now.
Yeah, speaking of the junior talent, just looking down there, just north of the start line, you see Tom Turner, Brody Curtis, is that Chad Wiley and Oscar?
Yep.
4 of our earlier junior members that are now highly competitive in the large capacity bikes.
So Danny's just released the Superbikes onto the track. So we've got about a minute or so until they get back to the start line ready for the start. And it should be a sensational race. Quite fearsome things to ride, as Chris mentioned earlier. You've got to be a bit careful. And fortune certainly favours the brave on a Superbike. And I'll jump off again for a moment and give Chris another go at commentary. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Sean, for stepping in for a while, giving Chris a little bit of a break. The bikes now heading down over the hump, making their way to the sweeper to line up and grid up for this round of Tas Superbikes.
Yeah, always something to look forward to, Matt. And thanks, Sean, for providing a bit of relief. It becomes a bit of a long day up here talking. I know I can talk a bit, but it was nice to shut up for 5 minutes. But missed a pretty good race there too, by the looks of it, in Tassie Juniors. Managed to have a quick chat to Brett about what happened to him, and apparently the coil came loose, so it wasn't mechanical. So far, touch wood, still no crashes to the day, which has been great, but we're not there yet. Speaking to Jeremy Huddleston in P2, he said in the last race he felt like he was being held up a bit, so he's really looking forward to this. Lights on, shocker of a start from Jezza, unfortunately, but yeah, will be left back in 5th place. Who's that slotting through?
Oh, I think that may have been
Daniel Briggs.
Yes.
Briggs, he got up there. He has been getting good starts. It's Scott Honeychurch in the lead from Waitrata, from Daniel Briggs, then Jeremy Huddleston. So not what he needed.
No, I can't imagine Daniel Briggs will hold Jeremy up for too long, but it may be just long enough to give the front two that gap and a bit of breathing space.
Well, when you're trying to chase down Scott Honeychurch, you can't really afford to give anything away, and that's been the problem, and now he's held up. So not Briggs' fault at all. He should be trying for a good start, but in this case, it hasn't worked to Jeremy Huddleston's advantage. Now he gets past on Daniel Briggs.
Daniel Briggs pulling a really large...
don't do that, Daniel. Don't do that. Oh, turns in across the front of Jeremy Huddleston. Now Jez is back to having to put a move on him at the next corner.
And Daniel doesn't seem to want to give up that place too easily. Meanwhile,
No, look, you can argue that he's entitled to do that, but when it's somebody who's got no chance at all of staying with, it's just like, why did you do that? Anyway, it is what it is.
Yep, further back, I believe it's Don Fenton sort of sniffing the heels of Daniel Briggs. So head down the hill. Further out in front, gaps are opening up.
Yeah, certainly Scott Honeychurch, wheelie over the hump as we speak. I was just talking to Wade Schrader as well. He's saying that he's hoping to break into the sixes if he can just get away with this lead group. He's done that, so it's going to be very interesting to see what his next lap over the start-finish line is. It's about to come up. So 57.61, so he's 6/10ths off. He might have just lost the toe enough from Scott Honeychurch, but here comes Jeremy Huddleston. So this is another chance for Wade Schrader as Jeremy Huddleston comes past to jump on the back wheel of Jezza and see if he can lower his time by half a second.
Don Fenton still not able to get past Daniel Briggs quite yet, but having a look up the inside and outside.
So I think the victory's probably out of sight now for Jezza, but certainly second place is not. He's got Wade Schrader in his sights at the moment. Half a second between them as they come down the straight. So again, Jeremy Huddleston closes right up on Wade Schrader. So I think probably this next lap round, Matt, we're going to see a change position there for second.
Yeah, certainly just having a little look around the outside. Is he close enough to go up the inside, but not this time round?
Yeah, that first section of the circuit through 1, 2, 3 and 4, Jeremy's saying he's feeling really good through there. The bike feels great. It's nice and settled and it's steering well through there.
Yeah, well, certainly if you can use a little bit of rear slide, you can help steer the bike a bit. I'm certainly not at that level.
Yeah, look, they're probably not going to be sliding the rear a lot through that windy part of the section. It's more, just having like good geometry and good traditional bike setup. And Jeremy's saying that's working really nicely for him. But he passed Wade Schrader now. He passed him up the hill, under brakes into Suckers. So, as I said, it's going to be interesting to see if Wade can do anything now. If he can drop that half second.
Don Fenton's just made a move under brakes on
Daniel Briggs. Yep. It'd be interesting to see if Briggsy can fight back from there.
Whether Daniel's got the pace today. Mr. Fenton seeming to pull out a bit of a gap now on Daniel. Further in the front of the field, Mr. Honeychurch just going through Suckers with a comfortable lead. Followed by Jeremy Huddleston and Wade Schrader. Yeah,
look, what have we got? Scott's out to a 5-second gap, so he's really just circulating now, lapping and still low sixes, so he hasn't backed off from what he would have been doing with Jezza right behind him. But Wade Schrader last time around 58-1, so look, his ship might have sailed on the 56 today.
Yeah, well, certainly suspect it's probably cooling down a little bit out there. I don't know, you were the last person out.
Yeah, look, it's fine, absolutely fine. The only issue they've got is a bit of wind. You can see that in the flags. It's still blowing across the back straight. And riders are saying they're feeling it a little bit. Just talking to Brett, of course, he's riding a lighter bike today, but he said it's starting to blow them around a little bit. Of course, these 1,000cc machines that wheel stand down the back straight, that is an issue for them because they get blown sideways when the wind's blowing. But, those lap times are still pretty good. 56.4 last time through for Scott Honeychurch. 56.4 last time through. 56.2 was his quickest lap.
It'll be interesting to see what this lap's like because he certainly wasn't power wheeling like he was on previous laps that time round. But he's just posted a 55.7.
Yeah, actually dropped his time considerably. So given he's not under any pressure, that's quite interesting. What's prompted that, I don't know. Maybe stopped thinking about riding and started thinking about what he's having for tea. And the bike's responded by saying, okay, let's go a bit quicker.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how long a drive Scott's got to go home, but just a reminder to everyone, there is a barbecue this afternoon.
Yeah, actually being set up at the moment, so it won't be long before the barbecue aroma is going to start wafting around. It's always a sign that the end of the day is approaching and presentations are about to get underway. Last lap board now coming out for Scott Honeychurch. His chance to make it 3 from 3. Jeremy Huddleston now certainly daylight between himself and Wade Schrader.
And Scott Honeychurch, actually, that time round, 55.6, so he's not
Faster
slow.
again. I wonder what's happening. Unless he's got to be home early, so he's wanting to wind the race up.
Don Fenton continuing to pull a bigger gap over Daniel Briggs further back in the field.
Yeah, so field's a bit spread out at the moment, owing to that poor start from Jeremy Huddleston.
We just had Scott Honeychurch pass Trevor Renton down the back straight.
Shout out to Tim O'Halloran as well, who's listening in from his garage while he's rebuilding his jigsaw. Scott Honeychurch, 3 from 3. Great ride from Scott. And so to Jeremy Huddleston. Nice ride through from a poor start to recover to a second place. And Wade Schrader didn't manage to crack that 56, but still nice ride for third place.
Yeah, so that last lap, everyone seems to have buttoned off just a fraction. But certainly tremendous effort there with a 55.6 from Scott Honeychurch there on lap number 7.
Yeah, particularly without any pressure. He had no one behind him, so had no reason to wind the pace up.
Yeah, well, to the viewers at home and those in the pits that haven't yet found out, due to time constraints, we're reducing the number of laps for the remaining races of the day. Those that had 8 laps are now down to 6, and the Tassie Juniors remain at 4 laps.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, but that's what happens. For whatever reason, things can be a little delayed, and good that we're on the front foot with winding the number of laps back so that everyone gets their racing in. So hopefully we'll still be out of here on time, Matt.
Yeah, I'd just like to say a shout out to Tas Ambulances for providing paramedics today. Fortunately, we've had no need for their services, but certainly the medical profession's been under a lot of strain over the last couple of years, and I certainly appreciate them coming out and attending our events.
Where else would you want to be than watching motorcycle racing?
Great place to be. Although I've got to say the view from up here is a pretty amazing thing to be able to watch the whole track, apart from just behind the Tilfords Auto Group bridge.
Yeah, the run down into Calvin's and onto the back straight, unfortunately we don't quite get, and some of the best racing often happens down there, so we sort of have to hold our breath and wait for them to re-emerge coming across the hump. But other than that, you're right, Matt. That's a great spot up here.
I don't know how we'd go putting a little amendment into the master plan for another level.
Oh yeah, good luck with that.
Give us full view of the track. But anyway, I'm certainly not complaining. It was a fantastic view from up here.
Yeah, look, not a bad place to be. Talking all day, as I said, can be retiring. Sometimes I watch something like MotoGP and think, God, I'm glad I'm not talking about this. But it makes it a whole lot easier when a lot of the people out there are, friends and acquaintances, and what a great time they're having, and you can hopefully relay some of that back to people who aren't as familiar with our race community. So if we can provide any insight into what's going on out there, then absolutely fantastic.
So lights production and Lights GP are now being released, minus one bike. But good to see Brett Simmons back out.
Yeah, well, he actually mentioned what happened to Isaac in race 2 in the juniors. His spark plug cap came off.
Ah, yes.
So they're having a bad run with electronics today. Spark plug cap and coil. Pretty hard to foresee that going wrong.
Yes, and not necessarily the easiest thing to diagnose while trying to circulate.
No, absolutely. But importantly, smiles all round and can't wait to get back out there. So that's what it's all about.
The field spreading out slightly on their warm-up lap. But I guess we're going to expect another strong showing from Reese Tan, Chloe Honeychurch.
We think so, because they were certainly impressive in the first 2 lights races. They were lights GP and lights production. Brodie Curtis impressed me a lot in race 2. Mark de Jong putting in a very spirited ride in race 2 as well, almost getting onto the back of Brett Simmons back into the pits. Don't know what that's all about, but he won't be too impressed about that. So maybe, who knows, maybe coil related or something completely unrelated. But he's back in the pits. Unfortunately, won't be participating in this race. So that means Chad Wiley again is potentially the man to beat. And what a race 2 he put in with a 60.6, I think it was. Red flags in.
Lights on.
Lights on. Racing. And Chad Wiley away again absolutely beautifully. So too Chloe Honeychurch, Dane Griggs, Brodie Curtis and Larry Eaton is right in the mix as well. In fact, Larry will sweep around the outside and go into second place. From Dane Griggs, Chloe Honeychurch, Reese Tan, Brodie Curtis, and maybe Graham Cunningham, get it out, Chris, and Mark de Jong.
Doug Watson, John Kranz, and
now you're testing us.
Yep.
Let's go back to the front where Chad Wiley has got probably a half a second gap over Larry Eaton. Down the straight for the first time, so it'll be a bit of a reshuffling of position down here. Reese Tan using the power of the GP bike to blow by both Dane Griggs and Larry Eaton to go up into second place.
That's a lovely move by Reese Tan, but Larry Eaton's not going to give up the place that easily. He's fighting back, but
not at all. And Chloe Honeychurch all over the back of Dane Griggs. Pretty busy through turn 1. Lots of bikes jostling for position, but Chad Wiley again just stretching the field out at the front. What a day he's had.
Yeah, time will tell how Reese is going to go trying to claw back that distance, but similar distance back to Larry Eaton between first to second and second to third. Larry Eaton hasn't got a free run. Dane Griggs is not going to let him go.
Not at all.
And Chloe Honeychurch is definitely on the back wheel of Dane Griggs.
Remember too that Chad Wiley has been swapping between bikes all day, between 600 and 400 in this case. So he's been doing it harder than everyone else potentially and doing it beautifully. But what we're seeing now is Reese Tan is actually closing down Chad Wiley. Chad Wiley last time through Chad Wiley last time through 61.4, so he's certainly capable of going faster than that. And I think he's probably going to have to do that very shortly because Reese Tan is closing him down. So this is going to be really interesting at the front. Coming through Calvin's onto the back straight at the moment. Reese Tan right behind Chad Wiley and actually will pull alongside and outbrake Chad Wiley. So will Chad respond. That's going to be interesting. I think he will, because he's certainly been faster today than what he's lapping at the moment. Oh, look at this from Chloe Honeychurch. Around the outside of Brodie Curtis through the sweeper and actually gets that done. That's a huge move.
That's a lovely move there by Chloe.
So he's got Dane Griggs in front now.
Yeah, she will not be letting Dane Griggs get out of her sights either.
Reece Tan, though, he's probably gapped Chad Wiley a bit. So I thought Chad might respond, but a 60.08 from Reece Tan. That's faster than Chad did in race 2. So I don't know that Chad will actually have an answer for that. He doesn't need to because they're racing in separate classes, but Chad would have liked to have taken the outright win, no, without any doubt. But I think at the moment it's probably going to be a bigger ask, and Reece is a very capable rider. So
yeah, he's sorry, got called away there, but Reece is certainly putting in a very strong showing today, and I don't think he's going to be giving up any ground there.
And look at this battle further back. I just saw Brodie Curtis get past Chloe Honeychurch on the back straight. Chloe outbrake Brodie. Now Chloe's looking to go around the outside of Dane Griggs into turn 2, and looks like she's going to do it.
She's going to make it stick. She's going to get the crossover.
Oh, what a move that is.
That's a beautiful execution of racecraft right there.
It's a very difficult thing to do to go around the outside of a rider in turn 2, and she did that. And as you said, Matt, made it stick so that Dane had nowhere to go. There's no chance at all he could sweep back across her front wheel. So absolute textbook racing there from Chloe Honeychurch. Not that going around the outside of somebody's textbook, but if you're going to do it, that's how to do it.
Yeah. So back to our leaders. Reece Tan, I'd say just continue to slightly stretch out that gap back to second place.
Brodie Curtis has just gone up the inside of Dane Griggs, so Dane's getting jostled round. And then a gap further back, Graham Cunningham, Larry Eaton, Mark de Jong. So a great battle raging back there in the, 5, 6, 7? No, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. So, yeah. Whoa.
So Reece Tan's looking pretty safe out the front. He's got, a couple of seconds gap, 1.7 gap over Chad Wiley now, up over Suckers they go. Then it's Chloe Honeychurch from Brodie Curtis, who's not thrown in the towel at all on getting back past Chloe. Dane looks like he's pretty well done with. He's dropping back. And then this battle further back, Graham Cunningham, Mark de Jong and Larry Eaton, that's still raging.
Yeah, well, Larry's not one to give up without a fight. He's been around for a while now. He enjoys his battles. We've got change in position back here from with Brodie and Chloe.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't think Brodie's given it up, but Chloe only just down the inside over the start-finish line. She'll get that position back. Brodie Curtis push back a position again. So, look, that could go either way, Matt. I'm not prepared to call that one.
No, I don't think the battle for third and fourth is over by a long shot.
And so too, this battle back in 6th, 7th and 8th between Graham Cunningham, Mark de Jong and Larry Eaton. It's probably the most inspired ride I've seen from Mark de Jong for a while, which is absolutely fantastic. We know how fast he can be, and it looks like he's really enjoying this. Good to see Brett Simmons rejoining the race, so hopefully they fix whatever that issue is. Clearly he's not going to be in a position to challenge given how many laps have passed, but it's a good opportunity for him to sort out whatever the bike problem was.
Yes, and certainly quite possibly championship points are still up for grabs.
True. So last lap board out. Reece Tan now out to a very comfortable 3.5 second margin over Chad Wiley.
And Brodie Curtis has got the lead in front of Chloe Honeychurch at this point in time.
So this will be interesting because Chloe's shown that she's not scared on having a crack and trying to put a move on. And she's all over the back of Brodie. Oh, runs it right out to the white line there on the drive up the hill. That's where she got it a bit wide in race 2.
Yeah.
Graham Cunningham pulling away from Larry Eaton and Mark de Jong, and Larry's actually got the better of Mark. But I think the one we want to watch is Chloe Honeychurch and Brodie Curtis. In fact, Brodie seems to have gapped.
Yeah, that gap seems to be a leap too far there for Chloe to
I
pull
think
back.
Chloe's made a mistake. That gap is extended by a lot more over the back of the circuit. I wonder if she's run a bit wide.
Yeah, couldn't help but notice Brett Simmons pulled back into in through pit lane prior to the checkered flag.
Yeah, checkered flag is out, as you say, Matt. So Reece Tan will pick up the win from Chad Wiley, from Brodie Curtis, Chloe Honeychurch, Dane Griggs, Graham Cunningham, Larry Eaton, Mark de Jong.
Yeah, just going down the timesheet here. Some pretty close times, but Brodie Curtis has pulled out the fastest lap of the race with a flat 60.4.
Well, it's not the fastest lap of the race. That's Reece Tan.
Yes, my mistake, sorry.
It's the fastest production lap of the race.
Yep.
Which is a huge effort.
Yes.
A 60.4. That's not bad out of a lights production bike.
Yeah, further to our news, had word that number 38 will be making a re-entry into the field.
Number 38.
Number 38 hasn't gone pop.
The warranty bike.
The warranty bike. Warranty has not been claimed.
What happened to it then?
It seems there was a slight off.
Oh, was it a crash? Was it?
Yes. So
possibly something in the setup done by the previous owner.
I think the
dodgy workmanship.
I think the setup was fine for the previous owner. The new owner might need to do a little bit of looking at some settings.
Well, that's great to hear. Good that he's going to be back out there.
Yeah, so thank you to John O'Hughes, who I believe has gone back down to scrutiny of the bike.
Unfortunately, it does mean that we've had our first actual DNF for the day.
Yes, but
possibly down to your workmanship.
Look, I don't put any warranty on any of my work.
Oh, it's implied warranty. It doesn't need to be written.
I put more warranty into my tape jobs that I put on the sides of the bikes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, but that cloth tape doesn't come off, which I found out when I tried to clean it up.
When you get that letter arrive in the mail, you know what it's potentially about from compensation lawyers. So, our pre-modern Open, our pre-modern Supersport, Golden Era Open and Formula 3 are making their way out. Bob Sellers has been the man to beat so far. I was talking to Bob before during my little break, and quite rightly, he was absolutely delighted with how his day's going. He didn't realise he had the gap he did have in race 2. Thought Don Fenton was still breathing down his back, which showed why he's still doing mid to high 7s late in the race. But the important thing was he was still doing them. And that will give him good confidence going into this race that he's absolutely capable of running that pace or better. So really it's put the ball back in Don's court to say, you're going to have to do a bit better than that if you're going to beat me.
Yes, well, I really do think that Bob's in with a pretty good chance of taking this one out again, but it won't be all his own way.
Look, I think it's unlikely to be all his own way because we've seen how much Don's improving, and his riding is really certainly impressed me. But what's impressed me more is how Bob's responded to this and how much he's really enjoying this pre-modern Open racing on that Yamaha R1, and it would appear to be bringing out the best in him, and he's riding. He's riding beautifully.
Actually, something I'd be interested in seeing is the difference in lap times between Don's two bikes. One's an 04, I believe, and one's a 12.
Yeah, look, I don't know in terms of PBs what the difference is, but just observing him going around in the two classes, it would appear to be about 2 to 3 seconds a lap. I think he was doing low 7s in the Superbike class, and he's sort of doing 8s on this bike.
But the bikes are gritting up now, so looking forward very shortly to some exciting racing.
Yeah, as with a lot of these sprint races, it so much comes down to getting a good start.
So we expect Dale Madison to get, or Madden, I should say,
Dale
get
Madden,
a good
yep.
launch.
Those SV650s do get off the line well. Now, hopefully Shane O'Donovan's worked out that clutch a little better than race 2. He got a shocker. But in starters' hands now, and a good start by everyone. You're right about Dale Madden. He's come through from the second row to challenge Joe Browning. But, yeah, Joe's actually going to give way to Dale there. But anyway, it's Don Fenton at the front. Bob Sellers right behind him. So we've got Dale Madden in third. Then we've got Shane O'Donovan's got a flyer. He's actually got past Joe Browning. And then we've got Larry Eaton.
Yeah, I don't know how your eyes are going in this slightly fading light.
It doesn't matter if they're fading or not. They're not going that well. Particularly at that distance. Anyway, good thing is no one's going to be able to argue with me because no one, well, certainly no one listening is going to have any better information than I did. Look at Don Fenton past Bob Sellers under brake. So Don's gone out fired up.
Yeah, let's see how Bob responds because I don't think Bob will be taking it lying down.
No, what we've seen so far is Bob putting, oh, look at this big group of riders, Shane O'Donovan all over the back of Joe Browning and Dale Madden through the chute. It's Dale Madden who'll come out on top. But at the front, Bob Sellers all over the back of Don Fenton. Now, at the bottom of the hill is where Bob has been pulling the Simmons line move on Don Fenton. Not this time. He does the traditional line. And when I say the Simmons line, it's something apparently Bob copied off Brett Simmons and feels it works for him. And from the commentary box, it would appear it does.
Yeah, I can't say I've tried it myself, but anyway, we've got them coming down the back straight now. Don has a slight gap over Bob at this point in time, but Bob closes it back up under brakes. Back in the battle for third, fourth, and fifth. It's still close as well. Yeah, so the larger bikes have now got back past Dale Madden. So it's Joe Browning from Shane Brown. What a spirited ride he's putting in. Absolutely fantastic today to see Shane Brown. He did a flat minute in race 2. So he's gone through 61.2 in traffic. But really having a great ride. Good to see from Shane. And so too, good to see Dale Madden having a good ride. As we said, he's pretty beaten up after a nasty crash here on a ride day. So brilliant to see him back out there. At the front, Don Fenton actually looks like he may have gapped Bob Sellers a tiny bit. I do believe he's got a couple more bike lengths there.
I'm saying a tiny bit because it could close up again at any moment, and it appears to have right now under brakes. Bob looks a little bit ragged there under brakes, but gathered back up again, so there's still really nothing in it between the two of them.
Sparks coming off the teammate ARK R1.
58.4, 58.5. Now in race 2, Bob was lapping in the high 7s fairly comfortably, so that would tell me that Bob is looking for a way through. He's not struggling to stick with Don. He's a very, very experienced racer. And I'm sure what he'll be doing is thinking about what's the right time and place to pass and make it stick without taking unnecessary risk. And for mine, I reckon it's if it's not the Simmons move at the bottom of the hill, it's under brakes at the end of the straight. Mind you, that bike of Don's is not slouched down the back straight at all.
No, and it definitely is Bob under brakes. It's closing the gap back up. The chute.
I was saying before that Boyd Witzman down there in Flag Point 7 was saying that Bob is very strong under brakes down there, so that's why I'm thinking it may be where he puts a move on. He's also good through 1 and 2. Look at that. He's all over the back of Don Fenton through 1 and 2. Looking almost to go around the outside through 2. He won't do it, but I think the Simmons line moves coming up at the bottom of the S's now,
I'm inclined to agree with you there.
looking for a drive up the inside, but I think Don Fenton may be wise to it.
I think he is. Certainly pulled a much tighter line and stayed well away from the outside of the track.
Oh, well, time for plan B, whatever that is. Only Bob will know what plan B is. Oh, it looks like he was going for a run down the inside to Calvin. So they're both coming in. Yep, they both come out of the corner okay.
Okay. But that gap has closed up fractionally this lap.
Look, there's nothing in it. It's there's really no gap to speak of. It's one bike following the other, looking for a chance to overtake. Lap's wearing down, 3 to go. So Bob's certainly stronger into 1 and 2, but not visibly strong enough to put a move on. So let's see as they come down around the bottom of the hill again, if Bob can make it work for him. He goes wide, looks to do the over and under, drive up the inside. But look at Don Fenton again, nice and tight up the inside. So he's locked the door on that. He's not going to let Bob through.
No. Further back in 3rd, 4th and 5th, there's a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th now.
Yes. Well, who we got third? Joe Browning. He's really pulled out a big gap. But Shane Brown holding down a very, very impressive 4th place from Shane O'Donovan. So, again, good to see Shane having a good ride here. Don Fenton about to cross the start finish line. 2 laps remaining.
That gap seems to have opened up somewhat there.
Lap traffic coming up too. That's Derek Singline on the GSXR 750. Hopefully he's going to stay wide. He does. He must have seen the blue flag. So well done, Derek.
But that has allowed Bob to gain a little ground.
So, moment of truth. What can Bob do?
I think Bob might need to mix it up a bit there and perhaps do the fakie and suggest the tighter line, but go wide.
One thing for sure is he's not going to give this away without a fight. He's all over the back of Don Fenton, and I think we're going to see a challenge somewhere, and I'm sure Bob Sellers is thinking it through.
Oh, under brakes, that gap.
Oh, that's tight. So he big lunge down the inside under brakes at the end of the straight. Wasn't enough room, so he backed out of it.
Neither of us willing to speak as they enter the sweeper.
Last lap board. So I'm sure Bob's got a plan. What's he going to try? He's got the track speed. He's just got to find that opportunity. But Don Fenton, to his credit, is absolutely riding beautifully. Covering his lines well. So 58.9 last time through is certainly well off the pace that Bob's capable of.
Bob's still looking for the Simmons line, and he's got
yes,
it.
He's pulled it off, I think. He's got up the inside into suckers.
It's going to be a brave move for Don to come back through suckers.
Oh, he's going for. Oh, I thought Don Fenton was looking for a run down the inside to Calvin's, but no, he's right on the back wheel of Bob Sellers as he come onto the straight for the last time. Will Bob?
Neck and neck. I think Bob might have. Oh, he won't quite get drafted.
Don Fenton for a lunge under brakes on the outside. Not enough. Bob Sellers nice and deep under brakes.
He's held a nice tight line.
Oh, Bob spins it up through the sweeper, but I think he's
got him across the line. Oh, I'm not going to call that. That was too close.
Well, it's Don Fenton by 0.0032 of a second.
Oh,
how about that?
Magic from those two.
Got to be the race of the day. How about that? 0.0032 of a second.
They were both trying so hard. I bet Bob's sweating profusely in his leathers at this point in time.
Yes, but also grinning profusely. I'm sure, like I said, I think of late he's riding as well as we've ever seen of late, and it's really bringing out the best in him. It's so good to see.
So further back in the field, we have Joseph Browning taking it ahead of Shane O'Donovan, Shane Brown, Dale Madison, James Abbey, Michael Webb, Larry Eaton,
Ben Abbey,
and Derek Singline.
Derek,
we haven't finished yet, so I'm calling it a bit early.
What's that?
I said I might have been calling it a bit early, or
the end of the race.
Just the last places, but no.
No, that's it.
That's it. It's the leaders coming back around again.
Yeah, Derek Singline, good to see him doing a few laps around Baskerville. He's probably not a regular here, and hopefully he's enjoying it. The GSR 750s do get round Baskerville pretty well, although it's been a bit of a lonely day for him. But as I say, hope he has enjoyed his day.
Yeah. At this point in time, I'd like to say a big thank you and shout out to the flaggies. We've had a lot of first timers come through over this weekend, which has been fantastic to see. And what an awesome thing it is to have flag marshals in all the flag points today.
Yeah, look, I know it sounds like we go on about it, but as you've said, Matt, these days can't happen without a large crew of volunteers, and a heartfelt thanks does go out to all the flag marshals out there. It's, I mean, from my perspective, I love a day's flagging, but doing it day after day after day can wear a little bit thin. So it's great to have a crew where we can mix it up a little bit and relieve some of our more regular volunteers. But of course, putting on a day like this extends further than just the people sitting out there with flags. There are a large crew of people to go that work tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that these days run well. And it's really important that the club, both clubs, North and South, have people who are willing to support those roles and help our great sport continue.
Yeah, and certainly, as I often go on about, ride day punters, it's like coming out and flag marshalling at a race day is a fantastic opportunity in itself to see correct body position where you should be on the track and gain a bit of an insight to how you could be doing it.
Yeah, look, that's very true, Matt. But you know, beyond just picking up a few tips, it's just entertaining. And there's, I think, sitting on the side of the track in a flag box, you know, you're right there with it. You're hearing foot peg scrape, and it's right there in front of you. It's a really enjoyable day's viewing. And if you just love motorcycle racing, then you know, there's a lot to like about flag marshalling.
Yes. Ah, well, I can see number 38 is circulating again. So a big shout out to Daniel Butterworth for getting the MC19 running again and back out on the field.
Yeah, well, I don't think he solved the amount of smoke it was blowing. I'd still be nervous about that if I were you. But next group, just gridding up at the moment. This is our Golden Era over 500 Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500. Yeah. We've seen some absolutely brilliant racing in this class today. The first man to grid up on the front row is Rick Franken, who's on the Guzzi, so he's been right in the mix. Mark Hemsley has been getting the starts of the day. He took race 1, but has been swamped pretty much in race 2 and 3. Still right there at the end in the mix, but struggling to actually make it stick.
Yeah, so certainly last race we had was between 2 Europeans and 2 Japanese bikes.
John Allen's been taking the last 2 from the 4th row racing.
Mark Hemsley's got a good start, but
Roy Turner too. Roy will actually get the better of Mark, I think. Yep. Roy's just elbows out Mark Hemsley into turn 1. So it's Roy Turner from Mark Hemsley. And that's Rick Franken on the Guzzi. Now, I think that's David Burden who's managed to get down the inside of John Allen. John Allen takes that back, or is it Harley Phipps? I think it's John Allen, is it? Bit hard to see from this distance, but at the front, it would appear to still be... Oh, gee, too many bikes changing positions. I'm not going to call it until they get a bit closer. They're coming through Calvin's at the moment.
I think Mark Hemsley has dropped back into 3rd position there.
I think he has. Okay, so it's Roy Turner, Rick Franken, and oh, look at that, Mark Hemsley being challenged by John Allen, I think. But Mark Hemsley says, no, you're not having any of that. He actually outbrakes the lighter CBR 600. So Roy Turner, beautiful job out in front.
So it's going to be tight into turn 1, but
John Allen actually does get the better of Mark Hemsley through there.
yeah, Mark Hemsley was attempting to tip in, but found the space occupied. So
still Roy Turner at the bottom of the hill now with the Guzzy breathing down his neck, spinning up actually. Well, I shouldn't say spinning up. It's certainly getting squirrely. The Guzzy driving up the hill. What a day he's had for his first race meeting here at Baskerville. Surely he's going to leave with a big smile on his face.
And I can't see him not coming back in the future. I think he's having way too much fun.
I think I have to agree with you on that one.
But, the leaders head down the main straight.
Roy Turner actually pulling out a bit of a gap there, but here comes John Allen on the CBR 600. I think Roy's time at the front might be short-lived because John Allen's been very impressive here today.
Yes, and he seems to be getting stronger each race.
Yeah, I'd be thinking that, speaking of short-lived, John Allen's time in Formula Basketball may be short-lived because he's the way he's progressing, you'd be thinking that he's well-placed for the 600 class before too much longer.
Well, definitely, and certainly with these times that we're seeing here on the board, there must be an awful lot of 10-second penalties being applied.
Well, we won't comment on that, but I think the important thing is it shows the value of this class, that somebody like John Allen can come along and comfortably learn a bit of racecraft and improve his riding without feeling the pressure of competing in one of the championship classes. And there you go. He's just got past Roy Turner. Roy back down the inside under brakes.
Yes.
Roy says, "No, you're going to have to work harder than that."
And Roy's no spring chicken and been around the trap, so he knows a few tricks.
Rides very, very well, doesn't he? He looks good on a bike, and I tell you what, he's making a real fist of this today.
And certainly this not being his main bike he was looking at riding today. I believe he was going to be riding an MC19. So switch of machinery hasn't hurt his racing.
Not at all. Look at John Allen now out-dragging. I was going to say, did he out-drag Roy Turner up the hill? Roy Turner around the outside over suckers and still level pecking down the straight and eventually out-breaks John Allen on the outside into Calvin's.
And you'd have to say there's a few ponies difference between those two bikes there.
Well, as you can see now, because John Allen comes back past him over the hump, so all Roy's good work undone, but back under brakes. He's saying, no, I'm going to have a win today. What a great race at the front between these two.
If he does take it, he has really earned it. Oh, it's tight.
John Allen underneath Roy Turner through the chute over the start-finish line. Wow. So what's Roy going to do about that?
Roy's not daunted, though. He's not letting go.
Oh, he's loving it. I can see where Tom gets it from. So they've dropped off Rick Franken a little in third place, and then it's back to Mark Hemsley. So Mark, unfortunately, his day started in the shower of glory, and I'm sure he's still loving it, but slowly he's just being outpaced a little by some of these more modern machines in front of him.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly hoping that he had some new tyres, because he's been away for a couple of years, so the bike's been in storage. So, I don't know, you never know, we might have seen some dropping off in tyre quality.
Oh, who knows? He's put in a fantastic ride as far as I'm concerned, and I think he's going to absolutely have loved his day here.
Yeah, John Allen seems to have made a bit of a dent in the gap and pulled out a second lead.
Yeah, and look, John's just gone through at a 60.73, so for Formula Baskerville, it's showing that John's probably ready to take on the championship classes, but as I said previously, the point of Formula Baskerville is to provide this opportunity for people to explore racing and the limits of the bike in a more relaxed sort of field, and I'm sure you agree, Matt, that these guys have had a ball out there today.
Oh, definitely, and it's been some fantastic racing. Certainly, we look at machinery going round. For Mark Hemsley, to take that BMW into the Tas Superbike category would be completely unavailable, but he does have a spot here in this class.
Just look at this battle further back between Jason Brown, Eleanor Rent and Hans Dadson. There's nothing at all between the three of those. Last lap board, checkered flag out now for John Allen. So John will pick up the win from Roy Turner, Rick Franken and Mark Hemsley. But this battle towards the rear of the field, aren't they having fun? And again, it just goes to show that it doesn't matter which class you're in. There's good racing everywhere.
Yeah, lonely race there for Jared Tracy on the Triumph Daytona coming around the sweeper now. Oh, I can see that smoke coming out the back of the MC19.
Oh, you should not have said that. That's acknowledgement of fault.
Oh, well, it's made race distance.
Oh, no. That's in a world of hurt. And I reckon he's going to be looking for the previous owner very soon.
Oh, it's nothing a new ring kit won't fix.
Now, looking beyond the smoke trailing out the back of the bike you just sold, look at the sky overhead. We've been saying all day that showers are forecast for late in the day. So the time is 3:27 and the clouds are looking quite black. But interestingly, not up the to the sort of the northwest where typically come from up the river. It's actually to the other side, more towards the northeast, would you say, Matt?
Yeah, but certainly I can see towards the south there some patch of blue sky for some lucky souls.
No, but look, the clouds are certainly getting heavier and darker. There's certainly no sign at all of showers at the moment. But we've still got a little bit of racing to get through, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, we've got an hour, fraction more. But, I think it's going to hold in. I don't think we're going to see the rain actually interfere with racing.
And one of the classes we've wanted to see again is the Tassie Supersport class, which are filing out at the moment. Jesse Wood's first bike out onto the dummy grid. Jono Hughes, Josh Rees, Lockie Curtis. It's the problem with the 600 class, just looking down, there are too many white bikes with riders with black and white letters. No wonder it's hard to call.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to get some high-vis spray paint out and change a few there.
Yeah, they might not like it, but they might have to be hit with the spray can on the way out.
I think you could sell it if you said anyone that's willing to don some high-vis pink might get a half-second head start.
So the big question is Jason Spencer going to do anything about Mitch Hawksley? Now, Mitch is saying that he started the day with worn tyres and now they're looking almost flat-spotted. Having said which, he's done a PB at a flat 55, so go figure. He's putting it down to having recently competed at Broadford, which he found more physical and had to sharpen his focus more, and he's finding coming back to his one of his home circuits in Baskerville fairly relaxing, and he's flying around the track well and clearly riding it beautifully. He didn't even expect to see that 55 come up, so it goes to show the value of broadening your experience and working at it.
Yeah, so coming into the chute now, we've got Jesse leading them into the dummy grid.
Not dummy grid,
not
but
dummy grid, the actual
start
grid.
grid.
Yep, sorry. But everyone's checking the brakes.
We're trying to get a bit of last minute heat into them. It's Mitch Hawksley coming through to pick up his position at P2. Jason Spencer, of course, was the fastest qualifier, so he'll come to pick up P1. Jesse Woods on the outside of the front row. Then we're back to Lockie Curtis. Red flag comes in, so we're ready for a start. The light's on. racing, and now a great start from Jason Spencer. All the front runners actually getting away beautifully.
Yeah, that was very even off the start.
But Mitch Hawksley will edge out Jason Spencer again. So Mitch has been getting not only the race wins, but the best starts of the day. But importantly, Jason Spencer right on the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley. Then it's Lockie Curtis, I think, and Jesse Woods, John O'Hughes, Marcus Delaney. As I said, too many white bikes with black and white leathers. But we're going to get a better feel for this first time over the start finish line. But at the front, look at this. Mitch Hawksley with Jason Spencer all over his back wheel. So maybe this is time Jason saying, I'm going to have a win today. And reassert the order at the front. Jason Spencer looking to come, I was going to say alongside Mitch Hawksley over the hump, but didn't quite have the speed. Once again, for claims of Moto 2 engines in that bike, I think people need to eat their words. It's clearly no faster than Mitch Hawksley's. Mitch Hawksley just keeping Jason Bay through turn one. But look at the speed Mitch Hawksley's carrying down through the S's. Actually puts a bike length or two on Jason Spencer.
Yeah, further back we've got Lockie Curtis leading Jesse Woods and John
O'Hughes and Marcus Delaney, I think.
Yep, he's tagged on the back.
And David Bartels from Josh Rees, who's also having a great meeting. But back at the front, still status quo. We've got Mitch Hawksley just going down to Calvin's with the fluoro green helmet of Jason Spencer right behind him. Now, what's Jason going to do about it? It's going to be hard because the lap times they're doing doesn't leave a lot of opportunity.
And there's no real change, although Spencer's having a bit of a look here at the moment.
Yeah, you said earlier, Matt, that through the chute, Jason's strong, so maybe a run up the inside into one. Is he going to go for it? I know that Mitch is very strong into one, so there's no room there. Mitch will, again, leads the field down through the S's. Jason Spencer right on his back wheel.
Further back in the field, that grid's nice, tight pack of, we've got 2 6 bikes.
Yeah, but Jesse Woods threw on Lockie Curtis. I know Jesse was delighted with his 55.9 in race 2, so now he's got a bit of free track in front of him and a chasing pack behind him. Wouldn't be surprised to see something similar. At the front again, what have we got? Jason Spencer right on the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley. Is he going to go for lunge under brakes? No.
Barely a bike length between them at the highest point in speed.
This is interesting through the chute, though. Jason Spencer does carry good speed through there. It's a matter of whether or not he can get close enough for a move into one.
Not on this lap, but it's certainly a potential move later on.
So not that fast, 55.5 compared to a flat 55 earlier. I say not that fast, it's just not as fast. It's still a very quick lap.
Jesse Woods seems to be just slightly edging ahead of that pack behind him. Ahead of Lockie Curtis.
He does. So Jesse last time through, 56.7, a little off what he did in race 2.
But looking back further, it's almost a half a second ahead of Lockie Curtis.
Got to say, I'm wondering if Jason Spencer's going to have a chance to get past Mitch Hawksley here. Mitch is just...
That gap is bigger this lap.
He's just become such an accomplished racer, Mitch. Not only is he fast, but he's such a hard person to get past. And you've seen Chip Sellers and Marcus Delaney and Matthew Long all have a crack at him, and he just bounces straight back and continues to be the first line over the start-finish.
Yeah, John O'Hughes having good sniff around the back of Lockie Curtis's wheel back in 4th and 5th. But still, it's still a tight group there towards the back. Josh Rees seems to be being dropped fractionally.
Oh, I think it's John O'Hughes out of the seat there at the bottom of the hill.
That'll give Marcus the chance to have a look up through suckers.
Yeah, did have a bit of a look, but didn't lose position, but certainly was up out of the seat.
Mitch down the back straight seems to have pulled out a bigger gap on Spencer.
Yeah, this will be interesting because Jace is pretty quick through here, through the chute, and no, not that time. He's not really closing him down. So if Mitch is being honest about running very old tyres, and I'd hate to see what he'd be doing on fresh ones, because he's just riding out of his skin at the moment.
Yeah, so Rocky Curtis, a little gap ahead of John O'Hughes. Oh, actually, Marcus Delaney in front of John O'Hughes there.
So last lap board's out. I really don't think Jason Spencer's going to have a say in this. I think Mitch has gapped or put enough of a gap on him that it's going to be pretty safe for Mitch, barring any mistakes, which he doesn't typically make.
I mean, Spence has closed up into the sort of final corner, but yeah, there's too many bike lengths there.
Half a second last time through. Mitch Hawksley will take the win and 0.38, so he closed down 1/10 of a second, but not enough.
Further back, we've got Jesse Woods coming across the line in third to Lockie Curtis, John O'Hughes, Marcus Delaney,
David Bartels and Josh Freeze. So,
geez, there wasn't much in that that group further back.
No, big group. Throw a blanket over a lot of them. Really, it was pretty good racing, but very hard to look away from what was happening at the front. What a day for Mitch Hawksley.
Yes, definitely. He's come back strong for that race, and yeah, who knows exactly how the wear and tear on the tyres is going for both him and Spence.
Yeah, who knows? But I think you've got to be fair to Jason and say that a year racing superbikes, it's pretty hard to jump straight back on a 600 and be riding at the level of what Mitch is. And Jason stuck with him for at least two of these races where he's got good starts. It would have been a tall order to get the better of Mitch, given the form he's in. So I don't think you can take anything away from Jason. I think it only speaks to the quality of the rider, that he can just jump straight off 1,000 and be there at the front. That is no mean feat.
No, and certainly the time for the shortened race down to 6 laps, certainly shortens your ability to have time to make a move. The rider in front, and I guess if you are in front, you are defending for a shorter period.
Yes, well, that's true. Next group out being our Tassie Juniors, who actually had a bit of a break from for the previous race, but I believe there was a change in the winner, Isaac Simmons, getting the better of Ollie Skinner. Was that right, Matt?
Yeah, that's correct. Isaac was looking fantastic last race. Not to take anything away from young Skinner, but Isaac certainly put his head down and went for it, and it showed. So actually, I think Sean's hopefully the mechanicals that Isaac has suffered from, the spark plug.
Yes, hopefully that's behind him. Just looking down at our club recovery vehicle, Matt, and reading the B Select Mooner sponsorship on the window. I should give a big shout out to Peter Killick at B Select Mooner, who is a massive supporter of motorsport in Tasmania. He was the president of the Hobart Sporting Car Club is the club I'm looking for, and also president of the Baskerville Foundation. You wouldn't find somebody who contributes more to our sport, and he's also sponsors our club and looks after our recovery vehicle for us. So massive thank you for Peter Killick. And if you're in the market for tyres, then B Select Mooner is the place to go. He will look after you, I guarantee it.
Right, the juniors are making their way up from the bottom of the hill. I think just take a short break while we wait for the juniors to line up.
That's not a bad idea, Matt. We'll be back very shortly. Okay, so bikes on grid. Who's going to get this one, Matt? Ollie Skinner or Isaac Simmons? You can see Isaac's already eyes on the prize.
Yes, he's got determination.
Absolutely. Good to see. Gus O'Halloran on the outside of the front row and Ava Connell, the only bike on the fourth row. And who's going to get away first? Ollie Skinner. Gus O'Halloran away nicely, but importantly, Isaac Simmons not far behind.
And Isaac, I think, just trying to get a good run up through turn one, which he has.
Yep, got into second place for the rundown into the S's. So Ollie Skinner away first, but Isaac Simmons probably where he wants to be.
Yeah, I dare say that Skinner has a set of crosshairs on his back from Isaac, and Isaac will be doing everything he can to close that gap down.
Yeah, importantly though, Isaac knows, sorry, not Isaac, Ollie knows that the challenge may come as it did in race 3. So he knows he needs to put his head down and not give an inch here.
Yeah, so Isaac's probably got another half a lap before if he is going to make up ground, where he'll be able to tag on the back and draft Ollie. But that gap is closing.
Both 2-stroke 85cc machines, but you can see the particularly the advantage of a fairing down the back straight. Isaac's bike is a little faster. So you're saying before, Matt, that Gus is looking at graduating to the Isaac Simmons machine. Is that right?
Look, it was salacious gossip. Nothing confirmed. But there may be opportunity if Isaac moves on to something else that that machinery may become available.
Well, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, it'd be good to see young Augustus
Gus
on the Simmons machinery there.
You were saying before when you put your head outside the commentary box that wind is pretty strong.
Yeah, so certainly the speed at which those whirlybirds on some of the enclosed vehicles are speeding is not indicative of how strong that wind is out there. Actually, seen the marquees down there, the Honda C marquees. It is getting very gusty.
Ollie Skinner, though, still maintaining that lead. It's currently 1.4 seconds over Isaac Simmons, and the difference in lap times, well, Ollie Skinner just did a flat 7. Isaac Simmons did a 67.6. So Isaac is actually extending the lead according to those lap times. So
the gap does visibly seem fractionally bigger. We'll see. Plays out. And see the last lap board being handled by Danny Moss.
Yeah, still got 2 laps to go. So look, there's probably enough time, but
I could be wrong. We might have had a shortened race to 3 laps.
Well, it's saying 2 laps on our lap counter here. Anyway, let's see. But Isaac looks visibly to have closed down to Ollie Skinner. Coming down the end of the straight under brakes. It's going to be very interesting to see what the gap is over the start-finish line. Last lap board out. Was 1.4 last time around. I'd be thinking it's more like a second. 0.91. So certainly Isaac's closed it down. Can he do enough in 1 lap? It's going to be a big ask.
I think that gap at the moment is probably a bit big. But, I'm sure he's going to give it a red hot go.
Isaac will be cursing not having an extra lap. But, that's the way it goes. You've just got to make the most of what you got. And from Ollie's point of view, he got the better start. Yeah, well, and that may give him the win.
Yeah, certainly Ollie's no slouch on that KTM. Proved earlier on in the previous race that he's able to put that bike into the places he needs to be to come up the inside through the sweeper.
Oh, rides very well, without a doubt. So coming down the straight, it is Ollie Skinner, who probably holds similar margin over Isaac Simmons. Under brakes at the end of the straight, so I don't see Isaac doing much about claiming the race win. He's certainly closed up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Coming through the chute now for the last time. Checkered flag waving, so it will be Ollie Skinner who will pick up the race win from Isaac Simmons. Then we look back to Gus O'Halloran, who's must be coming down, coming through the chute at the moment.
With Ava just coming over the hump now down the back straight.
So Gus straight off the bike into barbecue duties, no doubt.
He has been very helpful in the past, the special little barbecue fairies.
And Ava Connell just rounding out the field. She'll come through the chute for the last time. Good on you, Ava. Another great day's racing.
So we must be coming up on the Tas Superbikes after this.
3 races remaining. I think those clouds may have lightened a little, although there's probably more of them. Is that better or worse? I don't know.
Well,
It's certainly looking to the north. I'd say there's rain coming. To anyone listening in Launceston, I have a hunch that you're probably already getting a bit of this, and it's coming our way.
yeah.
So pull the handbrake on if you can.
I'm still calling a dry end to the end of the day.
Look, I think so. It's certainly not threatening at the moment. It's building, but I think we're going to be pretty right to get through, which is what they're forecasting all day.
I'm looking down the pits now. I'm seeing quite a few happy faces out there, Chris.
Well, as you'd expect, Matt, it's been a great day's racing, and we've seen some really good contests throughout the field. Do I see Tim Lester down there?
Oh, yeah.
I think it is Tim Lester, so why has he not entered?
We're going to be calling out the Tim Lester in the... Oh, yes, I see Tim.
Well, it's unusual to see Tim before you hear him, so it may not be him.
Oh, you never know. We could have a special commentary guest coming up.
Well, he'd commentate from the pits without a microphone, and still be louder than you and I are.
We need these characters, Chris.
Without a doubt.
I see Jezza Huddleston making his way around the base of the tower.
Yeah, so important for Jezza. I know he's very keen to get away well in race 3. He managed to botch the start a bit and let Scott Honeychurch get away. So I'm sure he'll be focused on trying to get a good start.
Yeah, not forgetting the race that Wade Schrader put in.
Wade's been racing really well, and he always impresses me that he enters the 2 hours solo. I think he's done at least 2, maybe 3 Ironman 2 hours, which I just can't get my head around.
Yeah, and certainly looking down here, when you look at the age of the machinery with Scott Honeychurch on a 2017, Trevor Brenton on a 2014, and Jezza on a 2015, while Wade is still riding a 2007 generation R1, I believe. So certainly we might see a very different outcome heading into the future if Wade was to move into some slightly more modern machinery.
Yeah, look, potentially. What year did you say Wade's is? It's
07.
Yeah, well, I think it's only about the same era as... Well, actually, it's a little bit newer than the bike that Bob Sellers is riding. And we know Chip's done a high 54 on that. So they're a very capable bike around this circuit. So I think there's probably more in that bike of Wade's. And you wouldn't want him to jump ship too early. I think he's riding it really well, and I think there's more to come from him. So I noticed Scott Honeychurch was last out again, so I was speculating in race 3 as to the reason for that. I'd say that it's a plan to arrive late with maximum heat in the tyres. Strategy a lot of riders use, just to whether or not it makes a difference or it's at least puts their mind at rest that the tyres are at temperature. Whatever does it for you, you need to do.
Well, certainly, if it makes a psychological difference, then it's worth doing.
And it's largely a psychological game, riding these things at their limit. You need to feel confident, you need to feel fast and capable of winning.
Oh, we're still waiting on Trevor Renton to grid up.
Yeah, that was a good call from starter Danny Moss.
Right, we're in the starter's hands.
Okay, the red flag is in. Red light is on. Racing, much better start from Jeremy Huddleston. Daniel Briggs again got a good start from the second row and will go through and actually elbow Wade Schrader out. So not what Wade needed, but importantly at the front, Scott Honeychurch with Jeremy Huddleston right on his back wheel. So that's what Jezza was hoping for.
Don Fenton having a very lumpy launch.
For old Wade Schrader, he's just thinking, Daniel Briggs, please give us a break. Briggs has been getting the starts of the day, and Wade's just trying to get a toe from the guys in front. But Wade's through now on Briggsy, so probably lost the toe.
I think Don Fenton's sniffing at the tail of Daniel Briggs.
Yeah, looking like coming through under brakes, and he does. But at the front, Scott Honeychurch wanting to make it 4 from 4. It's Jeremy Huddleston. As I was saying, I was speaking to him earlier, and he's feeling really good, particularly through this first half of the circuit. Through the tighter section, he said his bike's got nothing at all on the ZX10 in front of him down the back straight, so he can't rely on outpacing the Kawasaki for a braking move.
So he
certainly
closed the gap as you.
Yep, that's right. He did close the gap, Matt, and it speaks to what Jezza was saying, that he feels really confident in the first half of the circuit. He's looking strong, isn't he? Like down at Calvin's, he's all over the back of Scott, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a challenge come. I know Jezza would feel great about picking up a win here. Big wheelie from Scott Honeychurch over the hump, but Jezza makes no inroads. Wade Schrader back in third.
Jezza's looking good here at this point in time in the track and closing the gap up into turn 1 in a big way.
Problem is, getting through on a rider like Scott Honeychurch is not easy. Scott's done a lot of race miles. He's a smart racer. He's an experienced racer, and it's not going to be easy. And he's fast. So you might have a little bit of track speed, but that's what I've been saying all day. Getting past somebody, making it stick is another thing.
Yeah, further back in the field we have Wade Schrader pulling a lonely third, a bit of a gap back again to Don Fenton.
So down the back straight. Again, another nice big power wheelie from Scott Honeychurch. Got Jezza Huddleston right on his back wheel, but no change at all.
I think the gap's opened up fractionally there.
Look, I think there may be an opportunity for Jezza at the top of the S's. As I said, he's good through there. He seems to close up, but he needs to be closer for the run into 1 to be in a position to put a move on into 2. So now we're about 5 seconds back to Wade Schrader, another couple of seconds back to Don Fenton, and then Daniel Briggs having a lonely ride quite a way further back. But at the front, still Scott Honeychurch. Matt, can you see a move coming or not?
It's going to depend on how close Jezza can get at the end of the straight here. Just heading into Calvin's, I was just sort of watching Scott Honeychurch just increase the gap between the two of them. Sort of seems to have translated down here into the sweeper. So nothing's going to happen this lap unless Scott makes a mistake.
In fact, it may have just that gap may have pulled out a bit. Scott looks like he pulled out a bit through the chute that time.
Yeah,
it was half a second, but Oh, look, I think Jez has pulled that back in again. As we're saying, he looked strong through that first half of the circuit. I know Scott would love to make it 4 from 4.
Yeah, if you watch the gap down here as they head into Calvin's.
Yeah, there's nothing in it, Matt. That's why it's so hard for Jezza. I don't think he can plan a move at the end of the straight because he's got nothing on Scott. Scott's so fast through Calvin's. Coming through the chute now, Scott Honeychurch just holding off Jezza Huddleston. Last lap board, 55.95, 55.8 for Jezza Huddleston. So the guys are on it. I just can't see an opportunity opening up here for Jezza. Scott, with his experience, with his speed, I just don't think he's going to leave the door open anywhere.
Look, heading down the hill towards Calvin's, we have Trevor Renton. This may play out to the first place.
Yes, unfortunately spending more time on the back wheel than focusing on doing lap times. I thought he was warned by the steward for that. That's pretty disappointing behaviour, to be honest. But Scott Honeychurch.
Pulled out quite a large gap, but...
You're right, they're very, very close to Trevor Renton, so hopefully it's not going to play out.
I think Trevor's going to be through safely without interfering with this finish, but Scott Honeychurch takes the win in the end over Jezza Huddleston.
Yeah, look, quality ride from both those guys, really impressive. And I think Jezza probably had a little bit more speed, but Scott just played that beautifully. He showed his experience there and did not give Jeremy Huddleston an opportunity.
Yes, and very tight groupings of lap times from our 2 leaders. With Jezza fractionally faster on his best lap by 0.3 of a second. And but across the line, there was not a lot in it. 0.3.
No, some quality racing, that's for sure.
Sorry, 0.6.
So we're certainly getting to the pointy end of the day, Matt.
Yeah, so we're going to have the lights, GP and production rolling out shortly.
Certainly hope Brett Simmons has managed to sort his bike. He's pulling his helmet on, so let's hope he's got that under control.
So looking down towards the Hobart Sporting Car Club, there seems to be a bit of a congregation of lights and GP bikes down there. See Reece Tan on his bike, ready to go.
Yeah, Reece certainly put a very impressive win in race 3. So he's the man to beat, I think, going into this final race for the Lights GP Lights production. Brodie Curtis, just first bike out in the dummy grid, certainly impressed in race 3. He's been getting stronger as the day's gone on. And Chloe Honeychurch too, outstanding today.
I think it's going to be a tight 4-way race again at the front between Reece. Although Reece, with his last race, showed he managed to pull ahead, but certainly that fight between Chloe Honeychurch and sorry, I haven't got the names.
Brett Simmons is rolling out, so I think Reece Tan might have an issue with picking up the win with Brett in the field. So if Brett's bike hangs in there, I think Brett's probably the man to beat. And in Lights production, certainly been Chad Wiley, but the way Brodie Curtis and Chloe Honeychurch have been going, I wouldn't actually back that in. Dane Grigg's been putting in a strong day as well.
Yeah, it's looking down here on the dummy grid. The two bikes of Mustard and Reece Tan next to each other, and one could say mass matters.
Yeah, well, Mark certainly put in as I said, a very spirited ride to try and get onto the back of Graham Cunningham. So it'd be good to see what Mark can do about that.
Yeah, well, he's certainly had a lot of form in the past, and he seems to be making inroads to regain that form. So
yeah, Larry Eaton was in that mix as well. So expect a good battle there. But look, for mine, Brett Simmons, is he going to go out tonight? He's got his helmet on, but the bike is still in the pits. I don't want to be quick because the riders are out on track right now for their sighting lap.
swinging a leg over.
He's going to be very lucky to get out there. The red flag is up for pit lane, so Brett Simmons has missed his opportunity to get out. So I don't know what's happened there, but they need to give up on trying to start it because the red flag is on the dummy grid. So unless they allow him to start from the, I think they realise that something else is playing up there and it's time to pack it up. So that'll be music to the ears of Reece Tan, who may be looking at his second race win of the day.
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm sure Reece isn't aware of it. I don't think he's going to be able to look across the back straight through into the garages to see that Brett's not there. He'll have a look back over his shoulder on the on the starting grid.
I can't remember where Brett qualified, but typically, I think he was in pole position, so it'd be pretty obvious to Reece then that Brett's not lining up. Chad Wiley just rolling up to pick up his position on P2. What an outstanding day he's had. As I said before, swapping from 600 back to a Ninja 400 throughout the day would not be easy, and he's been riding this bike absolutely sensationally all day.
And continuing the banter there, I can see the warranty's still holding up on number 38.
Well, don't speak too soon. It's got another race to go.
Okay, we've got
red flag's in.
Dougie trying to get back in position.
Red light is on, racing, and Chad Wiley away to an absolute flyer. So too Brody Curtis, he's got away well. Larry Eaton and Chloe Honeychurch. So all the four strokes have got a great start. Chad Wiley probably got a half a second lead on Larry Eaton there from Brody Curtis. Okay. Chloe Honeychurch, Reece Tan, Dane Griggs, Graham Cunningham, Mark de Jong, Doug Watson, John Kranz,
Daniel Butterworth, and Wade McGrath.
Wade McGrath, yep. But consistent with the rest of the races, Chad Wiley's the man. Certainly in the production class, got away beautifully and leads the field down the straight for the first time.
We'll see how Reece does down the back straight here.
Oh, look at that, the speed of that bike, the GP bike of Reece Tan absolutely blows away the production bikes of Brody Curtis and Larry Eaton. So I think Chad Wiley's not going to have much of a say in this because Reece Tan's coming through very quickly.
Yeah, he blew through from 4th to 2nd down the back straight.
What would be interesting, though, is if Brody Curtis could get on the back of Chad Wiley to see if Brody could do anything about taking the production win. So Chad Wiley's still leading the field. Reece Tan right on his back wheel as they fire up the hill for the run up to Suckers.
And Reece does seem to be closing up that gap already. You have to expect that Reece will pull the advantage down the back straight and lead into the sweeper. Come out.
So Reece Tan, pulls out of the slipstream of Chad Wiley and overtakes him over the hump. So under brakes, Reece Tan will pick up the lead of the combined lights, GP lights production field. Chad Wiley still all over his back wheel coming through the chute. But Brody Curtis, I don't know if he's pulled back the gap on Chad Wiley, but he's certainly still in striking distance. There's only a couple of seconds in it. 1.7 in fact. And last time through, Chad Wiley 61.6, Brody Curtis 61.6. So he probably needs to find a bit more if he's going to pull that gap down.
Yes, that warranty perhaps isn't looking so good on number 38 because he's now dropped back to last place.
Oh, it's still going though. Matt?
I can't see smoke at the moment.
There's probably no oil left in it. Back to the leaders. Reece Tan hasn't pulled out a lot on Chad Wiley, but it's enough that Chad's probably not going to have much of a say in the outcome of this race.
Chloe Honeychurch.
Yeah, on the back of Larry Eaton. And importantly, has the gap come down between Chad Wiley and Brodie Curtis? So we're down, yeah, it's about the same, about 1.3 seconds. Look, it's going to be hard for him with a shortened race. There's only 3 laps left. I'll tell you what, on track it looks pretty close. Chad just starting to open the throttle to go up the hill now, and yeah, Brodie, it looks like only less than a second of a gap.
Yeah, it's tough. Chloe Honeychurch still sniffing at the heels of Larry as they head down the hill. Larry not an easy man to get past him. Does make those elbows stick out a long way.
Reece Tan still heads the way. Under brakes at the end of the back straight. He's not really dropping Chad Wiley off too much. Lap time's only half a second apart, so that would explain why the gap's not really stretching that much. Look, I think Brodie Curtis is actually, yeah, he has. He's pulled that gap down to a second from Chad Wiley, but unfortunately, with the shortened race distance, there's only 2 laps remaining. I don't think he's going to get on terms with Chad before the checkered flag.
And if he does, it'll certainly play into the hands of Reece Tan. He's doing all he needs to do at this point in time.
Reece is, the only person who'll beat Reece is Reece, I think. But what a great ride from Brodie Curtis. Would have been great to see what he could do if he got level with Chad Wiley. Would have been a great battle. A few more laps would have been really telling, but as it is, with the last lap board being readied, he's just a little too far back to do much about it. I reckon it's down to about less than a second now. They're about to cross the start-finish line. Let's have a look. It's 0.9 of a second.
And a little bit further back in the field, we've got a gap of 0.3 from Larry and Chloe.
Yeah, there's nothing at all between them. Chloe looking for a way around the outside of Larry through the S's and in the run into the bottom of the hill. Yeah. But that's going to be hard because that's where that KTM of Larry's is at its best. But back at the front, it's Reece Tan who's still holding down quite a comfortable lead. Chad Wiley, who's maintained that gap over Brodie Curtis. So Brodie's not going to have an opportunity to challenge Chloe Honeychurch right on the back of Larry Eaton under brakes. Is she going to be able to do anything here?
I don't think she's going to. She's not quite close enough. But
the run through the sweepers should be interesting. I think you're right, Matt. I don't think she's going to be able to challenge right on the back of Larry over the finish line. But Graham Cunningham just gets the better of Dane Griggs from Mark de Jong.
We've got Doug Watson, followed by
Doug Watson. Brendan Mazecki is the person you're looking for, I think,
yep.
Matt.
And John Kranz.
John Kranz, Wade McGrath, just entering the sweeper right now. Oh. And the smoking CBR 250.
Still going.
Daniel Butterworth.
He's gone past the pit entry, so he's going to make it race distance, and I'm going to claim warranty safe.
Yeah, look, some people may say he was putting up his hand in celebration, but I'd say in anger at the person who sold him that motorcycle. So I'd probably make him my exit from the circuit right now if I were you, Matt.
Well, if he's angry at the person that sold him the motorcycle, I'm quite safe.
Good to see him having a good day.
Yeah.
We've got one race remaining. Is that right? One race remaining. Golden Era over 500. So it's one we've been enjoying all day. The battle between Bob Sellers and Don Fenton. You see Bob down there getting the bike ready.
Yeah, and surely Don Fenton must be feeling the day, having raced in multiple categories. Might be leaving Bob Sellers just fractionally fresher for this last race of the day. But, looking down the field, that starting to have the riders make their way out onto the dummy grid. Dale Madden got a very strong start previous race. Expect the same from him again this time round. We've got Joseph Browning joining him. He's having Joseph and Bob Sellers having a bit of a chat down there. Shane O'Donovan joins him on the ZX 750R. James Abbey, Benjamin Abbey, Shane Brown. Comes Don Fenton. Michael Webb. Can't be missing too many more bikes. Starters release them from the dummy grid. So they start making their way around the circuit to line up on the start line. So a reminder to everyone, I know a lot of people out there packing up. We are having a barbecue at the end of the day and trophy presentations. So it's always good to celebrate the wins and achievements of the day. So we strongly urge you to hang around and join in the victory celebrations. And Chris Price joins me back in the commentary position.
Certainly looking forward to this one, Matt. Provided high level of entertainment all day. Bob Sellers has been absolutely outstanding, and so too Don Fenton.
Yeah, going to put money on Bob this race? I think Guy will.
Look, I don't know. Don rode a spectacular race 3.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying while you're out that Don Fenton's certainly been doing a lot more riding today than Bob. Bob keeping himself a lot fresher, but Bob has in the past mentioned how he fades towards the end of the day.
Yeah, but I think he's loving his racing. It brings out the best in people, and he's impressed me today. I think Bob's every chance, but I think Don's up to it. It's going to be a great contest. Anyway, we're about to find out. We're racing, and a great start from both, all the front riders, but Bob Sellers will get to turn 1 first. Don Fenton looking for a run down the inside to 2. And who's that around the outside? Is that Dale Madden?
I believe so.
From Joseph Browning, I think. No, I think it's is it Shane O'Donovan got a blinder of a start?
Yeah, I think you're right there.
So Joe Browning, I think, then in 4th, looking for a run up the inside of Shane, if that is Shane O'Donovan. But at the front, importantly, Bob Sellers, away to an absolute flyer. He's already pulled that half a second gap over Don Fenton. So it shows his intention.
Oh, he's looking very quick down the back straight.
Yeah, he's certainly putting in. So he knows what's required here. And he's looking fast. So first time over the stripe. There's a 1.3 second gap that Bob Sellers has already pulled out. So challenge already put out there for Don Fenton. What are you going to do about it?
And
I tell you what, Bob Sellers untidy through 2. I don't know if the front tucked a little bit, but certainly on as he changed direction, there was a big wobble in the bike.
And again, he's looking quick up the hill like this. He's looking very determined this race.
He certainly is. I'm going to be interested to see what sort of lap times he's doing because he looks, as you say, very determined at the moment. But Don Fenton, he's not being dropped off. That margin, probably a second. In fact, Don, I think, might have closed up a bit under brakes at the end of the straight.
I do believe
who's that down?
At
the end of the back straight, a bit hard to tell. That might be Shane O'Donovan, is it? Let's have a look. No, it's not Shane. It's very hard to pick from here, but unfortunately, it's almost the first faller of the day. I think that's Shane Brown, actually.
Yep.
That's a shame because Shane was having a great ride here today. So disappointing. But look back to the race lead. Don Fenton, while we're looking away, has got the better of Bob Sellers.
I wonder if Bob Sellers had a bit of a moment pushing as hard as what he is.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know.
A bit of a gap there.
Because he had a bit of a lead. Like last time through, it was only 0.03. So maybe that's... look, no, I don't know.
Yeah, and we'd be expecting a yellow flag down there at turn 7, which is going to play into Don Fenton's hands a little bit there, I'd imagine.
Well, it rules out a braking move from Bob Sellers. But Bob's been putting on passes all day up the hill. So Bob's not backing off. He's right on the back wheel of Don Fenton. But it's pretty much what I said from the start, that both these guys are going to be up for it.
And Bob's going to know that bike's not going anywhere. So it's ruled out a braking move into the sweeper.
Bob Sellers actually being held up a little there through the S's. So clearly he's strong through that section of the track, which puts him in a good position. I've run up the inside into Suckers. He had to back out of that. It was a pretty late decision to try and put that move on. Down at Calvin's, Bob all over the back wheel, but there's no use trying to line up a move there at the end of the straight because there's yellow flags waving for the machine of Shane Brown.
So he's just got to stay on the back wheel.
I think, as we've seen all day, it's likely to be a drag up the hill from moving to Suckers. That's where Bob seems very strong because he closes up the gap in the first half of the circuit. But with 2 laps remaining,
yeah, that's a decent gap there between the two of them, though. I mean, Bob's closing it down rapidly.
You look at Bob through the S's where he is now. He closes down that gap really well.
I have to say he's too far back to be pulling Simmons' move up the inside this lap.
Nobody thinks about it. Around the outside at Suckers. How do you do that, Bob Sellers?
Great move.
I don't know that I've ever seen anybody put an overtake on there. Unbelievable. So I don't think Don Fenton was expecting that. He was defending the inside, did not expect a move on the outside.
And look at the gap.
Don Fenton back down the inside under brakes, but that is a yellow flag. So you want to be, yes, good move, Don. He backed out of that, thinking better of it.
Yeah. But I guess if you're in front before you get to the yellow flag, it's all fine.
Well, yes, I think that should be the discretion of the steward. A risky move leading into a crash zone is still not very smart.
And a big shout out to Leah Renton for becoming clerk of course today.
Yeah, done an absolutely outstanding job, and the day's run so well. So thanks, Leah.
Back to the front runners. Bob seems to have pulled a bit of a gap on Don up the hill.
Yeah, and I think barring incidents, then Bob might be pretty safe for the race win here. He's only got Calvin's to negotiate, and then the sweeper.
Larry's making a bit of a move through the S's at the moment.
Brett Simmons finally got his machine running, looking to go back on track, but gee, I tell you what, he's only got 1 lap in because the last lap board is out.
There is also a red flag on pit lane that she's just ridden past.
Yes. But Bob Sellers, a very well-deserved race win from Don Fenton. Joe Browning, super impressive again. Picks up P3 and P1 in the Supersport class. Shane O'Donovan, great ride from him. And Dale Madden, and what a day he's put in.
And rounding out.
That's Jimmy Abbey on the SV650. And then we've got, that'd be Ben Abbey from Larry Eaton. And that's Michael Webb.
And that should be all our riders, I believe.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Shane Brown crashed there at the end of the back straight. Really disappointing. Beautifully presented bike, and Shane was having a great meeting, so disappointed to see that. But hopefully, he's still going to walk away with a smile on his face. He appears to be A-OK, which is the main thing. So Brett did get a lap in.
It'll be interesting how the stewards rule that.
Well, I don't think Brett would be too upset if he was disqualified from that race, but you're right. You need to be aware of what the flags say, and a red flag means don't pass. So that's not our call, though, Matt.
No.
We're just here to talk, day. Not run the day. So,
and speaking of people that help run the day, we've got Augustus down there assisting with the recovery vehicle.
Oh, I thought he was on barbecue duty.
Well, he's got his fingers in many pies, that young man, it would seem.
Well, Matt, that's racing for the day. We've got a few more things to attend to. So I think from you and I in commentary, thanks to everyone out there who helped make a great day, our officials, our volunteers, and our competitors. It's been another great day's racing here at Baskerville. Matt, thanks for your company. I've enjoyed it.
Thank you, Chris. It's been great to be back up in commentary.
We're back here in June, I think, for the next race meet. So look forward to seeing everyone then.
Okay.
Okay, so we're about to start our presentation. We're going to start with Formula Baskerville today. If you're not already at the base of the tower, please come down now because presentation is getting underway. Okay, third place today, Formula Baskerville, John Allen.
Woo! Wait till I sat down, didn't you?
Yeah. You haven't done enough work today. Well done, mate.
Thanks
Absolutely
very much.
awesome.
It's
Love
good fun.
watching your race. In second place, making a very welcome return to Baskerville Raceway, Mark Hemsley.
Woo! Canadian interloper. Woohoo!
Thanks, mate. Well done. Cheers.
You want to say something? All right. And in first place, absolutely outstanding racing today, Roy Turner.
Woo!
Cheers, brother.
I want to thank everyone. Of course, the marshals. It doesn't happen without the marshals and officials. Everybody was just awesome today. The people made it just awesome. Some great racing. Met some awesome people. Was lucky enough to have got lent a bike after making a mess of mine. So I can't thank Christian enough for that. Made my weekends. Long way to travel to not race. Thanks again, everybody. Cheers.
Good on you, Roy. Moving on to Golden Era up to 500. Third place, Daniel Butterworth.
Woo!
Good on you, mate. In second place, Eleanor Renton.
Woohoo!
And in first place, making a very welcome return to the podium, Garth Newton.
Woo!
Thank you, Chris. Thanks also to Voodoo Wolf Hot Sauce, Horizon Motorcycles, all of the officials that came out today and stood at the various flagging points. Thank you. That's all. Cheers.
So does that mean you're going to give up the two strokes? Oh. Moving on to the Supersport 600. Certainly, I'm sure everyone would agree today, some spectacular racing again in this class. Third place, super impressive, Jesse Woods.
Woo!
Second place, Jason Spencer.
Woo! He's running. Well done, mate.
Awesome, mate. And in first place, you seriously can't do better than this. A PB 4 from 4 with the likes of Jason Spencer on your back wheel. Awesome racing today. Mitch Hawksley.
Well done, Mitch. Thank you. No, come on.
Yeah, thanks for the 4 wins. Appreciated. Thanks to my sponsors, Motorcycle City, Launceston Environmental Services, JT Designs, Engine Recon Parts, and the Horny Cray Takeaway at Swansea. So if you ever go to Swansea, go to the takeaway shop there. It's pretty good.
Okay, moving on to our Tassie Juniors. Third place, Gus O'Halloran.
Woo!
And first place barbecue chef, Gus O'Halloran. In second place, Isaac Simmons.
Woo!
What's that? I don't know. I didn't see that. Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I wasn't aware of that. Oh, you're a chef as well. Oh, there you go. And in first place, Ollie Skinner.
Woo!
Would like to thank Motorworks and my mum and dad.
Thanks, mate. That's all right. Okay, moving on to Tas Superbike. Third place, Waitrata. In second place, another great day's racing, and somebody certainly on the improve in the 1000cc class, Jeremy Huddleston.
Yeah, thanks to the flaggies and club officials, everyone. Eleanor for clerk of the course stepping up. Well, it's Eleanor, wasn't it? Leah for clerk of the coursing. Awesome job. Thanks to Tatnall Painters and Horizon Motorcycles, and well done, Scotty. Cheers.
And as we often say, like a good wine, age is no barrier. Scott Honeychurch, 4 from 4. Has he gone? Oh, here he is.
Thanks very much, guys. I'd like to thank all you blokes that help organise this, the flaggies, if they're still here, because without you guys, we're fucked. Jez, I could hear him, so that was a bit of fun. And yeah, all in all, it was a good day. Always is down here, so thank you.
Good on you, mate. Love watching your race. So moving on to Lights Production. Third place, Larry Eaton. In second place, and certainly super impressive today, Brodie Curtis. And in first place, making it 4 from 4 and a PB as well. What a ride from Chad Wiley. Oh, you can say anything? You're not allowed to put sauce on the mic though.
I'd like to thank the club, flaggies and all that for making the day possible. And it was pretty good weather. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Lights GP. I don't know how he manages this, but third place, Brett Simmons. Neither do I. Well done.
Yeah, thanks to all the officials and everything for doing their job. I don't know how this happened. I won race and still get an award, so it's great. Thanks.
Second place, Mark de Jong. Good ride.
Thanks to everyone else for not turning up. It's appreciated. Just on a quick note, flaggies and everyone else, thanks for all your hard work. We're really cracking along with flaggies. It's good to see everyone turning up and committing to coming out and doing the work. If you're interested in getting more involved in the club as well, the committee really needs some new members just to help guide the club and take off some of the load of some of the longer term committee members. So if you're keen on getting involved, step up, come out to one of the meetings. We'd love to have you along.
Good on you, Mark. And what a ride today. First place, Reece Tan.
Thanks to Sean for rigging my timer, and for yeah. No, look, thanks to all the volunteers and the flaggies and the officials. It's yeah, really appreciated. And the competitors, I had a ball out there, especially with the Brodie bikes.
competing out there. You guys gave me heaps of grief. No, it was amazing. I had heaps of fun. Thank you.
Awesome, mate.
Golden Era over 500. Second place, well, actually, there are only 2 bikes in it, but second place is Derek Singlion.
Awesome, mate. You want to say something?
Yeah. I'd just like to say a few quick words. The last time I was here, because I've had a hiatus of a couple of years, and I picked up third in the historic over 500cc, and I was that surprised that I didn't get to say a word. Anyway, I'm saying it now. For today, thank you very much to the club for running a wonderful meeting, all those people behind the scenes, the flaggies, fellow competitors. Without you, then we don't have anything. But I really enjoyed coming down to Baskerville. It's a great little track, and I hope to see you all down here next time. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Derek. In first place, Shane O'Donovan.
Woo! Thanks, mate. These look sore. Yeah, it is sore. Yeah, once again, thanks. Well done, Leah, for a first clerk of course job. So I think everybody should give her a bit of a hand because it's a big job for those of us that have done it before. Thanks to the club, flaggies, everybody else that makes it happen. It's a hard thing to do. And like Mustard said, get in and lend a bit of a hand. It's easy to talk from the sidelines and think you can change things, but come along and get things happening. Any input is good input. I'd like to thank Oscar for letting me ride my bike for a change, and Rod Garrett at Bridgestone, all of Oscar's sponsors, and a good friend of mine, Graham Buttery, who gives us the money to buy tyres, who doesn't do Facebook or anything. He's here. We thank you very much, Graham. Thank you. It wouldn't be possible without you. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to pre-modern Supersport. Again, only 2 bikes, but fantastic second place today for Michael Webb.
Well done. Thank you. Cool, mate. Thanks.
And another outstanding performance on definitely a star of the future, I believe, Joseph Browning.
Mate, come on. Keep working on you.
Okay, moving on to pre-modern open. In third place, Oscar O'Donovan.
There's a ring in. That'll be me. Can I say one other thing? Thanks to you, Sean, and you too, Chris. Hard job they do, and thanks to Craig Rugen for building the engine in that bike. It's a weapon to ride. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Oscar, yeah, aging a bit, Oscar. Second place, what a battle at the front, and what a fantastic ride today from Don Fenton.
Woo!
And seriously don't have enough superlatives to describe how impressed I was today with first place, Bob Sellers.
Woo!
I am on. I'd like to thank the officials, as usual, and the flag marshals, and in particular Clarissa and Danny in the tower, Chris and Sean for doing what they do, the people in the timing, and also Leah. I think she did a really good job for her first go at clerk of the course, and I'm glad a few other people have said that too. I'd like to thank Don for making it a very entertaining day. And all the other competitors, thanks very much.
Awesome, mate. So the last group of the day being Formula 3. In third place, Garth Newton. Second place, Larry Eaton. And in first place, absolutely fantastic to see. A great ride today from Dale Madden.
Yep, like to thank the club, the great job they do. Like to thank my wife for allowing me to do this. And bad luck to Brett, but look, I'm a reasonable judge of talent, and I reckon his day will come. So, no, it was great fun, and I really enjoyed harassing some of the guys in the pre-modern on the bigger bikes. Anyway, it was good fun. Thank you.
Awesome, mate. Well done. Look, I'll just echo the comments of a few of our competitors. Massive thanks, as always, to our flag marshals, to our volunteers, to our officials. It's hard work. It takes a big crew of people to get these events up and running. And to what Mark de Jong said, we do desperately need people to get involved in the committee. We'll say more about that soon as far as what people can do to help. We do want to let you know what you can do to help. But I heard Matt Allen saying commentary today, it is everyone's responsibility to make sure that this club survives and goes forward. We have some very tired, worn out people who are continuing to put in, and it is time that more people started sharing the load. So as I said, we'll say more about what people can do to help, but we do need people to think about helping just ease the load a little bit. But look, for me, I thought we had a fantastic day. Echo the comments of a few others. Great job from Leah, but I also want to say a very heartfelt thanks to Peter Woods, who's decided to not take on official roles in our ride and race days anymore. I think we have a massive debt of gratitude to Peter. He's, yeah, big round of applause, Pete. The hours that go on behind the scenes for people like Peter, who he's supported our race community for a long time, the stress that goes with it, the anxiety, the hard decisions, it's not easy. And we really need to look after people like Peter. He's decided it's time for him to have a break from it, but I hope you all support people like Leah coming through, because it's a tough job, it really is. Finally, thanks to all the competitors. Outstanding racing. I loved commentating it today, so look forward to seeing you here next time in June. Cheers, everyone.